Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Morning everyone, F4 America is about to get underway, and if you missed yesterday, well, we already had one race, two to come today in perfect conditions here in mid-Ohio. Now, yesterday's action saw this man, number 19, Michael Costello of the USA, winning in style. He put on a great performance and then came join me in the commentary booth. Same again, Michael?
Yeah, hopefully same again. We just have to put down laps like how I did yesterday. Hopefully build that gap up and it should be better.
All right, best of luck. Michael Costello leading the way for America. And this F4 championship, as we've said over the years, is a combination of young guys coming out of karting, moving up from karting into the first time using slick tires and these wings. So it's a completely different form of racing, but it's the first time they look like an Indy car or a Formula One car. And of course, this is the road to Formula One because it's an FIA super license scoring championship. So everything very important. Another good day also yesterday for Alex Berg on the podium, the Canadian. And we've got a combination of Canadians, Mexican drivers and USA drivers. Alex, same again, or are we going for the win? You need a win. You got a great result, your best ever yesterday.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm always looking for a win, always looking for a better result. We have a better starting place with P3 rather than P4 yesterday. I'm really looking forward to getting to an actual dry track this time rather than a drying track on rain tires. It was pretty fun yesterday, but I think I'm looking forward to an actual race today, so I'm looking forward to that.
Best of luck. Alex Berg, you won't miss the helmet, the big pink helmet of the Berg. He's out there, the iceberg they call him. We're going to see how Alex Berg gets on. A little further down, you've got DeFabis, also from the USA, Dietman, another American, and I want to get back a little bit further down the grid because, again, another Canadian, the man leading the championship but now under pressure, Patrick Woods-Toth. He, of course, is with the Crosslink, huge Crosslink Kiwi team, and really looking forward to see what he can do again. But now he's defending that title because there's a lot of guys like this man, the Brazilian come American. Cara got his best result yesterday. He's looking for a good result today. But the man I really want to turn to, I think could be one to watch. James Lawley, another Canadian, starting out this weekend, starting his career in F4. But the man I want to talk to you about is a young Australian come Brit. His name, Lewis Hodgson, and he was so close to getting second place yesterday. Last second you lost out. Can you do it today?
I mean, anything's possible in these races. Starting ninth is further back than we wanted to, but 7th was further back and we still made it stick then. So 2 spots further back today and maybe 2 spots finishing further today.
Now we're calling you an Aussie, you were born there, but what's the British flag?
My mum and dad are English and I'm dual citizen, so and my whole family's from the UK. So as much as I feel a part of Australia, I feel, really connected to my British roots and just love both countries so much,
Well, I'm British, so I'll say best of British to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a good one. Look for the number 30 in that orange and grey colour scheme for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. A massive undertaking for Tina Larson, the team manager, and Gary Orton, who, of course, are from New Zealand. But they are the most successful team in this F4 series here in the Americas. But it's a real battle between them and the Jay Howard development team, another British team. Jay Howard, of course, a former IndyCar driver from Great Britain. So a lot to come for. Yesterday, interestingly enough, the winner I mentioned, Michael Costello, only scored half points because of the wet. They had to come in and get wet tyres, so it delayed the race. So therefore, only 12.5 points for the win. So, Costello gets the advantage of starting at the front because of that win, but he only got 12.5 points yesterday, so he'll want to do the same again and get the full 25. That's the latest. 2 races to come. I'll send it back to you, Ben Sissel, and Austin Hill, who's joining us in the booth.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do a grid walk. Jonathan Green there with some great information, talking to the drivers. I've got Austin Hill in the booth with me, the number 8 from Frankfort, Ohio, in the Soho Equipment Aluminum Trailers, Ferris Mowers, and Big Tex car. Austin, 72 degrees and sunny. You haven't seen this kind of weather all weekend here. I'm sure the drivers are excited. What are you thinking if you're one of the drivers in the cars?
Yeah, this is going to be a good session. We'll definitely be picking up pace. I think this next session that we have out, due to the weather being nicer, the track's going to be fully dry. I think this could be a better session for the weekend.
Yeah, I hope so. And it is like we could not have ordered up better weather right now. You're seeing the flags blowing there in the distance. You can see from the drones. The grass is green. They've had a lot of rain here lately. International GT is taking the checkered flag in their hour-long enduro. And I'm sure the F4 cars and drivers are itching to get out there. I have not heard yet from race control if they're going to do a standing start, but I do see out my window, I see the officials out there about ready to pull those lights out, so we might be able to see a standing start. We can see the teams up there getting ready to watch and spot for the drivers up there on Madness. Lots of fans coming out here. The beautiful thing about Mid-Ohio is we've been doing this event with SVRA since 1982, so a lot of the third generations now of spectators have kind of set their calendar to this event. And we have had a lot of spectators, even despite the weather. And now we should have a bunch of spectators as we look in there on Titus Sherlock. Now, you've spent some time in these F4 cars. Is that right, Austin?
No, I actually did not do F4. I went a different route. I did FRP last year. I did the FR America's car in FRP. I also did the old USF 2000 cars. It was the 2014 USF 2000 car. We ran that for 2 years. But I didn't run F4 because I had other commitments last year with WRL, running endurance races for teams and doing other racing. And honestly, we already had the other cars bought to race last season. And so with those other commitments, it just didn't seem very feasible to have to get rid of the cars or bow out of those other commitments to race F4 with how many commitments we already had going.
So you've done, I know you're in the FR class, but you've done some open wheel, but you've also done some sedan racing and WRL racing and like endurance racing as well.
Yeah, so we have a Trans Am car that we're building up now. We raced it for the first time at Road Atlanta, had a couple issues, decided that was probably where we just take it out for the season and tear it down to the frame and build it back up. So it's actually at my crew chief's house now. It's at my crew chief's house, Tracy Stevens. He's been helping us all the way through my racing career. He's taken it down to the frame almost now, and we're going to do that next year as well as Spec MX5 Cup, and we'll have to see what we're going to do for the Formula Car side. We, with all those other commitments, it's going to be a very tight schedule to do all of them.
Yeah, well, that is Bankin Zelenka right there. That is his first name. He has a pet pig that he brings out to the races. I forget the pig's name. Do you remember what the pig's name is?
I don't.
But that is him in that number 45 there at the grid. I'm going to switch over my radio channel to listen in on race control, see what they're saying. But it is a absolutely beautiful day here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for this SpeedTour event. That's the 17 of Tyke Durst. Tyke Durst ran a great season with us last year. Happy to have him back here this year with Ganella Racing. We were just looking at some of the Ganella crew. Oh, he's wanting to fist bump the cameraman. See, look at that. Some of our drivers don't even give a thumbs up, but he's wanting to welcome George, our cameraman, down there on the false grid. As I see there's some safety equipment still out on track, but the white trucks are coming in, and I think they're going to be open to go out here soon. They will do a formation lap. Yesterday, right when we released from grid, it started raining in the F4 group, and we had a couple cars slicks on the rain at Mid-Ohio, probably one of the slickest tracks that we race. we had, I think, 3 or 4 cars spin or go off on the formation lap. Today, there's no excuses, drivers. It is a beautiful day. I haven't seen any water on the track. The grass is still wet, so if drivers do go off, they're going to go way off because wet grass will just throw them. But I'm sure you've watched and spectated a lot of racing here at Mid-Ohio. This is one of the best spectator tracks. But as a spectator, when you have friends come watch you race, where do you tell them to go watch from?
I always have them go to like 4 or 5 section up there because they can see a good bit of the track right in that section if they're up there on that hill underneath the trees. It's a really nice section to watch from, and that's really where our high speed is. So they get to see us come in at a really high rate of speed and then come down to a really slow rate of speed and get through the corners.
Yeah, we call that madness, that area of the track, and that's probably my favorite spectator track. I did just hear from Scott Goodyear in race control. We are 1 minute on the grid, 1 formation lap to a standing start. I can see Alan, one of the race officials, right across from me with the yellow flag in his hand. And what we do here in F4 and FR, we have race officials about every 10 to 20 feet for the standing start, so that if something does go wrong, they can wave that yellow flag right away so the other drivers are aware that there might be something wrong with the cars ahead of them. And so I'm seeing all of the officials get into place with their yellow flags in hands. I see the light gantries out of our window pulled around, and we see cars going out with sticker tires. They raced all day. The race yesterday was on wets for this group. They did a formation lap on slicks. They changed to wets. They're allowed 2 brand new sets of tires. So it looks like, Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, they're going to get a brand new set for this race and a brand new set for the next race.
Yeah, without qualifying on Friday, that really sort of helped out on the decisions, I guess, for the drivers because, I mean, you get 2 sets, so why not go ahead and use them? Everyone else is going to if you don't. I mean, it sort of worked out for them, but it also doesn't work out for some because they might have had a different strategy they're going to try. Maybe put a new set on for qualifying, put a new set on for the first race, and then use tires for race 2 and race 3, and maybe that would help them win race 1. But it's all up to the teams and the drivers on what they do.
Yeah, so basically there is no tire strategy. Probably everybody's going to go with a new set for race 1, a new set for race 2, and there's Bacon again. You can't miss that car as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's keyhole turn. But Austin, give us your expertise because I see Jonathan Green coming back into the booth. But as a driver, tell everybody what you're thinking right now on this formation lap.
I think about check where the lines are, make sure that there's nothing on the track. I mean, you just had an hour-long race. There could have been oil dropped anywhere on the track. You know, heat up your tires, figure out, make sure there's no oil anywhere. Make sure there's no pieces or parts of those international GT cars anywhere on the track that could get a hole in your tire, you know. And you can always report back to your team and let anyone on pit wall know that there's parts of a car on track, and they'll get it off the track before you take the green flag. That way no one has a chance of getting a puncture. That's like one of the worst things to get when you're doing these sprint races because you'll go almost a lap down if you have to change out a set of tires, or even if you just have to change out one, you're going to go back a far away, and you'll just have to pray for a caution. So, you know, making sure that there's no oil or no debris on the track is definitely number 1 on my list when I'm going out there and I'm warming up my tires and I'm out on my pace lap.
Well, Austin, thank you for coming in with us today. How do you feel about today, given the weather? I'm sure as a racing driver, you get up in the morning, open the curtains, and go, "Oh, thankfully, I can concentrate just on what I'm doing rather than the conditions around me." Much better day for racing.
Yeah, I definitely like the rain though.
Okay.
Here is really tricky in the rain, and so I like racing here in the rain because if you get it here and racing in the rain, you get it, and if you don't, you don't. It's sort of like, you know, you got to figure out where your line is. Some people run a different rain line than you do, and that's okay because sometimes they come out about the exact same time-wise. But, yeah, thank you guys for having me. It was this will be a fun experience.
Not at all. And different, obviously, we're doing now, here's another question for you as a racing driver. We're doing a standing start. Do you prefer the rolling or the standing?
I've figured out how to do a standing start here recently. Like, I'd never done one before, NOLA. So I'm slowly figuring out, like, the tricks to it. I've always done rolling starts, so I'm fairly good at those, but it sort of depends, because if you're on the outside on a rolling start, you sort of have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
If you get a good start here, you have somewhere to go because there's such a big gap in between the cars. You can shoot straight down the middle if you get a good start. It just depends on the driver, I guess, to me.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, the full grid is formed and ready for race 2 here from Mid-Ohio. Michael Costello on the right-hand side of your screen in the blue and black of Jay Howard. Leads from the pole. Alex Berg, his good mate, is right there with him as well, just behind him. But away we go. Not the best of starts from Costello, but he's holding that inside line for now as they head towards the keyhole for the first time. Nice clean start, everybody through the first corner. This a 30-minute race, and now in perfect conditions, we'll see what these guys have got. Costello lost out at the start, now he's trying to come back. And it's nip and tuck going into the keyhole. Let's see if they all come out cleanly, but so far so good. But that's exactly what we wanted, a good clean start to get things going. And Augusto Solo Schripa is the man we're watching out front, doing a great job. And now Alex Berg all over the back of his good friend, his old karting sparring mate, and looking for an inside move at turn 4. That's the obvious place for an overtake, and Berg's looking for it, and he's got it. And that was nicely done. He just needs to keep his foot in. That's good. And Alex Berg goes up to second place ahead of Costello. So Costello going from first to third in a matter of corners. And the race led by, at the moment, Augusto Soto Schripa of International Motorsports. Oh, somebody's spinning there. That's the 12 of Garrett Detman. And hopefully he can get that car going again, because that would be a real shame for Detman. Currently 11th in the championship with just 8 points. And just trying to get an update on the points. But remember, and Austin, I don't know if you're aware of this, they only got half points yesterday. So, you know, I thought Michael Costello was going to leap up the championship. So he's got to kind of do it all again today, because he only got the 12.5. But that happened at Road America as well, and you know that from FR.
Yeah, the half-point deal, it's good for some aspects and it's bad in others. I think it might have been it was sort of an iffy call yesterday. You know, I think it was a good call in some aspects. In other aspects, I think it was also, you know, it could have been perceived as a bad call. I know I've heard F4 drivers not like it, and some of them like it because of having to do the tire change. And I think that's what really drove them to make it a half-point race, is because they had to start off on dries and then they had to switch.
So into the pits comes the number 6 of Frankie Mosman. I'm not sure what that problem is, but obviously pit stop's not a part of Formula 4 Americas. So there must be something wrong, or he's not happy with something. And the race starting to settle down now, but we've got a good battle here, certainly for 4th place. And still a long way to go. How does the car change as the race goes on, Austin? I mean, they all look the same. It's hard to see from the outside, but when you're in the middle of the cockpit, you probably feel a lot more different, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, it just depends on the driver. So if the driver's, you know, spinning the tires on exit or, you know, getting a really hard push, it's going to develop and get worse and worse as time goes on. I mean, if you're spinning the tires out of every corner, your rear tires are going to wear out really quick, and they're going to get too hot, and then you're not going to have grip at all, which is going to be bad for the driver, obviously, and it'll end up slowing them down. So it's all about being consistent, I think, with these guys and not wearing your tires out early. You know, wait till the last 2 or 3 laps, and then you can really start hammering them, because you're not, in 2 or 3 laps, you're not going to destroy your tires. And with these guys, they're getting a new set for the next race. So, you know, even if they do destroy 2 or 3 laps to where, you know, maybe they're not as good anymore, they still get a new set, so that it's not going to affect them in the next race.
We're just watching this battle for the top 10. Hodgson in the middle of it, in the number 30. There he is, just jinking out of that. In fact, that's the 27 of Woods Top, the championship leader. So Woods Top looking to try and go through this field and trying to make up some places. He, of course, the championship leader coming into the weekend. He started the weekend on 90.5 points ahead of Jesse Lacey. Costello started 3rd. Now, that win yesterday, like I said, will have helped him But it won't be enough. He wanted the full 25, so he's probably going to be a bit annoyed, as you say. Some drivers thought it was a good thing, others didn't, and I'm sure because Race Control decided to change the tyres, someone like Costello will be saying, I wish I had those extra 12.5 points because I did win the race. But he's got to do it all again, and he's trying to get on level terms. But this is a good little battle here as Tanner DeFabis of the J. Howard development team, CSU1 Cure, sponsor. So we've got pockets of racing now as they go into turn 1 yet again. Through goes the number 10. Nicely done. Daniel Cara had his best result of Formula 4 yesterday, dear Daniel. So looking to try to do the same, but it always helps a driver confidence-wise when they get a good result in the first race of the weekend. I always think that's the most important race because it sets up the rest of the weekend, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you have a bad race one, you end up getting a bad mindset going into the rest of the races, and it can ruin your whole weekend.
I had a quick chat with Anna Dobson, who started her career in F4 yesterday. Sadly, she had a slight off, nothing to do with anybody else. She just spun around in the wet, and she was so distraught, and I felt for her because she's just turned 15 and finally got a chance to race in this series. So I know that she's glad to be out there this morning for sure, so I wish her luck. But never easy when you're starting out because, as you say, psychologically, you can really get down on yourself because you know how much it costs. That's probably the first time you've had so many people around you at a young age trying to help you, and not that you're embarrassed, but it makes you very self-aware, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when you wreck, it sort of, it sets in on you, and you think to yourself, why did I do that?
Yeah.
You know, and everything else. You review your videos, and you just keep watching them over and over and over again in your head, and it does set in. So anyone that, if you can tune it out, it's the best, but yet it's really hard just to tune out.
Yeah, I always used to think, oh my gosh, I feel so embarrassed. I need to buy everybody in the crew a present for all the work they did, and then I let them down. But I got reminded that we work as a team, and we win and lose. So anybody can make a mistake. The driver, unfortunately, is the more obvious one, but everybody's pulling for you, and they just want you to put it out of their mind and get on with it for the next one.
Yeah, we always say you got to push the car to the limits to find the limits type deal, and eventually you'll go over those limits, and it'll cause something to happen, whether it's a wreck or just a spin. But either way, you have to find the limits.
So Soto Shuriba leading the way from Alex Berg of Canada, Costello of America in third, Woods Toth of Canada in fourth for championship leader. Then it's Cara, Sherlock, DeFabis, Hodson. So DeFabis has dropped a little. Hodson has gained a place or two. He's up to 8. Adams Martinez, the Argentinian, in 10th position. Jesse Lacey of Australia is 11th. And the race starting to settle down just a little now. But so far, so good. The gap, half a second or just over for the leader in the number 24. And that's not a comfortable lead, but it's one that he can feel a little bit as though he can rest a little bit. But if I know Alex Berg, who, by the way, got that second place yesterday, that was his best result of the season. So he'll be looking to improve on that. We look at Tyler Sherlock for the first time in the 31, running in 6th place at the moment, just behind Cara. But yeah, I know Alex Berg. He came and commentated here like you're doing today, and he is absolutely hoping, put it that way, to try to go better, get one more and get his first victory in the championship today. Here comes the number 5. Where would you plan an overtake?
Either going down into like turn 4 or, right there in the keyhole is a good one too, because you hard on the brakes and you're late on the brakes anyway. So, and most of the time you go a little wide. So there's a lot of good opportunities to pass here. It just depends because there's a lot of places for the other driver to mess up.
That's a nice move by the 31. Lovely done by Titus Sherlock using the camber of the turn 4 there, which I saw in Trans Am yesterday, and he used that to great effect there on that overtake. Yeah, there's a few places to overtake. Turn 4, the obvious place at the end of the end of the back straight there. Another possibility, I actually saw somebody overtake into the three-dimensional services group carousel coming up now. We're seeing it from high above on the drone. Cara pushing now on Woods Toth. This is good racing between these two. I just saw Scott Goodyear, the race director of both your and F4 races, and he was much impressed with yesterday's performance given the circumstances, because as you know, the rain came down, they put the wets on, and then suddenly it stopped raining, so they're all on a dry track with wet tires. So there was really nothing that they could do about it, but the guys handled themselves well and put on a good race.
Yeah, the good thing about these hand-cooked tires is even when it's getting drier out in the rain, they don't really disintegrate, I guess you could say. Like they're sort of a harder type rain tire,
yeah.
So they can survive in the dry. You just don't want to like do 10 to 20 laps in the dry on rain tires. You know, you want to try to hit the wet patches if you can.
Soto Schreiber then now maintaining that 0.6 lead over Berg. 20 minutes to go. Costello has settled down the pole man, and he's in third now. But this battle between Woods, Toff, and Cara may actually bring them closer to Costello. We should have a really good, interesting end to this one. The back gap now between Berg and Schreiber coming down to 0.5. It's only a tenth, but in motor racing, that's significant. You keep an eye on those tenths because they start coming. Now you can see it physically. Here is your leader, and there you see just behind him, in a little glimpse of him, second place. There he is. So you can see that Alex Berg is bit by bit reeling him in. When is the moment when you realize, okay, not I've got him, but I'm gaining on him? And can you see it visually?
Yeah, I always set like a point on the track, like, okay, how far away was I from him at this point? And then the next lap I can look at it again, and I'll be like, okay, I'm closer. So then you know that whatever you did that last lap, you need to do it again because you're obviously gaining on him. As long as you're not like ruining your tires essentially by trying to gain so much time on them, then you're all right. But if you're destroying your tires to try to catch up, it might not be the best because the other driver in front of you could be destroying their tires to try to stay in front of you. And if you just lay back a little bit, you might be able to wait till the end and get them.
Yeah, well, as you could see, Costello, who won the race yesterday, his second career win in F4, is also gaining on Berg, and he's not shy either. He'll want to get as many points as possible, given that there were half points for yesterday's race. So watch out for third place, Michael Costello of Florida. There's the number 20 coming through. That's Adams. Logan Adams, also for Jay Howard Driver Development. And as you can see, the engineer's talking. Do you like to hear from your engineer, or do you like to sort of keep radio silence because you're concentrating?
It depends. Sometimes I like him to talk to me about like the gap in front of me. That way I can know if I'm gaining or losing. If it's like a gap that I can't really judge as far as like it's 2 or 3 seconds in front of me, it's sort of hard to judge at that point because if they break a little bit earlier than you, it's going to look like you're gaining, but really you're not. But if they're talking to me about that, it's fine. But then it's like at some point,
Costello!
Like it clear.
I was just about to say Costello's going to make a move down the back straight, but he tried to make it in the keyhole. He may have lost some time there, but it was an interesting try. He's trying to force Berg into a mistake. Costello now in the draft and will try to get as close as he can to Berg as they come down to this turn 4. The place where you said is the obvious place to overtake, and this could be a textbook Mid-Ohio overtake, and it's going to be. Nicely done. Costello does it with ease. That was lovely. Michael Costello up to second place now, ahead of Alex Berg of Canada.
Yeah, I think Berg just needs to follow him and try to see if he can get second just by following him. Use his draft to his advantage. I mean, that would definitely help him out.
Watching on the pit wall there. And they are eagle-eyed, keeping an eye on the timings and the sector times and the temperatures and so on and so forth. And while this is relatively unsophisticated in comparison, let's say, to IndyCar or Formula One, this is where it all starts. This is where you learn the real art and racecraft of motor racing. How hard was it to get used to slicks and wings in the first time you tried it?
Honestly, I did the F2000, and it was not as bad because it doesn't have as much downforce as like the FR does. It's sort of comparable to the F4.
Yeah.
I did the 2014 USF car for the first 2 years, as well as a Pro Mazda, and then I did the FR last year with Formula Race Promotions, which is really fun because it's only open wheel cars, so you sort of get to learn a lot from other competitors, and there's a lot of competitors because everyone likes the fact that it's only open wheels, so you're never going to have that mixed class with, you know, like sometimes you see Formula cars out there with closed wheel cars, and that's just not safe all the time because closed wheel car, you really can't see a Formula car if they're coming up on you because they're so low.
Yeah, you don't realize until you get into one of these just how low to the ground. It feels actually faster than you're going because you're so low to the ground. You may as well be in a go-kart because you're almost lying down, quite frankly. And now that gap has gone up again between Costello and Soto Schreiber to 1.4 seconds. So he's either reacted to the pressure from Costello, or that battle between Costello and Berg actually slowed both of them down and allowed Soto Schreiber to get away a little bit. I think that's probably more the truth. But he's not out of the woods. I always say 2 seconds is a comfortable lead in single-seaters. Anything under that, and you've got to kind of be wary that it can change in a lap.
Yeah, because, I mean, one off, if you walk up and you hit the grass a little bit and you have to slow down to get back on the track, I mean, that gap's going to be absolutely gone. And honestly, you might lose the lead even at 2 seconds, but yet 2 seconds is a good gap because you can still sort of mess up a little bit here and there and still come out all right.
Now, those of you who are aficionados of single-seater racing will be familiar with the Formula 4 and Formula 3 or Formula Regional format. And if you were wondering, it's all identical cars, all Ligier chassis from France, built here in the United States by Max Crawford and his team. And then also all Honda Civic engines. So they've all got identical engines, so no one's got an advantage engine-wise, so it's all about the racing. And now we're getting a really good battle between these three, and mistakes starting to unfold as the pressure starts to show. Who are we watching for? Sherlock in 5th, Cara 6th, Hodgson now up to 7th, so he's gained a place. Lacey's now in the top 10. We're watching this battle here. This is really good. And this is Sherlock, 5th place at the moment. Woods top just in front of him. And Cara right behind him as they come out of the carousel and down past our commentary position and down the main straight again. Good racing. Alex Berg under pressure. So Berg's lost quite a lot of time now in 3rd place. Costello is up the road. He's catching Soto Schreiber. But Berg, I don't know, there must be something mechanical because he was flying yesterday and you can see he's just not got the dominance, and it will look like an easy pass for our championship leader from Canada. Both the Canadians, Woodstock and Berg. But Berg losing out there. Now here comes Sherlock as well. Down the back straight, but he's on the outside. There is a move there, but he's got to keep his foot in now. He's got to be really careful. Here we go. This is exactly what I'm talking about, and he's done it. Nicely done by the 31. You just got to have the confidence to roll around the outside, haven't you?
Yeah, you got to carry a lot more speed in because you're going to have to get it on the exit, and you're going to have to be able to stay up beside him on the entrance. So you got to carry a lot more speed in because you're taking the longer route around the corner. So as long as you carry in a little bit more speed, you'll be able to keep up with them, and then you got to be able to get on the gas earlier than they do. That way you can get the pass done before you get to the next corner. That way you can make a good swing in the next couple of corners and not have any mistakes.
This is another good battle too. Well, this is a replay, obviously, of that overtake, but this battle has been the best of the battles so far. That was the move by Woods Top. Nicely done. And so we await to see if these three can catch up. But I actually think it's going to be a two-way battle now for the rest of this race as we look at the replay. Here's that overtake again, and Austin, just describe how he's used the track there. That's nicely done, isn't it?
Yeah, he can brake later since he's taking a wider line, which will allow him to get an edge going in, and then he's just got to make sure to carry just a little bit more speed since he's taking a longer route around, which he did perfectly.
So then we continue. 11 minutes to go. The gap between, I'm going to keep an eye on it. It has come down to less than a second now. 0.966 at the front. We continue to watch this battle for 3rd. Here's Woods Top and Sherlock going at it for the podium. And I get the feeling, given the results yesterday, Woods Top didn't get the best of results yesterday. He was, down in 5th place yesterday, so he really wants this podium just to kind of keep him steady going into the final race of the weekend and maintain that lead. He's still the championship leader at the moment, but the others are catching, and Costello's the man he's got to watch out for, who's in 2nd and up the road from him at the moment.
Yeah, I think this could shape up to be a good battle here at the end if Costello can get a little bit more ground on him. Once he gets in that draft, he'll be able to gain a little bit more time as well.
Now, I mentioned the engines are all the same, but, so do you really feel that momentum-wise you are going exactly the same speed, so you've really got to use the car, use the tools, as they say, that you've got at your disposal to make the difference?
Yeah, I mean, at NOLA and Road America, we found out we more than likely had a bad turbo, so he changed it out when we first came here. We thought we were going fairly slow on the straightaways as far as, and it didn't have the whistle. So we thought maybe we were having just an engine problem in general, but we took the turbo off last week in our shop, and we found out that our turbo blades were just all dinged up, and it just needed replaced. So when we got here, we replaced it, and yeah, I mean, for these guys, with them not having a turbo, I mean, I think all their engines are fairly the same. You just got to watch how much time you're putting on that motor and how much stress you're putting on that motor. Because you get a certain amount of miles is when they want you to freshen it, and I mean, you might freshen it earlier. That way, you might get more power out of it. You might lose power if you don't freshen it soon enough.
Yep, good call. And that's the difference between, if you like, F4 and F3. That's one of the big differences between Formula Regional and F4 is that you guys have the turbo. Same engine, but with the turbo on it. Here's this move again, and just describe. Same again, turn 4 around the outside. Beautifully done by Titus Sherlock.
Yeah, he braked a little bit later, carried the same amount of speed in as the other driver, and he just got it to stick around the outside.
Yeah, I know that there'll be a grin on the face of Scott Goodyear. Well, not yet anyway, but when he watches it back, he will, because all he's wanted for this year has for these guys to get amongst it, get some racing under their belts, and have overtakes like that. And that's what it's all about. It's all about gaining confidence in the race car. And when it's wet and people are crashing and making mistakes, you can't do any of that. And when you're under caution, well, you're just not racing. And it costs a lot of money to go racing, as you can imagine. So following the pace car is not what the weekend's planned for. It's actually planned for this sort of stuff, which is wheel-to-wheel racing at speed, so that you can get some experience. Lovely shot here of Mid-Ohio. You're listening to Austin Hill, who'll be in action. What's your car number? 8. That's right. Where did you finish yesterday?
I believe I finished 7th. We
okay.
had some setup issues going on when we went out, and we thought we did sort of like a half rain, half dry setup since it was still a little damp, and it ended up drying up after about 2 laps, so it really didn't help us a whole lot. But towards the end, it helped us. We got faster towards the end because that's what our setup's goal was. But, we changed it for today, so hopefully we'll be up front.
And like F4, your starting position for the second race is where you finish, so you'll start 7th?
I believe they're doing it off our best time.
Okay.
So it's...
Do you know where you are?
It's going to be probably right around 7th as well.
Oh, okay.
I mean, everyone sort of finished where their times were.
Yeah.
Other than, I think Oliver is better just because he had a little spin out on the second lap it would have been.
Yeah, Oliver Westling, yeah.
Yeah, he locked up and just went into the gravel trap. So he got a good lap time in. So he'll probably be starting up farther because he got such a good lap in.
Great four-way battle this. Look at this. And this is for the top 10. So it's just as aggressive. And through goes the Argentinian Martinez. Oh, that was almost a touch there. Really good stuff. Really, really close racing. Zelenka in the bright green at the back of this four-way battle. And in the middle, Benitez also there as well. So really good battle. The gap has come down between Soto Sharipa and Costello to 0.7. 6 minutes to go. Austin, are we going to look for a grand finale here?
Yeah, I think once he gets into that half a second margin, he'll start picking up just a little bit of draft, and that might end up helping him gain just a little bit because, I mean, if he's got a draft on that back straightaway, it's definitely going to help him gain because, I mean, not having downforce down the straightaway is going to mean a lot more straightaway speed going through there. And they'll honestly probably help us qualifying time as well for the next race.
Are you enjoying your racing at the moment?
Yeah, we're trying to do everything we can as far as racing, doing a bunch of different series. We're trying to do Trans Am.
Really?
Our car, we're tearing it down for the season. We hope to get it back up and running before the season's over, so we can run it at Coda or any other track that we can get it done in time to race at before the winter break. We're going to do that, as well as Spec MX5 Challenge this year, and anything else that we sort of have time for. We do WRL races if we have time.
Yeah.
I like doing endurance racing. It's fun, and all you're really doing is you're just trying to be consistent. Consistency is key when you're doing that, and you're not trying to push the car to the limit every lap. You're just trying to get the car to the finish line.
Yeah, and endurance racing tends to be at least a situation where you're not pushing the equipment to the absolute nth degree, and also, like you say, it is endurance by the name. You're trying to keep the equipment clean, so you're not pushing everything. A really good battle this. Coming down to the closing stages, 4 minutes, just less than 5 to go, but there's no question that Zelenka, oh no, 0-2 goes off. That's Bowling. That's the young Texan who's just come into the championship this weekend, in fact, and has parked it. That's Jet Bowling, racing for another Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport man. Oh, he's got it going.
Yep.
Good boy.
Let's
see what happens.
Wet. Grass must not be too wet for him to be able to get out of that. Yesterday, they saw one go off there and not get it.
Now, look, there's some body work hanging off that before he goes into this incident. Look, he's got the... Oh, he got... Well, he got hit hard there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Not really his fault.
No, I think that was more of a racing incident. I don't think he really saw the car on his inside, or you might have saw him and just didn't think he was all the way up beside him yet. And I think the other cars sort of came in a little late to the picture.
So we're getting down to the closing stages. Now you see the gap between first and second. And Soto Sharipa and Costello are glued together on track. And this is going to be an almighty battle in the last 3 minutes. So we'll look for the white flag outside our commentary window as they come into Thunder Valley. This could be a thunderous finish. They're getting past one of the slower cars there. And coming into the three-dimensional services group, Carousel. And time running out. I'm just looking to where that white flag might be, but no, I think there might be one more lap before the white flag. There is. But the leaders are now on it. Michael Costello senses the opportunity for another win and the full points this time. Across the strip they come and into turn one. Now, as we've said before, Austin, I'm guessing the key here is to get out of the keyhole as good as you can, as clean as you can, with the best clean drive, and then make the move at 4.
Yeah, I think that's going to be his best option here, because if he does it, going into the keyhole, the other driver's going to get a good draft going down the back straightaway there and be able to get him back in 4. So if you can get him going into 4, you can block him out and make him not be able to pass you going through any of the other corners.
And if you've got real confidence, you go for it on a penultimate lap, because the other thing is, it's all very well to do the overtake on this lap and then be in a position where you could be overtaken. So you've got to pick your moment just right. There's a lot of strategy to this. Yes, the cars are identical, and that means that you don't have many chances to get it right. And you also don't know when leading whether you've got the faster car or you can be faster in the car than the man behind you. And that's all to do with setup and application, obviously. But no change at the moment, but the gap, as you can see, well, you can forget the timing now, you can see it for yourself, and the drone really gives you the illustrations. It's probably, what, 2.5 car lengths right now?
Yeah, I would say he's got, the perfect...
Whoa! Big oversteer there, made big mistakes there. What happened there, do you think?
I think the rear end might have just snapped just a little bit on him, and then he tried to correct it, and it just was an overcorrection there.
He lost some time, that's for sure, and that's making a big difference to the battle that was just ensuing there. But with 1:44 to go, the white flag's still not out, so we're going to have 2 laps yet. So he's got enough time, I would argue, to kind of remedy that big moment. And that was a big moment, but that was very skillful driving. Watch his hands, the Dayglow gloves really help you. But I'll let you describe this, Austin. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, he went in, the rear end snapped around just a little bit, it looks like, and he tried to correct it, and it just sort of slid out on him. I've had it happen to me before there. If you just go in too quick, you're going to end up just sliding out exactly like he did, and it just ruins your straightaway shot here as well because you're not going to be able to set it up right.
Yeah, and if you're watching at home and you've never been in a racing car, you can learn a lot from that, because if you've ever been on ice, that's exactly how you react if you get it right, which is to compensate where the car is going and trying to effectively counter steer away from the slide that you're in and straighten the car as quickly as possible, because obviously it's a missile going in a straight line, but once it gets out of line, you've got to put it back in line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it could have gone any better as far as saving it. I think he did it just right. It just sucks that it cost him so much time.
Yeah, it did. He was really on for it then. He'll be biting his lip there. White flag is out then with the last lap, and this has been a really good, immaculate performance by the man who led all the way, Augusto Soto Chiripa of Florida, and he really has done a really good job of keeping his head down and keeping out of trouble. He's also dealing with traffic right now. Back comes Costello. This is the last lap. There is a possibility here. He's not quite as close as he was 2 laps ago, but he could still do it.
Yeah, I think his only opportunity is going to be going into carousel. I don't think he's going to have enough speed going in here to Ford, and I don't think he's going to be close enough maybe toward in the back section, but if he gets to the carousel and he's close, he can try to dive to the inside maybe on him and get it done. It just depends on how close he can really get in this section here.
Well, third place, Woods Toft, is getting the better of that battle with Sherlock. They've been swapping third place for the last few laps, but right now it's Woods Toft. That could change, but he has got a second or so on him as we come to the closing stages. But we'll concentrate for this battle for the win, coming into Thunder Valley for the last time. Nothing between these two. But it's going to be a real lunge, and as you say, coming up the carousel, and that's where Costello, if he's going to do it, he's going to have to do it there. But I don't see it happening. No. It's going to be too risky, I think.
Yep, I think he's too far back to make it work unless there's a mistake here.
Whoa!
But I don't.
He thought about it though.
Yeah.
He got as close as he could. Yeah. Well, he's certainly trying, that's for sure. But coming to the line and to the checkered flag, a brilliant run by Augusto Soto Chiripa, who takes the win in the number 24 for the International Motorsports team. And an immaculate performance. He took the lead early on from the pole man, Costello. Costello will be happy with second after that big mistake. And you can see the team are delighted. Woods Toft, the Canadian championship leader, takes third place. There you go. International Motorsports are delighted with that. And they should be. That's a great result.
Yeah, I'd definitely be happy with that after. I mean, that was a green to checkered finish. I mean, they never had a caution. That's pretty good.
Compared to what we've had in the last few races, I know that is exactly what F4 wanted, and everybody involved in F4 wanted, because you just want to get as much track time as possible. I talk to young drivers all the time, and I said, what's the key to being a good racing driver? They say, track time, track time, track time. Doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of them have had a stint this long, just due to, like, there's so many cars in this class that, you know, they're bound to have cautions.
Yeah.
And, you know, the fact that they got through a whole race without a caution sort of pushed the drivers to where the tires are going to start to wear out a little bit because they're getting so hot. And it's a 30-minute session on tires, and the tires are supposed to be getting up to temp around lap 5. So that means, you know, after lap 5, all the laps after that, you're just wearing them more and more, and they could be overheating.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights then of that race. A massive field, as you can see, of F4 youngsters all fighting for the championship. But it was that man from Doral, Florida, Augusto Soto Chiripa, who took the lead. We had a few offs, nothing too dramatic, I may add, but some great battles, some real wheel-to-wheel battles as well, and some great racecraft involved in some of these overtakes throughout the race. But at the front, it was Costello who moved himself into second place and then went in pursuit, having had a battle with Berg, Alex Berg, the Canadian. Another turnaround here, this time for the O2. No problems there, but it was Soto Chiripa taking a win here at Mid-Ohio in style. Confirmation then, Augusto Soto Chiripa of International Motorsports takes the win for JHDD Michael Costello takes second, and Patrick Woods top for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, and then his teammate Titus Sherlock in fourth, Alex Berg fifth, Cara in sixth place, Hodgson seventh, Lacey, the two Aussies, seventh and eighth, Logan Adams also for J. Howard Development in ninth, and Alex Benavidez, finishing out the top 10 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Well, my thanks to Austin Hill. We'll see you in action. We'll let you go and get prepared for your race coming up. I'll come and have a chat with you when you're in your car if you feel like it.
Oh yeah, that's fine with me.
All right, we'll come and have a chat with you, see how you're getting on. But well done to our guys in F4. A really good, clean race and a good example and a good exhibition and illustration of what F4 is all about. More racing to come. We'll take a short break here from Mid-Ohio, and coming up is Austin Hill's race. Look out for the number 8. He's in the mood to race. Join us after this.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Well, I'm on the grid, pre-grid, for the FR Championship, and the man of the moment will be pole position. He is the 66, and he is from Austin, Texas, Ryan Sheehan. Now, he had a good race yesterday, got the fastest lap. That's how he got the pole position. But he's in a real fight at the moment for the championship. He led early on with Callum Hedges' teammate. How about today? How do you feel, Ryan?
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously, this is the best place to start to go for the win, so hopefully I can get a good start and hold position.
Fastest lap. Now, you just need that fastest lap in the first 2 laps to get away from Callum. Is that the plan?
Yeah, just getting a good launch and then, just running my own race. And, we're pretty close in time, so if I can just not make any mistakes, he shouldn't be able to get by.
Best of luck to you. That's Ryan Sheehan. Watch out for him in the 66. Now, his teammate is on a real streak right now. I don't know what they're feeding him, but let me just give you some names. This man started his career out in, well, certainly coming to name anyway, in 86s. He was the youngest Formula 4 champion. He won the 86s. Marcus Armstrong, who you may have noticed is the top rookie in IndyCar, he started that way too. Then he went into the Toyota Series. Then he came to America, and that's exactly what Callum Hedge is doing. Very similar careers. Callum, 5 in a row? I mean, I know you were good, but what about 6? Can you do 6?
Well, the plan is to get 6. I had a look at the longest win streak in FR history, so I think it's 8. So I would like to see if I can have a crack at that record. But I got a bit of work to do. I didn't quite get the fastest lap yesterday. Chewed up my tyres a bit too early and didn't have enough at the end to set a quick time. So the goal is to get by Ryan, try and get it done early, conserve my tyres, wait till the fuel load comes off, and then pump a nice lap in.
Well, you didn't get the fastest lap because you were sideways through most of the race, and Giltrap were very happy because they could see their logo very clearly.
Yeah, I made the mistake of having too much fun. I learnt my lesson to not have as much fun, save that for qualifying. So we're going to go have a bit of fun, see if we can have a nice race with Ryan, and see if we can go for that 6th win.
Well, as they say in your country, give it full jandle.
I will try to give it some jandle.
Now that actually refers to Scott McLaughlin, who said that years ago, and now every racing driver in New Zealand says, give it full jandle, which to you and me is a flip-flop, but so you know the difference. Now, Cooper Becklin also looking for a good result today, another Kiwi Costlink man, and he's in a good position, starts 3rd on the grid. Oliver Westling had a few problems yesterday. He locked up. He just told me a moment ago that the reason he locked up yesterday was the cold tyres. Remember, it was not as warm as they wanted to be, the tyres, that is. And so he just kind of carooned off into the gravel trap for a moment. But he got back on, and the Swede, come American, is on song. And he's even got a Texas umbrella. I love that. Now, the guy I want to talk to, though, is Hayden Bowlesby. He's been around for a few years now. Hayden, can I just undo your umbrella a sec? Hayden, mate, well done. Career best yesterday.
Yeah, going to try and improve on it today. So we'll see what we can do.
You've been racing in F4 and F1 now, your 2nd season. You still enjoying it?
Yep.
And what's the plan after this?
I'm not sure. We'll see at the end of the year.
All right, well, look, you've got a long way to go till then. Let's first of all get you on the podium this weekend.
Yes, sir. I'm all about that.
All right, yes, sir. I've never been called sir, but all my life. Now, the other guy I want to talk to is Mexico's number 1. Yes, you got Daniel Suarez. He's a great racing driver. But what about this guy? Here's a name to remember. Manuel Rosa. I'm going to try and say it right. Did I get it right?
You got it way more right than any other commentator ever.
Oh, that is good. Oh, that's high praise. Listen, Manuel, well, your mother told me how to say it, so I got to get it right. How about today? How do you feel?
We're feeling good. I mean, we definitely found some pace yesterday when we looked at the data with the team. Unfortunately, we didn't have the fastest lap, so we're going to be starting 6th today. So a little bit of working up to the grid. Hopefully, yesterday we got a P4. I hope we can equal that result, +1, to get a podium today.
Forward, right?
Of course, 100%.
All right. Best of luck. Muy bien.
Thank you. Vamos.
Vamos! That's exactly what they say in Mexico. Great to talk to him. I know I'm going to please his mum by doing that because she reached out last night and said, hey, you got to talk to my boy. He's going well. But as you can see, it's a short and small grid here. But you know what? When Kyle Kirkwood won the first championship of FR, he had a very, very small grid. But he made the most of it, as will all of these guys. It's going to be a battle between Ryan Sheehan and Callum Hedge, but watch out for the likes of Manuel Rosa and several others, Bowlesby as well. That could be a really good fight, this. 30 minutes of racing, perfect conditions, but it is getting warmer now. So this will be the hottest conditions they've been in. So a lot to play for, but Ryan Sheehan in the 66 from second in the championship starts from pole position here for race 2 of the FR Americas Championship. Back to you, the commentary booth.
Well, Jonathan, thank you so much. I love seeing Jonathan's grid walks. He does them like nobody else. Really gets some great insight. It was really cool. You weren't here yet. I'm joined by Landon Matriano Lim. I hope I said your name right, from Shreveport, who just got out of his – he comes into the booth sweaty, just came out of his F4 car. He's got some dirt on his I guess you would call it the balaclava underwear for your chest. I don't know what you would call that, but yeah, he's got his race suit unzipped. He looks really hot, but he's got this, like, I'd call them long johns that are a little bit dirty, so I'm sure he's got a story there. But this is FR. FR is going to be really fun here at Mid-Ohio. The best conditions we've seen here this weekend. It's about 75 degrees, sunny, very few clouds, but they're high up in the sky. But the flag on the tower is blowing. There's a little bit of a headwind crosswind coming across what we're going to call the front straight, where they're going to take their standing start as we look down at these FR cars. So now that, Landon, that you have gathered your breath, what do you think about these FR cars? And I know this is your first year in F4, but are you hoping to move up to this class? Nice. Oh, I don't know if you've been to Mid-Ohio, but SVRA has been coming to Mid-Ohio since 1982, and we've got like generations of fans that come out. So even with the weather yesterday, they're still out here. We can see the flag on top of the tower. This is one of the most difficult tracks to race, as we saw yesterday in the rain in your race, because the line is so polished. They are actually repaving after this season. And were you struggling with that yesterday in the rain?
It wasn't too bad in the rain. I like my rain experience. It's always a good thing to have, for sure. But like you said, this pavement is unforgiving. This is one of what they say, one of the worst tracks in America when it rains. The racing line is a river. You can see the water flowing across it, exactly where the racing line is. So it's very difficult, but, you know, it does show improvement. Show good driving. If you make a good time out there.
Now, you're from Shreveport, Louisiana, racing with the Jensen team. How much experience had you had at NOLA before we got there?
A good 6 weekends,
really?
I'd say.
Okay.
It's a lovely track. It's so flat, so easily.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for that. I think we're having some technical issues, so I've put on a different headset. Landon has put on a different headset, so he's here. Landon has come with us from the F4 U.S. Championship. Landon Matriano Lim from Shreveport, Louisiana, racing with Jensen. Just got out of the car, hot and sweaty, a little bit dirty, because as you see here, the pavement is dry as we come around Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's keyhole turn, but the grass is wet. So if you go off at all, or if the driver in front of you goes off at all, you're going to get sprayed. These are open cockpit, open wheel cars. The F4 cars are the cars that aren't carrying that halo. These are the FR cars. But you come from racing a monster, the Ariel Atom in NASA. So go from an Ariel Atom, which I would consider kind of somewhere between an open wheel car and a sedan roadster, I guess you would call it, to this. That's got to be a huge change.
It is. It is. The Ariel's wheelbase is a lot shorter, so it's a lot twitchier as well. But the F4 car is so comfortable, and it's a lot of fun to be out there in it. And to be able to have the chance to be out here is everything.
Well, Jonathan Green, the man that did the grid walk, somehow was able to speed over here. He must have had a Honda K20 engine. And, Jonathan, you're joined by Landon Matriano Lim. And I'm going to ask you one more question, Landon.
Yes, sir.
The standing start, here at Mid-Ohio straight into turn 1, just a short shoot into turn 1. Then you've got that long keyhole. What's the strategy when those lights go out?
Of course, have the best reaction time you can get out there. Have everything you can do to keep your place right off the start. That's the huge part. Last thing you want to do is stall. That is not something you want to deal with. How's it going?
Yeah, exactly. You know, as you heard, I just spoke to Ryan. I know him pretty well. I followed his whole career, but this is a big one for him because, I mean, I hate to say it, but, I mean, you know, he raced against Callum Hedge in January and February down in New Zealand, which is, of course, where Hedge is from. And he never actually beat Hedge there. And I think it's starting to kind of show the same. But now that Hedge has got up to speed, he's really got to work on his hands because he used NOLA well, but he's really got to use Mid-Ohio even better because Hedge is on a flyer at the moment. 5 in a row, and for as a racing driver, that's Verstappen territory.
It is. He's on a roll right now for sure. That is no doubt, and I'm really looking to see how this race turns out. It's different every time you go out there, so you never know what to expect, and that's the best part of racing.
The good news for Ryan and his legion of fans, and he does have that back in Austin, Texas, and all over America, is he's a cool, level-headed guy. Not dissimilar to Hedge, who's just a cool, laid-back guy. But no, I mean, it won't get to him. Put it that way. He won't lose it and start panicking. He'll just do his business and go about it. But this start could be all important. Here we go. Watch for the 66. 2 teammates lining up on the front row. Out go the lights, away we go, and Ryan Sheehan comes across to try to stop the 17 from taking advantage, but they're side by side. Cooper Vecklin in 3rd position in the 19, but it is going to be the 17 of Callum Hedge who gets the advantage. He really did get a flying start, and Ryan Sheehan, I don't know if you'd agree, Landon, has got to pounce back quickly.
He does. He needs to make a move right off the start. These downforce cars, you don't want to sit behind each other for too long. That'll just destroy the tires out there. So.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that, because obviously most people at home, and my mum and dad are watching, they've never been in a race car.
Oh, yeah.
They've been around racing, but downforce, explain it, because like you say, it's different than racing when you're wheel-to-wheel in a road car because of those effects of downforce.
Absolutely. The more downforce, the more grip, but you have to have the speed for the downforce. So without that, you're not going to have much, which is why, these guys are going 150 miles an hour, and they can stop on a dime. It's so impressive, and that's all due to the downforce and the grip that it'll give you.
Yeah, well, just like yourself and the rest of the competitors in F4 and F1, very limited practice here at Mid-Ohio, which is a tricky circuit at the best of times, but to add the rain to it yesterday and Friday was a real problem. So this is their first real clean run at it, so we can perhaps expect some mistakes or perhaps expect some surprises, and maybe everybody not as dialed in on a dry track as they'd like. I'm sure you would have wanted more time dry running, right?
Absolutely, yes. The one time I was here before, it was also wet. So
okay.
I think I would have rather it rained, odd enough. But doing what we can, everything's a learning opportunity. So taking every chance we get.
We're looking at Oliver Westling now trying to make his way past the 22, which he does do with ease. And Oliver Westling had an up and down day yesterday, ended up in the gravel. I talked to him just before the start of the race, and he said that, yeah, the tyres were just cold, and he made a classic motor racing mistake of just going a little too hard on those tyres early on, and that led him to the gravel trap. He did recover, mind you, but it wasn't to be for him, so he's going to try and make it up in this one. One more race to go at the end of the afternoon, and it's getting hot out there, Landon. Did you notice it yourself in your race?
Oh, it is. It definitely is, and when you're in the car, it affects you. You're out there for 30 minutes for this race, and it feels like you're doing an endurance race for an hour. It takes so much out of you.
And I've never been in racing driving, but I have to say I've done a fair few ride-alongs and two-seaters and so on, and I had no idea. And I suppose now I should have done, but I don't think the watching audience, it looks on TV so smooth, so nice, so precise, and it looks like you're out on a Sunday afternoon in your Honda Civic, even that's what's in the back, but it's nothing like that. It's almost violent, isn't it?
Oh, it really is at any point in time. You're trying to be on the edge of the grip at every given moment. So the car will slip, you'll see a couple people drift, and that's being on the limit. That's what you have to be at every second. So.
And also what I've learned from talking to guys that go from F4 to FR is what they call twitchy. And what I mean by that is The cars are much more, if you turn the wheel, if you put the power down, it reacts and says, oh, you want me to go? It's like a thoroughbred racehorse. Oh, you want me to go there? Okay, I'll go there. If you want me to go here, I'll go here. So compared to, let's say, a road car or even an F4, you've got to be so much more precise in your input. But also, if you get it wrong, it's so unforgiving. It doesn't give you a chance to get back, does it?
It does. It does. The F4 cars are more forgiving, of course, than the FR, but that's just because they're going at a little slower speed, huh?
Exactly right. Yeah, the faster you go, the harder it is, and that's why we love to watch the Indy 500 or the Monaco Grand Prix, because they really are the best of the best. Hedge, Sheehan, and Becklin, that's your top three, and Sheehan has got work to do. He's half a second down already with 30 minutes to go on Callum Hedge. And because it's a small field, traffic won't come into play. It's not like he's going to have to side his way through a massive F4 field. He is going to be out and out the front. Boldsby, fifth at the moment, got his best of fifth last night, or yesterday I should say. And as you heard, I spoke to him, and he's got his confidence way up after that result. But he's got Manuel Rosa, right behind him in the 12, the young Mexican driver. And so this is a nice little battle too, because Westling leading it in fourth position, and they've got quite a gap now between fourth position and that top three battle, with Becklin trying to catch up. The gap though between Hedge and Sheehan slightly increasing again by a tenth, 0.6 now, as Oliver Westling in the blue and light blue number 1 trails down that back straight towards turn 4. Do you like the circuit?
This is actually probably my favorite track now. I absolutely love it. It's so demanding and so physical, and the room for error is very, very small. So it makes it more rewarding if you're able to do good.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, it's absolutely what you live for. And I know that drivers like to be challenged. There's nothing worse than a really simple sort of square track where you've got no excitement. You really want to be challenged all the way. These are the pictures you don't see when you're racing. Look at the intensity here. They're all over watching the timing and everything else. But they should be too. Oliver Westling under pressure then from Bowlesby and Rosa. Clerk coming into the championship, as is Hewitt this weekend. And Austin Hill, as we heard, the youngest ever winner in the previous championship, and now trying to do the same. We had Austin here in the booth just a moment ago. So we wish him well. And Clerk in his first weekend of racing, and a real baptism of fire coming to Mid-Ohio. As Landon says, it's one of the toughest courses to get your head round. I mean, any circuit is easy slowly. Absolutely. But when you get into that tenths of a second, that's when it gets challenging.
It's hard to bring down that margin.
Yeah,
but that's
everything's fine. Everybody goes, oh, you were within a second of so-and-so. Well, yeah, okay. Well, when I'm in a tenth of a second behind him, then I'll start talking about how good it's going.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it is. Motor racing is a tough one. It's increments of tenths of a second. And very hard indeed to be precise, because you're all doing almost identical times. I mean, just to give you an example, 1:21.6 by the leader Callum Hedge, 1:22.7 by Hayden Bowlesby. So there's your gap of 1 second. But between that is a whole group. Ryan Sheehan, for example, is only, in fact, actually in that last lap, Sheehan went faster than Hedge, a 1:21.3 compared to Hedge's 1:21.4. So just a tenth of a second, that's all there is, but that can be the difference. The gap now down to 0.5 again, and that's what Ryan will try and work on. Will he be aware of the fact that he's taken a tenth off Hedge to that one, or will he see it himself?
He might. You actually might see it. It's always a good feeling knowing that you're just that much closer. And the
but you can feel it, can't you? You know when you've gone on a good lap. You know when you know, oh, that was a good one.
Exactly. You know when you hit your marks and it just feels good. Everything flows. You don't have any worries. Of course, you got to keep it on the limit, but you know when it's there, it's there.
See, I made the classic mistake. I've got too big an ego to be a racing driver. So I do a really nice lap and I go, boy, that was good. I wonder if those guys saw it. I wonder if those guys... I hope everybody saw what a great lap that was. By the time I got to turn 4, I'd already gone 3/10 slower than the previous lap. So then
the consistency is everything. They have to keep up their best pace the entire 35 minutes of the race. Yeah. So,
you know, I always say motor racing, as in life, it takes a lot of discipline to do this. Everybody says, oh, I'd love to be a racing driver, but it's actually a really hard job, because you've got a team like this behind you they're expecting you to do the business. You've got a team manager who won't put up with any rubbish, is watching everything and has probably got 30 years experience. And in the case of Crosslink Kiwi, they certainly have. Stephen Giles, once a Formula One McLaren engineer for Mika Hakkinen of all people. So yes, there's a lot of experience back there. I just spoke to ex-Formula One driver Roberto Moreno, another man connected with the Crosslink Kiwi team. So don't think for 1 minute that the people on the sidelines are nobodies. They are very expert, and they have seen it all, and they have raced against the very best in the world over the years. So yes, it's a pressure cooker, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Everyone on the team is doing their job all the time. You can see it if you look in the pits, if you look on the pit wall. They are always moving, always on top of something. Everyone's working together to get a result. And that's the best part of racing, having a whole team behind you, putting their trust in you to be a driver, to go out and give them the result they want.
But as a youngster, that's a lot of pressure too, simply because, you know, I mean, you're not used to, I mean, yeah, you can play on a soccer team or a football team, and the team is the team, but this is all about you.
It is.
I mean, you're like the quarterback, but like you've got to throw the ball and catch it.
Yes, absolutely. The execution is all about you. You're all that matters out there. So you got to focus on everything you can do to be the best driver possible.
Well, Cooper Becklin just did a very quick lap. He just did a 1:21.1, the fastest lap of the race, only a 10th off Callum Hedge. And remember, it's important to get those fastest laps because that helps you in the next race and decides where you're going to start. So there is a battle in the battle, if you will. And Becklin putting in a great lap and staying in the hunt in third place. And if, for example, Sheehan can get on level terms with Hedge and start to battle, that will automatically slow both of them down a little bit as they battle and they move across the line and change lines. And that may help Cooper Becklin from third place get on board. But here are your leaders coming into 4. Let's say, how would you play this, Landon? You know that you've got exactly the same equipment, you're in the same team, you've now seen what Callum can do. How would you go about trying to beat him?
The biggest thing, keeping your head down.
Yeah.
You cannot lose your concentration for a second. That's what I've learned so much in racing in general. You lose your concentration one moment, you make a mistake. Guy in front's not going to make a mistake, so you have to do everything you can. Now, pulling out to the side, pulling for a pass, will keep you in their mirrors. That might make them make a mistake.
Yeah.
You'll do everything you can to put yourself forward, focusing on yourself, but keeping in mind what you can to make a move.
And that's exactly what she is doing at the three-dimensional services group carousel, and he is on the carousel right now as lap by lap he's getting closer and closer to Callum Hedge. And you're right, it's something that I've only just over the last few years realized, that you don't have to make the overtake, you have to force the other guy to give you that opportunity.
Exactly, yeah, that's almost the entirety of it. You know?
Well, it is, but people don't think about that. They think, oh, he's lining him up for an overtake, and here he goes at turn 4. That's the most obvious place. But there's more to it than that. I mean, even now, I can tell that he's not going to be able to overtake me at turn 4 this lap. So now he's got to work on the rest of the lap to get into a, 2 lengths closer for the next lap. And that means he's got to take this corner well, but now the next 5 corners have got to be just as good.
Exactly. He has to set himself up for where he knows he can pass, and going into 2 and going into 4 are the easiest places here.
How do you train? A lot of people now your age doing the simulators and working, because obviously it's expensive. You want to race you're going to a racetrack every day, unless you're Lance Stroll and your dad owns a track.
Yes.
Sorry, Lance, but he does. But you know, you don't get on a track every day. It costs a lot of money. So the sim has become the go-to.
It does. It really is. Yeah, the sim. Anything you can do for training, being in the gym, going on the simulator, even mental training, because that is some of the biggest part. You got to have mental strength to be in this sport, especially with this heat out here. 30 minutes of heat the entire time, keeping your mental focus.
Yeah, you know, talking about that mental focus, literally the entire field within half a second on that last lap. That just shows
that's
you.
Impressive.
Very impressive. They all did their fastest laps, and in fact, even Cole Kleck, the new man, and Austin Hill doing their fastest laps on that last lap. Hedge, though, also topping his best lap, getting into the 120s, a 120.8, and he has reacted to Ryan Sheehan and taken the gap back up to 0.6. So Ryan's got to rethink it now.
He does. They're all putting in the work, and it's so impressive what these FR guys are doing. You know, it shows their development from F4 to FR, or the other series they came from, why they have a place in FR.
What's your plan? Are you hoping to get into this series next, or where would you go?
Yes, sir. That's the plan. Be able to do what I can to show improvement in F4 to have a place in FR, because it takes work, and I want to show that I'll put in the work to make a career out of this.
And what is your ultimate ambition?
I would love to be a paid professional. Like we talked about earlier with the team, I would love to just have a team that will do everything they can to put out a car and has their faith in me as a driver that I can put them on the podium.
Well, it's good to hear you say that, because I had Dakota Dickerson in here a few years ago. That was his ambition. He's now working with Honda in sports car racing. Kyle Kirkwood, I spoke to him straight after Long Beach, and he's become a good friend because he came in here back in the day. And that's the beauty for my job, is I get to meet you guys before it becomes big time.
That's the best part.
And seeing Kyle upside down at the Indy 500, I was like, ah! I called him afterwards and said, you all right? And he goes, yeah, I'm fine. But that's the beauty of it, and that's what we're hoping here, guys. As you watch this on our live stream, remember, you may not know all the names sitting next to me here in the booth, and you may not know all the names that are here on track, but some of these guys will be household names and competing at the 500 or competing potentially to get into Formula 2 or Formula 1, following the footsteps of Logan Sargent, following in the footsteps of the likes of Jack Crawford, Juan Manuel Correa, Hunter Yaney, a champion here in F4 and in FR, and now in FIA F3. So, you know, keep an eye on the names, and if you're a fan, well, Manuel Rosa could be the next Daniel Suarez for all we know. And certainly Callum Hedge, I've already picked him out as man for the future. He's racing for Earl Bamber, and that's a big accolade. Another New Zealander that made it here, both worldwide and in the States. But Earl Bamber's team now in Australia in the Carrera Cup, who Callum races for. He won the rookie prize in that championship. And it's really no surprise to see Callum Hedge, just 19 years of age, the youngest Formula 4 champion in his country, and also a winner as a rookie in 86's, the Tin Tops. So he's already comes with a pedigree, and he's got a busy year. He's doing 3 championships this season alone. Bet you'd like to do that.
Oh, yes, of course. Any seat time in a race car, that's where I'd love to be.
Absolutely. Well, he's done it again, has Ryan. He's caught back the gap, in my opinion. The gap is down to 0.2, and he's as close as he's been. Now, the question is, Landon, and you're the racing driver, how is he going to make the pass and where?
Seems like he missed his opportunity in 4, but he is putting the pressure on Hedge. So all he can do right now is, once again, get ready to set it up for coming up to either 2 or 4. Right now, he's got to focus and really dial in, make sure he does not lose that gap.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny, Hedgie saying to me just before the race, you know, I said, you didn't get the fastest lap yesterday. He goes, yeah, I made the mistake of having too much fun. So,
you're supposed to have fun when you're in the race car.
Exactly. I always say to drivers when they get out and they're on the podium, and Ben knows this, it's like, give me a smile. Everybody else is mowing the lawn and taking the kids to basketball. Give me a smile. You're living the dream. Callum has been instructed to turn off his rain light. Okay, that's the rain light. That's that flashing light you see there. So he's been instructed. Now, can he do that physically in the car? I guess so.
Yes, you can. It's just a button on the steering wheel, but I noticed in the F4 car, you can't turn the rain light on or off unless you're off the throttle.
Oh.
So I'm not sure if that's the same in the FR car, so he might have to do it mid-corner.
If I know Callum, he's just doing the reverse psychology, which is, you know, in sports car racing where your flashlight's going, I'm coming through, I'm so much faster than you, and the guy in front's going, no, you're not, or you'd be past me by now.
Mental
stuff.
It's mental.
Oh, it's a mental game, this game. I love it. So let's see if he does turn it. Well, yeah. How do you set up to? Oh, I'll let off the throttle, and I'll turn off the brake, and then I'll get overtaken.
Exactly.
I'm sure he's ignoring that. He's got some great sponsors, has Callum Hedge. I mentioned the Gill Trap group, and he's also had the Kiwi Driver Fund behind him, and many others. And it is a small country, New Zealand, but that's why they've been able to produce so many good drivers along the way, is that they get behind their drivers, put money behind them. The ones that are good, they send them to an elite academy, many of them, and they put them through their paces. And it's not just racing, it's also media and sponsorship and so on and so forth. And that's how they get them to go international racing, and it's certainly working for them. We have a plethora of great international Kiwi drivers here currently in the USA. 3 in Indy cars alone, another in Hunter McElrea in Indy Next. And in fact, actually, as these two get closer, Beckland's coming, and coming quick. Beckland's put in some last good laps in the last few laps. A 1:21.0 last time out in third place. There he is with the yellow nose cone. And this is a good opportunity. And remember, they're all in the same team, these three. So it must be heck in the team meetings about sharing data and how you're getting on. And I got the advantage here. You guys don't like to share too much, do you?
I don't doubt. They have a huge team, so they've got a lot of stuff to share. But, you know, when they're out there, it's them on their own. It's each individual. But Hedge and Sheehan fighting really has brought Becklin into it as well. So I wonder if that will also bring the gap down from fourth for Westling.
What they're hoping is that they really don't want to have any form of safety car now or a situation where yellow flags come out, because that will slow everything down, and Hedge's advantage, slim as it might be, will dissipate completely, and then he'll have to do a restart, and that's always a challenge. But this is as close as Ryan Sheehan has been, and this is great racing between the pair of them. They both got really good racecraft, and Ryan Sheehan is pushing on now. 15 minutes to go. Plenty of time, Landon.
He's got a lot of time to think, and he's putting on the pressure. He's already put on the pressure for a good 10 minutes now. He's been on top of Hedge, so let's see if he can make a move going into 4 coming up.
Now, you're working with Jensen, a smaller team or a smaller number of cars in the team, but I saw you in I was coming over to say hello yesterday, but you were deep in conversation with your team, so I left you to it. But good setup?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely love this team. This team does so much for me. And like I said, you know, if you look, everyone's always doing something all the time to benefit the team.
Is there one area you would like to get better on?
Racing-wise?
Yeah.
My brakes.
Okay, braking. That's not a surprise.
Braking is one of the most fine-tuned things, because you can hit the brakes as hard as you want, but if you lock up, that's a problem. If you're on the brakes too long, that's a problem.
Yeah.
So it's such a fine margin with that.
And also, we talk about the finesse, and I mentioned that it's almost violent. I had no realization until I stepped into it was a Formula first. But you've got to stomp on the brakes. You physically got to hit those things.
Yes, sir. 2,000 PSI is like the top if you're going over the hill and everything. And it's a workout. You're leg pressing, so much weight.
You know, I
have to do that for 30 minutes.
I talked to Ben Mayer, who's 15 years old. He's in Trans Am. And he has got a huge car, 550 brake horsepower. And before the Detroit race, I said, what are you struggling with? He goes, coming into turn 3 at Detroit, I've got to literally launch my foot towards the brake and hope that it that it stops. Because he said, I haven't got the strength. I've not been working out in the gym. And I kind of I was about to say, well, you better start doing that because all of you guys need to be fit.
Absolutely, yeah. Everything I do at home, when I'm not at the racetrack, it's training for the racetrack. Going to the gym consistently every day, doing everything you can to gain strength, but still stay slim and small for a race car driver.
This is really becoming a cat and mouse game. At the moment, it seems that Callum Hedge in the first 2 sectors, the first half of the track, is quicker, and then through the twiddly bits, if you will, and that could be down to setup, I suppose. I'll let you tell me. But through this section, this is where Ryan is really catching up, if you will, and getting into the carousel right behind him, as we've seen on several occasions. So is that setup only, or is it craft?
It might be a little bit of both. There's slight adjustments they can do with the downforce setup. So maybe he has a little bit more, so those sharper, tighter sections in the back, he's able to handle more speed and have more grip through there. And if Hedge has a little less downforce on his wings, well, he's going to take him on the straights.
Well, this is an intriguing F3 race. We've seen a few washouts in terms of domination anyway. Certainly Road America, Callum Hedge was in a world of his own. Yesterday, he was 12 seconds up the road at one point. This is not the case today, and I'm glad to see it. Meanwhile, Westlink, Bowlesby, still going at it, and Rosa in 6th place right there as well. This 3-way battle has continued, and it's just as intense as the one at the front at the moment. But Westling, Oliver Westling, in the all light blue car, number 1, doing the business and holding off the 22 for now.
Absolutely, he's done a good job holding him back so far. They've all been very close this entire race, so that's a lot of pressure to
Yeah, that is a lot of pressure. And I know that Hayden Bowlesby really wants this, because 5th yesterday was the best finish. And he's been around this championship. He did F4 for a couple of seasons. This is his second season in FR, and to get that best result yesterday, and you saw when I spoke to him, he really is up for going one better today. So he'll certainly be pushing on as much as he can in the closing stages of this one. 11 minutes to go. And Alan and I wonder, when do you start thinking about the end of the race and about how the car's changing, and how much does it change in that 30-minute race?
It feels like forever when you're out there.
Yeah.
It really does. So every chance that you get, the team might come on the radio and say, oh, there's 10 minutes left. You're like, oh, sweet. Only 10 minutes.
Great.
But then it turns out to feel like 20.
What's for lunch?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you like to have your engineer in your ear, or do you prefer to get on with it?
It depends. It can vary for each race. There's times where you just need to zone in, and there's times where it is helpful to have, a little reminder about little things that you need to focus on.
As Kimmy once said, leave me alone, I got this! Yeah,
I know what I'm doing.
Each is different, yeah. And then there's Yuki Tsunoda, who is also racing against the single-seaters not that long ago, in FR himself. And I love listening to his radio in Formula One now, because he is shouting away and screaming at other drivers. They've had to literally get a mental coach to calm him down. And it's so un-Japanese because they're so polite.
Yes, exactly. Polite, reserved.
He's the opposite. He's grown up in England at Carlin, and obviously they've taught him all the English he needs to know, all the wrong words he needs to know. Trevor Carlin and his team, well known for it, taking foreign drivers and making them into terrible English speakers, using the wrong words on the podium and all the rest of it. But we love Trevor Carlin. We love their achievements, especially at this level. And they are world-renowned for bringing some of the best drivers through, including Sebastian Vettel, I may add. So, here we go, into turn one. It's still neck and neck at the front, but this battle is getting really interesting. Westlick just pulling away slightly and using the time, less than 10 minutes now, to try and extend his gap from 4th place to Hayden Bowlesby in 5th. Rosa is 6th and still going there. It's a nice tight battle, but they're some way off. And in fact, the boys at the front have gone even quicker. The top 3 have all done their personal best in that last lap. A 1:20.8 from Callan Hedge, a 1:20.9 by Sheehan, and a 1:20.8 by Becklin. That's how close it is. A 10th between the 3 of them.
That is such a tight margin. That's beautiful to see. That's exactly what's so good about racing, is when you find those tight-knit groups, and that makes the racing so interesting. And running together with each other, they're all fast guys, so they're all going to force each other to improve.
Now, did you start by karting?
I did not, actually.
Okay.
No, sir.
But so many of them do. And
yes,
I've been beaten in karts by so many 9-year-olds because they're half my size and half my weight.
Oh, yeah.
So I always say, well, he's half my weight. And I was about to give you the secret. Cooper Becklin is going quicker than the leader, and yet he's at a disadvantage. And you know why? He's 6 foot something. I don't know how big he is, but he's a high jumper.
I've seen him.
He is. He was a university high jumper. And so he's a tall, lean figure, and therefore probably, certainly in Ryan Sheehan's case, a lot bigger as a guy, and so therefore just probably carrying a couple of kilos more, and that's all it might take.
That's team strategy. That's like what I was talking about earlier, training at the gym. You want to gain the strength, but you don't want to gain
Right, you don't want to build
size.
muscle.
Exactly.
No. Yeah, it's weird. Racing drivers have very different athletic muscles. They have upper body muscles, which is important.
Yes.
They have neck muscles, which are important. But after that, you certainly don't want to be building leg muscle. I mean, you don't want soccer legs or football legs or whatever. You don't want to be building up the protein. It's quite a science, in fact, and it's a big part of modern day racing. Are you on top of all that?
I'm trying to now that
you look svelte.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. I have my background was in gymnastics. So
okay, well then you know exactly.
Keep
what I'm
limber,
about.
nice and small, but strong.
Yeah, and in fact, actually, I would have thought a build for gymnastics and the understanding of what the body needs to be supple and what it needs to do is perfect for motor racing.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so happy that I have gymnastics as my background athletically. It's helped overall so much with injury prevention and everything coming into it.
Well, we've got some mechanical gymnastics going on out there right now, because look at this race. It's a three-way battle for the win right now, and there's nothing between. You can throw a blanket over them. Out of the keyhole they come, and it is the Kiwi Callum Hedge leading Ryan Sheehan from Austin, Texas, and Cooper Becklin in third. Now we come down, and this is the closest that Ryan Sheehan's been coming into 4, but is he close enough? He thinks about it, but he decides maybe not this time. Because the other thing is, if he goes for that move, he's got to make it stick. But he's also now wary, surely, in his mirrors, that Cooper Becklin is all over him. That's really hard, because you're trying to concentrate on two things.
Absolutely, yeah. He's right in the middle of a sandwich.
Yep.
He's trying to make a move, but he has to be aware of the guy behind him, because if he tries to make a move, or Sheehan tries to make a move on Hedge, well, that might give an opportunity for Becklin to just pull right by both of them.
Yeah, and there is a little bit, with the downforce that we were talking about, there's an advantage of being the third guy in that group of three, because you're getting the best air, but then it gets dirtier and dirtier and gets more sort of, it gets harder, put it that way. The car moves with the air and doesn't like to be stuck behind another car like this. So, you want to use it, but you want to get out of it as quickly as possible and make the move. But Becklin perhaps in the best advantage, whereas Ryan Sheehan is probably getting the air from behind, from in front, and also having to defend from behind. So really tough racing, but these three putting on an exhibition here in FR Americas. This is exactly what Tony Pirelli and the organizers want to see. Good, clean racing, highest quality cars, and some really good racecraft of our future super champions of the future for sure. But Cooper Becklin, this is the best performance I've seen him do in a while. I've watched Cooper for a while now, and this is a really good effort by him. It's almost like they're in unison as they're putting, you can hear from the notes of the cars how they're braking and accelerating in almost identical positions, so it really is that close. The drone gives you, look at the drive that Callum Hedge got out of there going down towards Thunder Hill. Nicely done, and that's exactly what we were saying. He's got to pick his moments to get away, and you can see by the head movement that he's got his head down. That's exactly what you said at the start of this race. Get your head down. Absolutely. And he's doing just that.
He is. He's been focused this whole time. You can tell he's not making any mistakes. I haven't seen a single lockup this entire race, actually. So I'm impressed by all the guys.
It's really impressive. And I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again because it is so important. Honda have put $600,000 up as a prize, or at least $600,000 worth of racing prize, to go and race in Japan's #1 series Super Formula. The likes of Pierre Gasly, the likes of Liam Lawson, currently in Japan, racing there, and in second place actually at the moment in the championship, but already an early leader in that championship. But he, of course, is the reserve driver for Formula One, remember, Red Bull Formula One and Toro Rosso. So that's how close you are to the finish line that is Formula One. And the guy that wins this championship, and it could be any one of these three, will have that opportunity. The same. Raul Hyman's there right now. He won this series by a country mile last year. And he's over there right now doing exactly that. I saw him in Miami. But what a prize, Landon.
The opportunity they give you for that is just ridiculous. To go in Japan, have a full season of Super Formula. That's why so many people, I think, have come to America to race in FR as well. You know, like Hedge, correct, from New Zealand, came here for that opportunity.
Exactly.
You know? It's a great path to be on.
Well, it was funny because I was in New Zealand when he signed, because he signed straight after the series down there to race in to race in Porsche Carrera Cup, which he'd done the year before, and we thought that was it. But then they said, well, why don't you do both? Because the championships align where you, as long as you don't mind being on a plane, and has he been one, 29 hours his last trip, from Darwin all the way in Australia, where he was, I think, on the podium there, all the way back here. So it's been a hell of a trip, but 19, yeah, you can bounce back quick. Come on, Ryan, let's see if you've got it. Here we go.
Going for a
this
move.
Could be the race. Oh, he thought about it, and he's literally in the exhaust fumes. And Becklin is going, well, you go and I'll go. And Becklin's getting itchy now. Oh, this is great racing. Landon, you came for the right one here.
Oh, yes. Everybody's getting antsy. It's the last 2.5 minutes of the race, and they're all pushing it to the limit.
Well, he gave him a nose, showed him a nose at 4. Here we come through the valley again, and he's very close indeed. But I wonder whether Becklin's actually thinking, you know what? I'm going to surprise both of them. I'm certainly going to try and see if I can get past Ryan Sheehan. And I think Sheehan's trying to pull the plug here because he doesn't want that opportunity to go to Becklin. This could end in tears for both of them, but out of the carousel again, and Sheehan is ever so close. No white flag yet. 2 minutes to go. There's Stephen Giles, the man I mentioned before, the former engineer for McLaren Formula One, runs his own team back in New Zealand, but comes over in the New Zealand winter, if you will, to come out here for the summer and race with Crosslink Kiwi. A very good idea. And that's where he spots his talent for the future as well. What a nail-blighting race.
Sheehan's working on that move, but he's got to be careful. If he's too focused on Hedge, Becklin might swoop in.
Yep, exactly right. And in fact, Hedge has reacted well because he just gapped him enough here down that back straight where it makes it not impossible, but very hard to make an overtake. And you see it there. Cooper Becklin was starting to see mistakes. Now, what does that feel like? Will that affect the car when you lock up like that? It wasn't too heavy, was it?
It's not too bad, but mentally,
yeah,
that'll get you, because if you make a mistake and that guy in front of you doesn't, well, you're worried about that gap rising, but it looks like it wasn't too bad.
You see, mentally, I'd be still slapping myself as we turn into this right-hander
yes.
for being such an idiot. But I suppose you just go, right, wipe it off, let's go. Keep forgetting it.
It sucks, but you got to move on.
Move on.
Ready for the next move.
Next. All right, here we go. And another wiggle there from Becklin. But he's pushing on, and another lock up there. He is going to be beating himself up because he's making mistakes, but he's pushing hard, and you can see it physically for yourself. This is motor racing at its very finest. There's the white flag. We've got 1 lap to go. It's Hedge from New Zealand. America's Ryan Sheehan, trying to be the top American and follow in the footsteps of Raoul Hyman from last year, the Englishman who went on to Japan. And Cooper Becklin, likewise, another American on the way up. This has been good pressure, though, by Hedge. I hope he doesn't get dinged for having that rain light on, but we'll see. But either way, he's put on an accomplished performance because he didn't start pole. He took the lead right into the first corner, and since then he's never looked back. Time running out now, Landon, and I wonder whether Ryan can do anything here.
It's very hard to make a move through 5 to 9. It is such a tight section, you just have to follow behind. But let's see if he's able to make a move around the carousel at 12 at the very end of the race.
Yeah, that's literally it, isn't it? Because this whole section is almost impossible to make a move. I've seen a couple of surprise overtakes at the carousel. Boy, he's got good drive. This is as close as he's been. He's coming out. He's popping out. Hedge defends nicely. That's good racing with the pair of them. Excellent stuff as we come down to the finish line. Callum Hedge, head down and going. They said the Kiwis couldn't fly. Well, I forget that because he is flying right now. Coming out of the carousel, the three-dimensional group carousel, to take victory and take the checkered flag. Hedge wins 6 in a row, 6 of the best. That is brilliant. And Stephen Giles has seen some great drivers at his time, but that was right up there. Handshakes all. Everybody satisfied with that. Business as usual for Kiwi Motorsports. Excellent stuff. The handshakes go all round. Sheehan did everything in his power to try and stop him. Likewise did Becklin. Wessling held on for 4th. Bowlesby will take another 5th place. And then Rosa takes 6th. Clegg in 7th place. Hill and Hewitt. And that was, wow, that was top draw, wasn't it, Landon?
That was an absolutely amazing race. Those guys gave it their all, and that was so fun to watch. And I thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Not at all. What's your plan for the next race? Any changes?
Get ready.
Get ready. But
mentally,
no, the car's
everything.
Okay?
Yes, car will be fine and ready to get back out there. It's just got to make improvements and try and get the best result of the season so far for myself.
Landon Matriano Lim from Shreveport, Louisiana, and driving the number 2, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we look forward to that. So stand by and watch out for the number 2 Jensen prepared car of Landon, and we look forward to him being in action later this afternoon. But that was a good, fun race. That's motor racing at its best, folks. Callum Hedge then with a brilliant win for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. A 1-2-3 for the team. Ryan Sheehan 2nd place, and he just keeps putting in those 2nd places, and that's what you've got to do if you want to keep in there and keep your head down and go for the championship. Cooper Becklin in 3rd, Wessling in 4th, Hayden Bowlesby 5th, Manuel Rosa in 6th, Cole Clerk in 7th place, Austin Hill 8th, in fact he got 7th yesterday, I think, and then Max Hewitt in 9th position. Good to see Max back in a race car. He was telling us yesterday. We'll take a short break here from Mid-Ohio in these beautiful race conditions here, and we'll be looking forward to the next race coming up soon. But of course, that was a race that had so much. It really did. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that race, because it really was top draw. And it started off, and in fact the race was won and lost in many ways at the first corner. Hedge swinging around the outside and taking the lead. No real drama, some good overtakes and some good jostling for position. Cooper Becklin impressed me in third position. He was a long way back at the start of the race, but really, bit by bit, reeled these two in. Ryan Sheehan was picture perfect. He didn't put a foot wrong, but nor did Hedge, mind you. And that's something you need to remark on. It's all very well winning a race, but you've got to do it without making any mistakes. And Callum Hedge did just that. Another perfect result for him. 6 in a row now. And very similar to Ryle Hyman from last year. Well done. Callum Hedge wins at Mid-Ohio. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be back from Mid-Ohio after this.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch! At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
As manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexity and compressed timing, the three-dimensional services group offers 7 facilities with over 500,000 square feet of dedicated, on-demand manufacturing floor space. Metal or plastic, we support a wide range of industries, from some of the world's best-known companies to startups. With unparalleled investment in leading-edge manufacturing technology and automation to keep all phases of a project in-house.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hey everyone, welcome to Mid-Ohio Sportscar Course and the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers TA2 Series from Mid-Ohio. We're at the halfway point in the series, and boy, it couldn't be a better poised championship. With me, one of the greats of Trans Am. Delighted to have him on board this weekend, and kind of poignant too, because he started young in Trans Am, and right now, Wally Dollenbach, we have got a fantastic series here because we've got youngsters fighting hard against our ex-champions and current champions in Thomas Merrill.
Yeah, there's a ton of talent in the Trans Am 2 series right now. And, you know, when I first started in Trans Am was in 1984. And, you know, it really my career took off because of what we did in Trans Am. I ran our own team. My sister's boyfriend and I was a factory driver the next year. So this is a great development series, but you've got a really good mix of some veterans like Matos, and you got these young guys, but these young guys come into the series, they're awesome drivers. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see the mix today.
Now, Rafa Matos is on the pole. He's right there just behind us, and that's important for him because Mid-Ohio can be, as you well know, a pivotal turning point in the middle of a Trans Am series because it's always in the middle of the year. Right now, 14 points, the lead that Brent Cruz, just 15 years of age, has over the likes of Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos, and Connor Zillage. Now, what about this particular track? The potential is for rain halfway through the race. This is going to be really interesting, and it's going to test them, isn't it?
Well, first of all, when you're at this point in the season, 14 points does not mean anything. If you're running for the championship, you're just focusing on wins, and then you start worrying about points racing later on in the season. But this racetrack it's very challenging. There's like 3 good places for outbraking somebody here. The rest of the place, it's a very rhythm racetrack, and there's places you can pass, but it's very high risk. So that's what makes this racetrack so much fun, because you're busy all the time. Got a good backstretch, but there's only a couple of really good braking zones here.
Other big story, Connor Zillage in the championship hunt, 16 years of age for Silver Hair Racing. He did an amazing job at Detroit going from the back after a technical infringement, having got the pole, had to start at the back, but still won the race, and he has to do it again today. But is Mid-Ohio harder?
It doesn't really matter where you're racing from. If you're coming from the back, it's hard. And, you know, this place is a little bit more difficult, like I said, because he's going to be one of those guys that's going to be probably taking the high-risk pass. He has to. He doesn't have a lot of time, and he can't wait a whole lap to set somebody up to make a outbraking maneuver on the backstretch. So he's going to be pretty exciting to watch because he's going to be coming through the field. There's quite a few guys here that didn't qualify as well as they practiced, that had problems, and that they're going to go forward. So I think we're going to see some passing today.
Well, me and Wally are going to go to the commentary booth and take you through the race. But two things to look for. One is Connor Zilic. The other, Thomas Merrill, our championship winner last year and turned around the season to go for that championship right here at Mid-Ohio. Big race for him and Cope Racing. Also, Rafa Matos, importantly, on the pole. Once he's good and on the pole here, Matos can be unstoppable. He is our Motul pole winner, and he is speaking to Ben Sissel. We'll take a short break, and we'll hear what he has to say about the race today here at Mid-Ohio. Join us after this.
A force of nature? Man, that's good water. I feel like Chuck Norris. Seaforce water is a force of nature. What can it do for you?
For low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies, utilizing the latest manufacturing technology and automation, which 3D continually invest in. We are able to deliver high quality parts rather than empty promises. 3D takes on the jobs our competitors simply can't. The Three-Dimensional Services Group loves the challenge. Our team is your team. The Three-Dimensional Services Group, prototype, production, proven.
Thanks, Rafa. Yeah, well, thank you. And Jonathan alluded to Rafa Matos winning that Motul Pole Award, and Mid-Ohio, with the clouds looking the way they are, this seems like a pretty valuable pole to have, Rafa.
Yes, definitely much needed pole position for the team. After a tough weekend in Detroit, we lost 2 cars there. The team worked really hard building Doug Peters on a new car, and the car was really good in qualifying yesterday. We made some overnight changes. Hopefully we'll stay dry. It didn't look very good early on, but it looks like the rain is breaking up. So hopefully we'll have a dry race and win this thing, collect some points, and go to Road America.
Now, Rafa, I got to say something. You make that Motul hat look so good. The Motul Pole Award, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels nice to wear this hat. Hopefully it's our second pole this year, my 10th pole position. Running this series for 7 years, so it's quite a good achievement. It's getting harder and harder by the day. The series is extremely competitive, so we'll keep this streak alive.
Nice. Thank you, Rafa. So let's come over here and meet qualified third, but a big story, and this kind of goes back to Detroit, is Connor Zilic, I believe, qualified second, but was late to the grid, and we do close our grid, so he's starting in the back of the pack like he did at Detroit and ended up winning the race. So maybe that's the team strategy, not sure. But let's come around and talk to Carson Quapple, and that's something I want to point out to Wally Dallenbach and Jonathan. So it is pronounced Carson Quapple. Welcome to the series, man. So good to have you here, and obviously you're already fast.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good car. Scott and the whole SLR team has given me a really fast Camaro today, and obviously they do a pretty good job. I have no clue what I'm doing out here. And first time road course racing on a big track. Anything bigger than a kart or a legend car I've never ran on. So hopefully this rain here holds off. I don't think it's probably gonna, but it'll be a first for me to road course with a big car, and probably in the rain too. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we can bring a home in one piece.
Now, I see you're wearing the Junior Motorsports badge and the Chevrolet logo. So do you have some kind of development deal with them?
Yeah, I got hooked up with Chevy, and those guys put this whole deal together here, Josh and all the guys over there. And I can't thank them enough for what they've done for me so far this season, last season. Just out here having fun, trying to learn a little bit different discipline. I feel like I've gotten pretty decent at the dirt stuff and the oval track late model stuff, and this is kind of the one thing that I don't really do ever, and I think that's why they have me in this, just trying to get more disciplines under my belt and be prepared if anything happens in the future.
I love it. Well, obviously there's some road racing talent there, but one thing to note, this has been a theme over the last 3 or 4 years with TA2, is the NASCAR series are doing a lot more road racing. So they're using this series to help develop drivers, and then even at Road America, some of the biggest names in NASCAR came in with us and raced with us. Now, qualifying 5th but moved to 4th, Thomas Merrill, and I was speaking to him earlier, but Thomas, I know you're really good here at Mid-Ohio, and it seems like you might be a little bit disappointed to be 4th.
Yeah, we took a little bit of a gamble there in qualifying. We actually had a really, really good car, but we tried something to make it that little bit faster, and it worked against us there on our best lap. But it goes to show how good the car was, because I don't think that was our best, and we're still right up front. So I'm pretty confident we're going to have a great race car today. I hope for some more variables today. We got a big storm blowing in, and I think that would be awesome. So certainly make the show better, as this place is so slippery when it's wet. But yeah, I think the Bennett Mustang is going to be really good when it gets wet.
So you don't often hear about over 500 horsepower rear-wheel drive drivers hoping for rain, but Thomas Merrill, he might be hoping to kind of throw a wrench in the spokes, as it were. Let's come over here, talk to Dylan McIvern. Dylan McIvern coming in and out with us this weekend, and I was speaking to Dylan. Dylan, I know you've got a lot of experience here at Mid-Ohio, but not in this mixed weather that we might be expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid-Ohio is probably the most treacherous track when it rains. There's a lot of sealer out there that's just like driving on ice. So the key is really to avoid that stuff. It's not a traditional rain line by any means, but it's going to definitely get interesting out there if it does get wet, especially on slicks, because it is so treacherous, like I said.
Perfect. Well, Dylan McIvern, look out for him. Another M1 car up front. That number 4, the we score for number 4 M1 race cars. Actually, he's the number 17. It's a little confusing, Dylan. Let's come and talk to Adrian Lostovsky. Adrian, what are you, 6th right now because of Connor? Nice job. How does it feel to be back here at Mid-Ohio?
Yeah, Mid-Ohio has been a good track for us. We haven't had much time here, but surprisingly, we do well here every time. We're proud to be here in 6th, actually. Hawk Performance is from Ohio, so we have a lot of our members from our Hawk Performance here. So we're excited for that, and we're looking to go up front here today.
Nice. Little added pressure here, though, with Hawk, right?
Yeah, I think we're all on board, and I think we made a lot of adjustments going into the race to really move up front today. So just a little bit of luck is what we need, and I think we'll be finishing top 5 today.
Now, we spoke about your heroism at Lime Rock a couple of weeks ago, and now just noticing you've got 2 fire bottles that you're running in the car. Is that a little bit of a redundancy?
Yeah, exactly, just so we have enough. And then a lot of our customer cars, after Mark's accident, we started putting 2 fire systems in there. And one was specifically for the driver, and then one's for everything else, right? So help that out if you ever get into that situation.
Nice. I love it. Adrian Lostovsky. And Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you so we can come up to the victory lane to do all of our start commands, national anthem. So Jonathan and Wally, back to you. Okay.
So then, as you can see, what an interesting setup we've got. You've heard from some of the drivers, and you've heard about the conditions. We spoke to Wally just a moment ago. He's joined me here in the booth. And we've also got Evan Slater here. And let's start by going to Evan, because I just want to find out, first and foremost, Evan, why aren't you out there right now?
Yeah, so last race at Detroit, we had a little brake failure. I guess not a little brake failure, pretty big brake failure. So we're going like 159, 160, and front brakes failed. So we hit the wall pretty hard and got the car pretty mashed up. So we unfortunately couldn't get it fixed in time. We sent it to the frame shop for them to give it their best crack, but they were just too busy, too stacked up, so they couldn't get the car done. So unfortunately not racing this weekend, but I'm super happy to be up here in the booth with the great guys. So yeah, sucks to not race, but we'll be back for Road America.
That's good news. Well, we'll keep you around for a while, and you can give us some insight, because this is going to be an interesting race. We just mentioned Connor Zilic. I don't know how he manages to do this. If it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any. He got an infringement in your race at Detroit. That's where you had your crash. Came from the back, having got the pole, and now will do the same again here. He wasn't pole this time, but he was certainly at the sharp end. But now he's going to have to come through. And with this possibility of rain, I don't know whether that's going to be an advantage or a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, the rain is going to make it such a difficult situation. I mean, this track is so sensitive to the rain. It's like such an old, like, it hasn't been surfaced in so long. So the track conditions are just terrible in the rain. So there's just no grip at all. So, I mean, that could play into his hands. I think it'll be really chaos out there because all the cars will be slipping and sliding on ice. So I think it'll be good.
Well, let's head down to Ben for the invocation. We're about to get going.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Now we have Marvin Gray from Road Race Ministries to deliver us our invocation.
Let us pray. Bow our heads, please. Good Father, we thank you for the opportunity to race here in the beauty of your creation. We thank you for each and everyone who's part of putting on the event today, the drivers, the crew, the officials, the workers, the track people, and we thank you for our fans are here. We pray you bless and protect each and every one. Be with our troops and safety forces as they protect us. And again, we thank you to be here, and we pray that you would continue to bring peace to our land as we celebrate our nation's birthday coming up here. We thank you that we can live in a land of freedom. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Marvin. Now we have a special treat. Natalie Cottrell will be singing the national anthem. Natalie, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, Natalie Cottrell, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Well, Jonathan, Wally, I'm going to send it back to you. Tell this crowd what they're about to expect from what tends to be kind of a crazy race here with the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, we've had some classic races over the years here. I remember a couple of years ago in Trans Am, Ernie Francis Jr. and a few others getting grass stuck in their radiators and having to overheat and come in to pull that grass out. We've had wet weather here. Of course, IndyCar race here. But as Evan Slater just told us, this is one of those circuits, you know, it's one of the hardest challenges there is in motor racing. And in the wet, it really...
It's a totally different frame of mind.
Yeah, you drive, especially here, you drive a completely different line. So you have to get the mental shift on that. And then also, we're going out on slick tires. I imagine most people are because it's dry right now. So if it starts to rain, and in this series, we have long races, but there's still sprint races. So there's no pit stops, no tire changes that we're used to. So, I mean, that puts a lot of pressure and a lot of, it just makes it so much harder for the mechanics because they're doing something that they're not normally used to doing. I mean, they change tires all the time, but they don't change tires in a rush. So
but the good thing about it is if it does rain and everybody stops, it's a non-competition.
Mm-hmm.
So,
really?
Yeah. So everybody will come in, they'll get to change the tires, and you won't lose any position.
It depends on how heavy it is. That's
exactly.
up to the race
If
director.
you come in and you want rains before they do that, then yeah, you're right. Then it's all of a sudden, you hope your guys are pretty fast on changing tires.
Well, we're going to get some great pictures from this man, Nathan Hearn. Evan, you've been wheel to wheel with him. He's the Australian champion. He represents Cube 3. That's his sponsor in the Ford Mustang, but hell of a competitor.
Yeah, he's a very good driver. He's a very aggressive driver, but really, really a skilled guy.
All right, let's head down once again to Ben Sissel as those famous words in motor racing.
All right, thank you. Welcome back to the Three-Dimensional Services Group Classic here at Mid-Ohio. Look at this. I've got some well-dressed people here representing Three-Dimensional Services Group, but really representing Vineyard Community Church Youth Group in Wycliffe, Ohio. Is that correct? Yes, they said. So I'm going to give it over to you. Now, listen, you've got to be super loud because these cars are loud. They're a little bit far away, but you guys are going to deliver the most famous words in motorsports loudly, so take it away, please.
Drivers, start your engines!
You heard that? I love it. Nice job. That might be my favorite one.
That I love. I want those guys back every week. Wally, you've been around motor racing most of your life. That's exactly
that's how you do it right there. Well done.
Well, listen, I've got an absolute plethora of knowledge and talent alongside me this afternoon, but I may need it because Mid-Ohio is about to throw up some surprises. We've got Zilich, the 16-year-old silver hair racer, coming from the back. Because he missed the grid of all things. He also had an infringement in Detroit, but it didn't deter him, and he won the race. He's in contention for the championship. Let me just give you a quick zoom on that, because Brent Cruz leads the championship by 14 points over Rafa Matos. Matos, of course, in pole position. Connor Zilich, third in the championship, and then comes Rafa Matos in fourth. Thomas Annunziata, really good in Detroit. There you see it yourself. Fifth in the championship, not here this weekend. So that gives another chance. Evan Slater's smiling alongside me because he is right there, right behind Thomas Annunziata. Then it's Darren Mock, Dylan McAvern, who's qualified well here, Austin Green, who had a great run in Detroit, and Adrian Lostowski. That's your top 10. But let's throw that out the window and let's concentrate on this because that's all that matters right now. I just told Wally, we've got a long way to go in this championship. We've got Watkins Glen. You'll be back at Road America. So there's plenty of time to win this championship. Let me quickly go through the grid and we'll talk some more. Rafa Matos, Three-Dimensional Services Group in the pole, 124.3 on fire. Carson Quapple in alongside him on the front row for SLR. Dylan McAvern, there I mentioned him, ahead of the champion Thomas Merrill. Let's see what McAvern can do here. Brent Cruz, the championship leader, on row 3 with Lostowski. Then it's Will Rogers and Josh Sargé. Austin Green lines up for Three-Dimensional Services in the 5th row with Jade Buford, of course. Buford coming in for Scott Borchetta. Get well soon. Thad Moffitt in the 43. There's a story there that I'm going to discuss too. Darren Mock alongside him. Caleb Bacon and Nathan Hearn, the Australian I just mentioned. He is starting with a penalty, but will be coming through, I'm sure. Prochuk and Andretti. Adam Andretti disappointed. He had a problem with the Ultimate Headers car in qualifying. Expect him to come through. He was on fire last week in Indy. Ben Mayer, the 15-year-old. Making his way. He's not made a mistake yet. He's on fire as well for silver hair. Tommy Sheehan, the experience. What a combination row 9 is for the 15-year-old to the most experienced racer we have. Chris Durbin and Jim Gallagher start behind them on row 10. As always, a massive field. Who says the golden era of Trans Am was in the late 60s and early 70s? Boris said Jr. Yes, you got the name right, but it's the curly-haired junior version of the big man. Cale Phillips alongside him, Ty Young and Eric Clayton on row 12. Rumberg, Birdwell, William Moore, and Michelle Abate, our only female competitor in the race today on row 14. Doug Peterson, the master, on row 15. Alongside him, Barry Bowes, coming off what was his best result ever in Trans Am last time in Detroit. Connor Zilic, you see it there for yourself, and Parker DeLong, another youngster, right at the very back, both given a penalty. Connor Zilic did not make the grid. That's why he's at the back. We're going to be on board with Barry Bowes and the ASIO Data onboard camera. And we're going to be on board whenever there's an onboard, guys. I will give you this story. I want you to start talking because this is your view of any racetrack and any race weekend. So when we see the onboards, you guys take over. Tell me what you see, right or wrong, whether it's good or bad, because you have the driver's eye view, and that's what this audience wants to hear about. You've been here. I was going to ask you, Wally. We heard what Evan had to say about the track. What are your memories of this place?
I love this racetrack, and I've it's funny. A couple people asked me about, well, what about repaving the track? I said, I hope they don't repave this place. I love the surface. This place is very challenging for a driver. It's a driver's racetrack. It's got a little bit of everything, and I think the first time I raced here was in 1983, and I mean it's always been one of my favorite racetracks.
Yeah, I mean, this track's just so technical. It's so much fun. I think the repave could help the lap times for sure, but I think there's just so much history and so much like technique required because of this old pavement. So that that can make really exciting racing for sure.
Another nuance here, and we're coming up to it now as we're on board with the Cube 3 Nathan Hearn camera, that will be starting the race at this juncture here. You'll see in a moment a little, just a little junk there where the flag comes out. And that's where we start the race. And so instead of starting on the start-finish, we start at the back simply because that first corner is just too tight for 40 cars.
Yeah. We've buried about 4 or 5 Trans Am cars here a long time ago at the start when we used to start here. So that's a good move, especially on the restarts. We'll be back on the front stretch, but it just gives everybody a little bit easier time to work those first couple of corners than it is in turn 1 here.
For sure.
What's the key to a race like this? It's 100 miles. 75 laps, there's a lot, 45 laps, a lot of racing, but I've been talking to Adam about this over the races that we've been following. It's a double-edged sword. It's a sprint race, but it's a hell of a long sprint race.
Evan probably could talk better about these cars, like in the TA cars. You've got to take care of your tires. I mean, because our cars have so much horsepower. You can burn the rear tires off really fast, so there's a lot of tire management and trying to get the horsepower down. I imagine it's probably the same in these cars, but I know that it seems like these tires they almost get better as you get further into the race.
Yeah, I mean, Pirelli, they have a really great tire on these cars, so the tire degradation isn't too bad over the long course of the race, but you do have to be really careful with wheel spin. These cars are not as much power as the TA cars, but you can still light up the rears if you're not careful. So in a long race like this, I mean, really what you're going to want to do is on the first few laps, get the tires really up to temperature for the start so you can have a good car there. And then just as the race goes on, you don't want to burn up your tires.
And probably, a little sore spot asking about brakes to you right now. But as far as these cars go, into the race, do you guys get brake fade in these?
I mean, it depends on the track. A track like this, probably not too much, but on a street circuit like Detroit or Tennessee, Nashville, you can definitely get brake fade because the brakes just get too hot. But a track like this, that's probably not one of the biggest worries.
Well, as you can see, they're coming out of the keyhole now and starting to form up. We're on board with Rafa Matos on the three-dimensional services group on board. That's his view, and that's the best view in the house when it comes to racing because you can't see anybody in front of you. But he'll be well aware of who's alongside him because it's going to get interesting now as away we go. And that was a really good start by Quapple there. Alongside Carson Quapple, almost getting the whole shot above Rafa, but he's recovered well in the 88, has Rafa Matos, and they all dive into 5. Line astern, good start from Brent Cruz, already looking for positions. 45 laps to go of intense racing as we go on board with the Hawk Performance. Adrian Lostowski on board. Lostowski right in the mid-pack there in 6th position and trying to hold that. He's got Cruz in front of him, but he can still see the leader, and that's important at the start of the race.
That was really a clean start. It was nice to see. Everybody gave each other plenty of room. That will go away eventually as the race goes on. But yeah, it was a nice start.
Yeah, I mean, really the goal of a start in this long race is you want to keep your car clean, but obviously it's the best opportunity to make up as many places as you can. So all these drivers, they're really smart drivers, so they're just trying to keep their car clean, make up as many places as they can, but not make any low percentage moves and throw the race away in the first turn.
Good call. Right, coming onto the bridge again for the first time really under racing conditions. Rafa Matos leads. Quapple in second place. DeLong. We've got Barry Bowes. We've got. I'm trying to look at. I've got the wrong timing up at the moment, but I'll tell you back now. I've got it back. Quapple in second place. McAvern it is who got into third ahead of Thomas Merrill. An important race for Thomas Merrill as we go on board with Austin Green. Guys, what are you looking at?
Well, he's in a good spot right now. He's where he needs to be to try to outbrake here. So if he can get down here into this right-hander far enough ahead of him, a lot of times if you hang on the guy on the outside here going through, you know, you can stay side by side through this stuff.
Get the inside for the
like
next
I said,
corner.
everybody is really kind of, you know, respecting each other right now.
Yeah, really great racing so far.
Yeah, very good racing, and we're looking at the 89 going through shot there. You can't miss those three-dimensional services cars, and we're on board with Austin Green, the 22-year-old who reminded me of that because I kept calling him 21. And of course, when you're young, you like to let everybody know how old you are. He's also been racing since he was a little nipper. He's, of course, the son of David Green, who has got his own accolades in Xfinity and a champion in his own right. So he comes from a racing family, does Austin Green, but he came to Trans Am quite late. So it's not like he's been pedaling like Connor Zilic and a few of the other youngsters as long as many of the others. But he's making a name for himself. I'm also going to keep an eye on Ben Mayer, the young 15-year-old who's out there. He has done a brilliant job for Silver Hair Racing in the start of this season in his rookie year, and he's hoping to do the same. Likewise, Darren Mock, who of course is fighting Evan Slater, who's alongside us today in the booth. Jade Buford, what an appearance he's made for the Spike Coolers team. And of course, Scott Borchetta, sadly out with injury after a crash at Atlanta. Get well soon, sir, and we hope to see you back. Jade Buford on board with him, and now we see down that back straight. And it's all about lining yourself up, Evan, Wally, for this turn 4. That's the obvious place for an overtake.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the hardest braking zone on this track. You're going probably 100, pretty close to 160 going in there, down probably to 50-something miles an hour like that. So it's definitely the hardest braking zone we have. Great place for overtakes. So yeah, that's definitely the main braking zone we have here.
So the race starting to settle down now. Lostowski on board with him in the Hawk car. Runner-up in SGT. That's how he started his championship with Trans Am in the production side of it, and then turned to Trans Am itself. And Wally, obviously you were doing the race in TA, a lot of difference between those cars, but a Trans Am car, TA or TA2, is a monster.
Yeah, it really is. And that section right there, we just saw him go through. That's my favorite section of this racetrack. It's really, really fast. You have to be right on your marks to get through these fast corners. And I like turn 1 too. I mean, turn 1 is really a fun corner to get through. They did some repaving at turn 1, so there's a lot of grip there right now. But there's a lot of room. You can carry a lot of speed through there. I love turn 1 at this place.
I was surprised yesterday to watch Justin Marks basically get washed out going into turn 1, and that led him to go off track. I hadn't realized how, when you're close like these quarters are right now, how that effect can have. I'm used to it in single-seaters, but not in Trans Am.
Yeah, I mean, even in Trans Am, these cars aren't known for their downforce, especially the TA cars. They have a lot of downforce. So yeah, when you get right behind somebody in the dirty air from like just all the, all the turbulence from right behind the car, you're not getting the normal airflow that your car is used to. So you'll instantly lose a lot of your front end grip from the splitter, and you'll lose your rear wing performance there. So it's very easy to make a mistake.
I got some good news for you. Not that I'm smiling with you, but Connor Zilic, because he's in your championship, has not done a lap. I've just looked at the board. Yeah, he has not turned a lap. So he was late to the grid. He was put to the back, and he's not out there.
Yeah,
so
I wonder if he was late to the grid because they were trying to find some issue on the car. Like I wonder if he had some mechanical issue when it started.
That's probably more the case, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it sucks for that whole Silver Hair team. I mean they've been working really hard. They've had a fast car, but yeah, I mean it's racing. Things can happen. Mechanical failures happen. So it's part of the sport.
And why I say that you're happy is that because he's third in the championship right now. So this is going to really mix things up going into Road America. You're listening to Evan Slater, who'll be back racing in Road America, and looking forward to that just a couple of weeks away as we go back on board with Jay Buford, under braking into turn 1.
Yeah, turn 1 here. It's such a fast flowing corner with it. I mean, there's good run out. There's good grip there. So, I mean, you're really just trying to haul as much speed as you can. It's really a corner where you have to get the car in the nose. Like, you have to be on the brakes and not getting on the gas early to let the car actually rotate through there. So that's a very technical turn that you can really showcase your driving.
Well, we just heard Connor Zilic from Race Control is coming out on the track, but obviously he's 2 laps down. So either way, it's not going to be in a competitive situation. Having said that, it's going to rain, so who knows? Don't say never. I never say never in motor racing. It's such a sport where you think, oh, they're down and out, they're never going to win. And of course, they totally fool you, so I'll keep my mouth shut. Barry Bowes on board with him, the man from Austin, Texas. So happy for him and the ASIO Data sponsored car, because he got a podium out of nowhere at Detroit, simply because the big accident at the end. There's Connor. So good to see the 16-year-old Connor Zilic out there. But so whatever problem they may have had, and I think you're absolutely right, whatever was worrying them, they had to stop and say, look, whoa, don't go out yet. We want to check this.
Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong, but that car didn't look completely up to speed when he was coming out of the pits. It didn't look like he was going full power.
Well, maybe he's doing a shakedown.
Yeah.
Shaking the car down, yeah.
Yeah, maybe they've accepted this race is not going to be a great points race, so they're just trying to get a lap in, shake the car down, see if the issue that they had has been sorted, and get right back at it for Road America. Who knows?
Now, Carson Quapple, we're watching right now in second place. I'm interested because he's new to Trans Am. He's got a pedigree. His dad was a racer in NASCAR, so he certainly knows what he's doing around a racetrack. But the first time we've seen him in action, and he's right up there with Rafa Matos. But then again, I remember when Connor Zilic showed up at VIR and put it on the pole at just 15 or so, that we were surprised to see him. But when I asked Rafa after the race, he said, no, I've been watching him in karting, and I knew he was going to come quick. Same with Brent Cruz as we go on board with Rafa. The maestro, the 2-time champion, Rafa Matos, who's really a specialist here. He always goes well at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, so right now he's leading this race, so he kind of can control everything. So he's just trying to manage his tires, set a pace that he's comfortable with, that he thinks he can run for the whole 100 miles, and just trying to manage Carson, keep him behind him. And, yeah, he's just trying to manage at this point in the race.
All right, well, at the moment it's Matus, Quapple, then McBurn, Cruz, Merrill, and that's your top 5. Remember, Merrill, the championship leader, so we're keeping an eye on him. Back to the action, though. Rafa Matos on fine form. Let me ask you a question, guys. We often talk, and I've done it myself, about managing tires. What does that mean? How do you manage tires?
Well, really, it's a lot of getting off the corners. Like getting off this corner, you're grabbing gears. You want to limit your wheel spin in the rear. If you keep lighting them up and you're getting sideways coming off the corners going through the gears, eventually you're not going to have any rear tires left.
Smooth as fast.
It's just really, short. He's whatever it was is still there for those guys.
Yeah, he tried to rectify it by going out, but it's a game over for the man third in the championship, and that's going to be bitter disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so hard. As a driver, you want to do great in a race and just it's obviously mechanical failure, have that let you down. That's really hard. He's third in the points, so that's definitely going to hurt him in the long run. But, I mean, obviously you can make that back. Thomas Annunziato, myself, we're all missing these races. So it's not – I mean, some people are obviously out there like Cruz and everybody kind of offset by the fact that multiple people are missing this one.
It's a really interesting point. You're right, because you just mentioned 3 guys, yourself included, all in the top 10 and in contention for this championship. So things are going to change here at the top as we take a look at the HP Tuners. Bennett sponsored. Number 26 of the man of the moment, Thomas Merrill. I love watching this guy race. He is so electric in a race car, especially around Mid-Ohio. And I said in the intro that Thomas Merrill, our champion this year, made the difference here at Mid-Ohio and then Road America. From there on in, he was chasing Rafa all the way to the line, and he won it on a countback. Brilliant.
Yeah.
What's the key to the keyhole? Getting out of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it leads to such a long straightaway. So I kind of think of that as like a diamond. You want to diamond off that corner. So you want to come in really fast, brake really late, trail brake as long as you can. Stay off the throttle in the middle of it to try and really get that rotation. And then the real key is just getting the power down. So, because there's such a long straightaway, the longest straightaway on the track, so you need to get as good of an exit, get on the throttle as early as you can so you can be maximizing the time on that straightaway.
Over 5, and down the hill. This is the tricky section, but according to most of the drivers I talked to, they love this section. You like this section?
I love it. From here, coming up, I love getting right on that guardrail, for that left-hander. It's a really fast part, but it's also very, very tight in there. It's not much place for passing.
Looks like one of the cars there going very wide, but gathering it all together. A classic Mid-Ohio mistake, if you will. That's your teammate, Andretti. Yeah, you know what? We're going to keep an eye on him because we all know Adam very well, and of course we all know him from the booth as well. But he is a hard-charging racer. He is, if Wally Dollenbach has a family of racers, so too you may have heard of the Andrettis.
Yeah, those guys were really disappointed after qualifying. Adam should have been up there a lot further. They found some things wrong with the car. And I knew Adam was going to start picking him off, and you can tell he's running real aggressive. I've been watching; he's been as high as 11th or 12th, so he's mixing it up pretty hard. That area right now, there's a lot of racing going on back there.
In that replay, I did happen to catch a glimpse, and it looked like he had a lot of grass on his front grille. So, obviously a small mistake, but it looks like it could be really crucial in the end of the race because he got grass on the grille, so the motor, the radiator can't get fresh air, and the car could end up overheating.
Absolutely.
So that small mistake that probably didn't lose him too many positions could end up being a game changer for sure.
I just saw a glimpse of the 95 of Luke Rumberg stuck on the pits there. I'm not sure what he has had done, but we'll tell you as soon as we find out.
Yeah, right now Rafa Mato is almost last lap over half a second faster than the competition. So he's really pulling out a good gap there. It's only 1.4 seconds, but he's consistently gaining on the competitors.
Yeah, good start from Jay Buford. There's some guys we're going to keep an eye on. Andretti currently 13. Andretti trying to take over Sargé and Nathan Hearn in 11th. This will be Nathan Hearn's first time at the track, but of course it's not stopped him so far at every track he's gone to, the young Australian. He's 22 years of age. We go back on board with Jay Buford.
I think this is the most frustrating part of the racetrack for me. That last bit here, getting on the front straightaway, I don't think I've ever gotten it right, or I've ever felt like I've gotten it right.
It's such a hard corner because it's such a long corner, so you need to get the car position perfectly right, but then there's so little markers to tell where exactly you should be, so it's really just a feel corner. You have to go in there and see how it feels, and then you'll just get in the rhythm of getting it in a way that'll work well for you. But yeah, it's definitely a difficult and sometimes frustrating corner.
Yep.
Oh, it must be frustrating having to watch this race, knowing that you should be out there.
Yeah, this whole weekend's been kind of hard on me. I've been watching all the cars, and I'm like, oh god, because I love racing. And I just see all the cars, see all the people I know, and then just not driving. It's kind of killing me. But I know I just keep reminding myself that I'll be back at Road America. We're making some changes to our car, so hopefully we can get a fast one there. And yeah, just waiting to get back.
A hungry Slater is a fast Slater.
Yeah.
Well, this race starting to settle down a little bit. The gap for the leaders is 1.8 seconds, so Rafa managing this race well. His teammates also trying to protect him as well. Austin Green in 8th position at the moment.
Waffle's not, he's not letting them get anywhere. Look, watching the lap times, first and second are very, very close. And Waffle may just be content sitting there for a while and riding. He's a real smart driver. He's a young guy. But he's got a lot of talent, and he's not letting Rafa get too far out.
And Rafa, you talk about managing tires. If there's any key to why he's won 2 championships, remember he's a former single-seater guy too, so he knows how to have a deft touch in a race car. But it is that tire management. He always says to me, I wait till the last 10 laps, then I go.
Yep.
Yeah, these races really seem to pick up in the end. All the drivers that I've talked to, and I know myself, we all have the same mindset. Really wait the whole race, manage, give your pace that you can be comfortable with, like running a long stint. And then the last 5 laps is when you really flick the switch and turn it on, and just go full push and just try and make the moves that you can make.
This race starting to settle down. Rafa Matos, Wappel, and McAvern. That's your top 3. Cruz still in 4, the championship leader. Then the champion, Thomas Merrill 5th, Lostowski 6th, we've been on board with him. Will Rogers in the 90 is in 7th for Nitro Motorsports. Austin Green 8th. Caleb Bacon, good start by him, up to 9th position. That would be a great result if he could pull that off. Likewise, Barry Bowes circulating well at the moment, but further down the pack. Barry Bowes down in 23rd position at the moment. I always say that anything under 2 seconds is a comfortable lead. Sorry, is a lead that you can't be comfortable with. Anything over 2 seconds not that you can relax, but that's the sort of margin that if you keep it at that, you're in control of the race.
Yeah, just watching Matos right now. He's not sliding the car. He's driving really smooth, so he's not abusing his equipment right now.
Yeah, that car's happy with that pace.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's definitely got a great setup, great car underneath him. So I think he's in a pretty happy position in this race so far. I mean, I think he's leading, so he's happy with that, and I think he's got a car that he's really comfortable with. So I think right now it's looking like the race is going to Rafa, but obviously we have so many laps to go, so a lot can change.
Wally, are you enjoying the way in modern racing we can have as much information like this? If you were managing this guy, you can see his hands, you can see, where he is on the track. There's so much you can see now that really it gives you an insight.
It's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the mess there. You can see that tire rip there.
Horsepower. So going over that crest, the car will get light and you'll just get a ton of wheel spin. So you need to be really careful with the throttle there, managing that. You're also working on getting a shift done through that sector. So you can gain a lot of time there, but you can also lose a lot of time. It's a very critical sector.
Yeah. If you're off a little bit there, you're dropping a wheel.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, which I did a couple times yesterday. And when you drop a wheel, especially in the one spot there's a curb, it's like hitting a pothole.
Yeah.
And, you're like, I remember one time during the race, I'm like, come on, get it together, Wally. Because I was making mistakes and I had to, concentrate a little bit harder through there.
Yeah, that's one thing on a technical track like this. The mistakes will just be like amplified. If you make a tiny mistake, it can cost you seconds a lap. So you really have to be focused on minimizing the mistakes, and that's what these top runners are doing.
So then, we're on board with Nathan Hearn in the Cube 3. The young Australian 22-year-old has been a sensation so far this season, and he goes down the back straight, but he is a rare competitor. I mean, at Road Atlanta, I've never seen anything like it. He was like fastest after the first practice.
Yeah, so he's a really good driver. He's from Australia, and I think the cars over there were definitely a lot harder to drive than the cars over here. So he's gained a lot. Yeah, he's gained a lot of knowledge driving over there. He's a two-time Trans Am champion. So although he's new to this series, he's doing a great job. In the American cars, which are slightly different, but he's adapted so well, and he's getting great results for the Stevens Miller and Cube 3 team.
Well, the other thing that I hadn't really thought about, but you guys can both speak to this, he's also a two-time Formula 5000 champion. And if you know what those kind of beasts are,
Formula 5000.
It's a brand new Formula 5000. They sort of
Parker DeLong parked in the
Parker DeLong's out. He's just come back too, and the Bridge Hall sponsored Parker DeLong out of this race. Mike Cope race cars, so they produce so many great race cars, and so Parker hoping to have a good weekend, but it's not going to be. And there's no official pit stops in Trans Am, so whatever the problem is, it looks fairly terminal. No one's even touching the car.
Yeah, nobody's even coming over to the car, so it must be something that they know it's done, and there's no chance of fixing it.
So back to Nathan Hearn. We're back on board with him. But yeah, If you can wheel a single-seater beast like that,
I didn't realize they brought that back. Those cars are very cool.
Yeah,
I remember as a kid when they were doing it.
Yep.
And those are really awesome cars.
I was talking to Nathan earlier today about the 5,000 cars. I don't know exactly what they're
5,000 SR. I think
SR 5,000. So he says they're like 500 something horsepower, 1,900 pounds, and he says just in a straight line they're rocket ships, but they don't turn at all. So they must be downforce or tire limited in some way. So
big tires. Well, they used to have big tires. I don't know now.
Yeah, they do. Yep. Yeah, they got the same look as back in the 70s, but they're monsters. And I really do think the guys that wheeled those back in the day, like the likes of Brian Redman and many more, really do need to take our hats off to them, because those things were almost harder than Formula One cars.
They were beasts.
Yeah.
16 of the 45 gone. Evan Slater and Wally Dollenbach Jr. listening to and watching the action from Mid-Ohio. And it's been fast and furious so far as we look to Jade Buford in the 48. Spike Cooler's 48, and that number, of course, synonymous with racing. But there's a car out there that I want to talk about, 43. Not many people get to run that. Now, if you're the grandson of Richard Petty, you may be given that number, but you drove that number.
I did drive that number. Drove it for
How was
Richard Petty
that?
and Cup. Pretty cool.
I'll bet.
For Richard Petty,
but a lot of
cool.
pressure, too.
Yeah. But a lot of history there. And Petty's are a great family, and of course I worked with Kyle for years, and in the booth, and had a blast. Kyle's so much fun to work with.
I'll bet.
A lot of fun doing that.
So back with Nathan Hearn again down that back straight. Where can you make up time, Evan, here?
I mean, there's so many places, really. I think the main one's the braking zone and like trailing it into the corner. So these cars, they're so, I don't know, they're stock cars essentially. So they're set up for road course, but they don't like to turn if you're not like driving the car on the nose. So what that means is you need to be on the brakes, you need to have all the weight forward. So you need to be slowing down for these cars to actually turn. So getting that technique right is a very difficult technique to do, but once you can master that, you can really gain a lot of time.
Well, I've just seen a rather disconsolate, I'll get him in a moment, Connor Zilic just walked into the booth, so we'll hear what's happened to him, because he's out of the race, but he's had the grace to come over here. Evan, let him come and have a say word. So, Connor, what on earth, mate? I mean, we were all expecting another Detroit. What's happened?
Yeah, I was expecting that too. I felt really good about our chances going into the race today, but sometimes the racing gods don't like you, so we don't even get a chance.
knows all about that.
We don't even get a chance today. Something in the ECU, I think the Flagtronic system might have fried the ECU, something.
Oh, we've got action. Oh, around goes the number 90. And that was, well, Robin's racing, but I'll get my experts that has certainly changed things, but luckily he's kept it going.
Ooh, burnouts in the grass.
And Evan mentioned it earlier. One thing about here, when you go off, you can get a lot of grass on your screen in front of that radiator. Hopefully he didn't, but this place has got a lot of loose grass on it. So if you drop off the racetrack, it could be bad for you later on in the race.
Yeah, to add on to that, I got 2 wheels in the grass yesterday in qualifying, and my radiator screen was covered, so I had to go in and clean that off, and then I had to go back out after that. So, but he looks pretty clean. So.
It's Will Rogers in the 90 that got turn 1, and you'll see he's behind, obviously, the whole performance car.
I'm not sure if the 3 knew he was there. I mean, there wasn't much room. Oh, the 90 committed, for sure.
Yeah.
And he was up on the curb trying to stay off of him as much as possible.
Yeah, real shame. We saw it there from Austin Green there, but sadly, Lostowski involved in that, but like you say, unsighted really from it. We're back on board with the number 3. Sadly, Rogers, though, going round. But Connor, man, well, first of all, congratulations for Detroit.
Thank you.
That was unexpected, but I guess not by you.
Yeah, I start from the back. I wasn't expecting much out of that race either, but you never know when there's a green-white checkered like that, what can happen. So just glad that we got our second win of the year, and I wish we could have had another chance today at it, and I feel like we had the car to go out there and win, but here I am talking in the booth while they're out there racing.
Well, Evans just had his comment on that. He's really frustrated, but I think we're going to see a hungry Annunziata, a hungry Zilic, and a hungry Slater.
Yeah, Road America will be fun for sure. That's probably my favorite track on the schedule, alongside Watkins Glen, so looking forward to getting back there.
Well, we've got the stories covered here, and I love the fact that you've come over to the booth, because
most drivers wouldn't bother, but I appreciate the fact that you've made the effort to come over here and explain to our audience just what happened, because we all follow your racing career. I remember when you bounced out at VIR on the pole, I was just talking about it, and we all went, ooh, who's this guy? And from there on in, you're a household name in Trans Am, and we've got one sitting here in Wally Dollenbach Jr., so great company to be in. Andretti, by the way, up another place, up to 12th now.
I know he's digging. I know how Adam is. And, frustrated with qualifying. I know he is driving his butt off right now. This is a home game for our owner, John and Debbie Cloud, Ultimate Headers.
Yep.
And I know he wants to have a good showing for everybody today. So I know he's driving 110% right now.
Brent Cruz just did his fastest lap of the race at 125.9. Connor, what about this kid? I mean, you've raced against him many years. I mean, is this normal for you to watch Brent Cruz do what he's doing?
Yeah, I mean, I've been good friends with him since we were 7, 8 years old, and we grew up racing together and have always we've always kind of grown up racing around each other, and we've kind of followed each other everywhere we went. So I've been around him a lot through the good and the bad and whatever has happened, but through it all, we've always raced with respect, and he's always been a good friend to me off the track. We hang out when we're back home in Mooresville, North Carolina, so it's been good to kind of follow him around and just experience all this and everything we're doing together. And we always are at the front racing against each other. So it's not a surprise to see him at the front. Obviously, he's very talented, and I really enjoy racing against him. And it's funny, we race each other everywhere we go. So it's good to see him up front.
I didn't know you could have friends in racing. You guys are a different breed.
Friends off the track, right?
Yeah,
there's difference from friends off the track to on the track. But we're good friends, and
that's good.
It's you got to have friends at the track, right? You got to still have fun when you're at the racetrack. So that's important.
You guys are reminding me of Formula One currently, because there's so many guys who've come up from karting and Formula One together now, and. This is, by the way, while we're chatting, this race is getting rather more interesting because Brent Cruz has gone from 4th to 2nd. And Carson Quapple is now leading the race. So we're on board with Jay Buford, but I'm trying to work out what the heck's happened to Matos. We've got a few communications issues here at the moment, by the way. So I'm not quite sure 100% what has happened to Matos.
All we could see is race monitor, but from the looks of race monitor, it looks like Carson's leading the race. Next time they go by, we can take a look, but...
So we're on board with Rafa Matos, so he's still circulating.
Yeah, he's still out there. I think that's a transponder issue rather than something else, because it looks like he's still leading the race.
Well, we've got our own issues to deal with because I got a stuck stop at the shot of Austin Green at the moment, just a frozen shot. So I apologise, folks, but we'll get back to it as soon as we can. But we'll keep you up to date.
We need a caution right now is what we need.
Here, let's just steady the boat here. Rafa Matos, as far as my timing has gone, is still leading. Quapple's still 2nd. Brent Cruz is now 3rd. So it wasn't quite the change around that I thought it was. So there you go.
Yeah,
18
of
the 45.
A dropout for one lap.
I think that's exactly what's happened there. Not to worry.
We have a stuck throttle as far as monitors go.
Oh, now we're black.
That's all right. We'll write it just as soon as we can. But what we can tell you is you're not missing anything because it is still Matos Quapple and Brent Cruz. He has got ahead of McAvern, who early on was in 3rd position. Thomas Merrill still 3rd. Lostowski's done a good job. Up to 6th now. Austin Green 7th. Buford, who we've been on board with, was in 8th position. Nathan Hearn up to 9th, and Darren Mott rounding out the top 10. Andretti still 12th, and trying to get on level terms now with Caleb Bacon. Matos crosses the line at 123.0, so he's on great form in terms of his last lap, so he's not losing any pace. I think it was merely just a technical glitch that put us off for a second there, more than anything else, and that is part of the course at the moment. So Matos, all normal services resumed. Lostowski, though, going well.
Yeah, last time by, Brent caught Carson over or just about a second a lap. So at this rate, it's not going to be too long before Brent catches up to him.
Adrian, obviously Austin Green
Yeah,
doing a good job. Austin Green's been a good story for me. I've been talking about Zilic, Slater, and they're doing a great job as youngsters. But so too Austin Green, a little bit older than those two at 22, but really taking to Trans Am and in a very tough team. In three-dimensional services group, but a very professional team, so a great team to be with. I was talking to him earlier in the weekend and really delighted to be racing alongside Doug Peterson and the rest of the team.
Yeah, we're sitting out here looking. What we can see is the last couple of corners on the straightaway, and you're really starting to see the guys that are starting to struggle. You're seeing a lot of loose race cars. You can see the guys that are getting through there real tight, but the last probably 15 cars I've seen come through there, about half of them have been sideways coming through. So all green laps. This is where the handling comes in, at this point.
Yeah, especially on a 22-lap green flag run. We never had this in practice, so this is all new to the drivers. They're still figuring out what their car's doing on a long run and just kind of working through the kinks of it. And as they start to catch lap traffic here, they have to work their way through lap traffic and try and find their way around these guys that are running further back. The leaders the last few laps have been dicing their way through lap traffic, so things are starting to change, but still pretty spread out here as we complete lap number 22.
And that's the thing too, when you're at this point of the race, if you are the leaders and you come up on lap traffic, you can either gain a lot of time or lose a lot of time on the guys that are behind you, depending on how you catch that traffic. And there's a lot of guys that can read it well. If they see somebody that they're coming up on, they'll try to time it to where they can pass them in the right place. But you get in a couple of parts of these racetracks, if you get behind somebody, you have to wait 2 or 3 corners before you're going to be able to clear them.
Yeah, that's one of the most frustrating things when you're leading a race, is catching lap traffic and having trouble getting by them. It can really upset you. And I know Rafa's an emotional guy, and he's starting to catch these guys and trying to get through them as fast as he can, because he still knows that Quapple is back there and no time to waste, so he's working on it still.
Well, I'm delighted you got some onboard pictures, because we're missing them here in the booth, but we're back to it a little bit, at least on a smaller monitor. So I'm watching Lostowski in the number 3, pushing hard at the moment, and he's got some real pressure at the moment as well from Austin Green in that 89, and this is a great little battle.
Tough to get this. It's a tough place to the racetrack to make a pass. You really have to commit yourself, or at least get right next to the guy so he knows you're there. But now here is where you try to get close enough to where maybe you can make that move going into turn 1, or get through turn 1 on his bumper to where you could pull out, try to outbrake him going up the hill into turn 2.
All right, we've got a little bit of normal service resume, but keeping an eye on this race. It's been tricky so far, but Rafa Matos doing a really good job so far, holding this race together. But Rafa is such a mature racer. I would have thought, and you've been wheel to wheel with him, Connor. I mean, he's not a guy that gives you anything, is he?
Yeah, he'll work hard to win this race, and obviously, I've raced against him a bunch, and he's always going to race you clean, but he is one of the more aggressive guys out here on the track. But one thing that I'm looking at is Brent Cruz is still making personal best lap times out here on lap number 23, which is pretty wild, especially as they're dicing through lap traffic. To still be besting your fastest lap is something to look out for sure. He's been catching the leaders a few tenths a lap. He caught Rafa half a second that last lap, so he's starting to close in the gap towards the leaders and make his way back up towards the front after having to start a little bit further back.
Back on board with Austin Green. This is a monumental battle here. Really good stuff between these two. Really enjoying this little battle between him and Lostowski. Jay Buford has also been in this battle, currently in 8th. Nathan Hearn now up to 9th. And no change here as these two just go at it. Hawk Performance and Austin Green in the three-dimensional services group. All yellow peril. Out of the carousel they come, and onto the main straight one more time. Connor, I've been waiting to ask you this all season. What's the deal with this kid that you are teammates with, Ben Mayer? He's sensational.
Yeah, he is really talented, and I've enjoyed watching him this year. He's been gaining every single time he goes on the track. Obviously, you don't get a ton of track time on these weekends, so figuring out the tracks, most of these tracks are the first places he's going to. So he's been picking it up really well and adapting to every track and adapting to the car. This is his first season in a V8 stock car, which is something new to us and new to him. But he's been transitioning really well and figuring out how to really drive these things. It's a lot different than coming from go-karts, and he's still really young, so it's good to get this experience at a young age for him. But I've really enjoyed watching him, and he's been progressing really well.
Back on board with the Q3, Nathan Hearn, car the number 29. What do you see here, Wally? We're still trying to work out how this guy has managed to come to America out of nowhere and be so on it so quickly at these classic circuits.
Yeah, well, like I said, the experience that he had over there, he's bringing here. He's doing a really nice job, and right now, his car looks like it's a little bit better. But he's got the experience. That's the thing. Everybody seems like that's coming into this series these days, as young as these guys are, they have experience and they just are heads-up drivers. And that's what I like about it. They're really good right off the bat and they're fun to watch.
Yeah, well, of course, he races for Stevens Miller Racing. Mark Miller was one of the 5 last winners of this race. And the other two are Matos and Merrill. They've got 2 wins apiece. Mark Miller got a win here a few years ago himself. So he's in the right team of winners to do just that. As we go back to Austin Green and Lostowski going at it. This has been a long, long lap combination race between these two. And they're not giving anything, but the pressure is on.
Adrian, I don't know, it just seems like Adrian's tires, the rear tires, he looks like it's a little bit looser. And, yeah, he's just using a little bit more racetrack. So I think it's just a matter of time before Nathan gets by him.
Yeah, Austin, it's tough to pass on this track. So he's been behind him for a few laps now, just trying to find a way by.
Yeah.
And you got to set it up right, and there's only really 2 or 3 places you can make a move here in these cars. So as he's going by here, he's trying to find a way to get around Adrian. Obviously, he's been behind him for multiple laps now.
And also, when you're in that position, you're trying to stay in the guy's mirror as much as possible and hope that he makes a mistake. That he's obviously paying attention to his mirrors. So you want to keep that pressure on because, like I said, a place like this is really, really tough to pass. So if you could get the guy to make a little bit of a mistake, that's just the opening you're looking for.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So we've got Matos out front. Zilic is alongside us, sadly. So too Evan Slater. We'll get him back in the booth in a bit. But Connor's with us. He came over to explain why he didn't start the race. We saw him out for a lap for a moment, but couldn't right the problem. And he'll have to wait like everybody else to get back in the car for Road America. But we're watching this titanic battle here going on between Jade Buford and Nathan Hearn. Really good stuff.
The last 2 laps, Rafa's been quite a bit off pace. He's run 128 second lap times, whereas Carson and Brent have been doing 126s. So I don't know if there's an issue or he's catching lap traffic at the wrong time, but he's losing some time these last few laps.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we talked about earlier. If you catch somebody at the wrong time, you can lose 2 or 3 seconds a lap. But then the guy behind you's got to deal with it too. So
yeah, true.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the guys with the experience or that can read the traffic, they try to set it up to where they'll catch the traffic in a better spot without losing time to the guy that's following it, that you're racing with. These guys are going at it pretty nice. Like I said, to me, it looks like the 48 car is maybe struggling a little bit with a little bit of a grip issue, but Nathan's keeping the pressure on him.
Connor, how much does the actual car change as the race goes on?
Yeah, the main thing is the fuel load. As you burn fuel, you get the rear end, and you're losing fuel in the fuel cell, so the rear end's getting lighter. And at the start of the race, that's one thing you really got to watch is burning up the rear tires when you're on a full fuel load. So it really is dependent on how you drive it at the beginning of the race is what you're going to have at the end of the race. So a lot of it is driver-induced, but obviously you still got to have a good setup to get you through the long races. Obviously, these races are long enough to where you can burn your stuff up in the beginning and be left with nothing at the end. So keeping attention to that and being aware of what you're doing at the beginning of the race is a lot what will happen at the end of the race. But you can definitely fall off a lot throughout the race.
Let me ask you a question, Wally, because you're one of the few that can answer this. We're looking at the seat position when we're on board there with Jay Buford. How different is a Cup car or an Xfinity car position for the driver? I always notice in NASCAR how close you are to the wheel. It looks weird at first, but you're doing so many ovals. How does it change in Trans Am?
I think that the biggest thing is leverage,
right?
And especially like on the ovals, you're turning so much, and the G-forces and everything else. I literally had the steering wheel to my elbow was be resting on the bottom part of the steering wheel. I mean, because if you're some of these races that were 400, 500 miles long, you're trying to hold the steering. Because the first time I got in a Cup car, I was like, you got to move the steering wheel further away. After about 3 laps, I couldn't turn it anymore. Okay, move it back. I get it now.
Keith Prochuk looks as though he's retiring, and he is getting out of the car. Next down. And sadly, Keith Prochuk in the number 9 HP Tuners car is out of the race. Yeah, disappointment for Keith. Good guy. There's Rafa. Finally got to see him a little bit, but we thought we lost him for a minute, but no, it was more the technical side rather than Rafa himself. He's been circulating just fine.
I wonder if we're going to get a green flag race.
Guys, let's talk about Rafa Matos. I mentioned it already. Let's go on board with him, stay on board with him. Tell me what you see about how he drives the car, either one of them.
I just going through turn 2 there, the car looks good. I mean, the car looks very, very balanced to me. He's watch the steering position. Yep. He's not fighting the wheel. He's not catching the wheel.
He's got quite a distance.
Yeah. So to me, it looks like that car's working very well.
Yeah. Not a lot of movement either, is there? It's just nice and smooth, going through the gearbox.
And that's the thing now. He's got a little bit of a gap on Quapple, so that takes a little bit of the pressure off. So you can kind of slow things down a little bit inside the car, and just concentrate on being smooth. Just take care of your stuff, and it'll take care of you.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, he told me yesterday after qualifying that he was really loose, and I was the opposite in qualifying. I felt like my car was kind of pushing and a little bit tight, so he looks like they made some adjustments. He doesn't look too loose anymore watching this onboard, so he definitely has made an improvement from practice, and it's showing here as he's got an almost 5-second gap.
Yeah, and at this stage in the race, now you're starting to think towards the end of the race and starting to how to finish off a race, because there is definitely some sectors to a race, isn't there? There's the way you get to the start and get settled down, and now with 15 laps to go, you're starting to think about just towards the end of the race.
Yeah, his car is rolling through up there really, really nice. He's using a little bit of curve to get the car turned a little bit, but he's not loose at all getting off that corner. The car's doing what he's wanting it to.
Yep. Well, a former Rookie of the Year in Indy Lights and in IndyCar when he first came from Brazil. He comes from stock cars, actually, funnily enough, in Brazil, but then went into single-seaters and made a big name for himself in Indy before coming he did a lot of different racing, but he settled in Trans Am, and since 2018 got his first win in Road Atlanta. I was there. That was my first year. And from there, he's never looked back. He won that year and then changed teams to Silverhead for a bit and then came back to three-dimensional. And he's always been at the sharp end, whatever he's in.
Yeah, he's been one of the guys that I've been looking up to the last 2 years racing in this series. He's got a lot of talent, and he's one of the guys that wants these kids to succeed as much as he wants to himself. So I've enjoyed racing against Rafa.
I'll tell you what, I know we're watching Nathan Herne and he's putting on a show, but boy, Jay Buford is really driving well. Here we go.
So, yeah, this is, like I said, where you have to commit yourself. And he did, he perfect. He was far enough up on him to where you have to give up on your, if you're on the outside, there's no way you can run through there side by side. So that was a very nice pass. Well done.
And it's not a usual place at Mid-Ohio, but it can be done, right?
It can be done, but like I said, you have to commit. You have to make sure that the guy you're passing knows you're there and you're not going to lift.
Into turn one again then. So Buford's got to do it. He's had a 10-lap battle, but he's lost out now with Nathan Herne, who's gone up to 6th place. Meanwhile, Brent Cruz now second. Quapple now down in third, but back of Herne still fourth, and Merrill still fifth. starting to get down to the business end. It's been dominated by Rafa Matos so far. Back with Jay Buford, but he's losing time already down this back straight to the man who's just got past him, Nathan Hearn. Hard on the brakes into 4.
Braking's pretty even.
And now he's starting to, Nathan Hearn that is, get past the traffic as well. Buford will want to deal with that as quickly as possible. My thanks to Connor Zilic to come and join us, and we've got Evan Slater back with us.
I'm back.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, good to have you back, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
But,
I'm happy to be back.
But what about this battle? Nathan Hearn.
There's that pass
That's
again.
a great pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really impressive from Nathan. I mean, he's such an aggressive driver, so he's focused, and he knows he knows he's a fast car. So he was really focused to get by Jade there. He was battling with him for a while, but now you can see once he's gotten by, he's really pulled a gap.
And it was heads up on Buford too.
Oh yeah, Jade was really aware.
He
He was in his mirrors. Yeah, he could hear him coming. So I mean, that was great racing from both parties.
Yeah.
So Austin Green continues his battle. Matos, Wappel, Cruz. That's how it says here, although the race monitor's got it slightly different.
Yeah, I've been sitting in the background just watching. I've been really impressed with the drivers so far in this race. I mean, normally we have some full course cautions. Normally there's some accidents, but 33 laps is still green.
Yeah.
So the drivers have been really clean. They're really focused. I think they're probably focused on the championship, just trying to get as many points as they can.
And you know that. What's been impressive with Trans Am, even in TA, you know, because we're mixed up with some different classes.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody was heads up yesterday, you know, and that makes it so much more fun. You know, if the guy knows you're coming and is going to give you room. So everybody today has been really clean and has been paying attention and not forcing the issue.
Yeah, I'm just looking out the window here, and I'm seeing some cars with some slight damage, like Tom Sheehan. I just noticed he had some splitter damage.
Yeah.
But, I mean, overall, they've been like probably slight brushes, just Rubbins Racing. So, yeah, I mean, it's been really impressive by all the heads-up drivers, I guess, of keeping their cars clean.
So Rafa's lead still 5 seconds over Quapple in second. Cruz still third. McAvern and Merrill, that's your top 5. Lostowski still 6. Austin Green, we've been on board with him for some time. And Austin Green in 7th at the moment with Nathan Hearn behind him and coming quick, having got past Jake Buford, who is 9th. Darren Mock continues to stay 10th. Adam Andretti now up to 11th, so he's made another spot up. He started 17th, and he's made some good moves out of this race so far as we look at Barry Bowes in the 32.
He's not leaving anything on the table.
No, he never does. He never does.
When he goes out there, it is everything. And he's made his way up. I knew he would. I knew he'd pick through those guys. And I think if there, obviously, it would change everything on this race for a lot of guys.
Yeah, I think a caution in this race could spice everything up. I mean, the weather, I know the weather was going to be something that we were thinking about could play into it, but it seems like it's been dry so far. I haven't checked my radar recently.
I'm looking at the windscreen, though. There seems to be some spots on the windshield of some of these cars, though.
Yeah, it could be oil, it could be rain.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. These cars in such a long race, they normally tend to throw up some oil. I don't know. I don't know exactly why, but probably just other cars braking. But you normally tend to get some oil on your dashboard, so it could be that. A really impressive move by Barry getting by that guy. Probably lap traffic, but still really good on the brakes. So, yeah, I mean, it could be a lot of factors of what's on the windshield.
We're at Mid-Ohio. This is effectively the halfway point. There's those streaks I was talking about. And so there's definitely some moisture out there. Somebody's just gone wide at one.
Yeah.
We saw the dust fly up as we're on the opposite side, but on board. Now, somebody else back in the pits and the hood's off. So,
Oh, no.
No. That's not good news.
That looks like Doug Peterson and Adam Andretti off in one, so probably a little contact between the two.
That's Lostowski.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Adrian Lostowski.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
That's going to bring out a
That's
caution.
definitely.
We were just talking about the yellow, so
well,
there
welcome
you go.
aboard. You say you haven't done commentary before. Welcome aboard. You're in the club now. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, so these gravel traps here on the exit of these turns, they're really helpful to keep the cars from crashing into the walls and keeping the drivers safe. But you can see right there on Doug Peterson, they can get beached really easily. So that car is just like, the tires just dug a hole, and then the bottom of it's just sitting in the gravel. So that'll take a little bit to extract with the safety
Isn't that corner called China Beach?
I think that's
It is. I heard that reference a couple times this weekend. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, that's China Beach. We're calling it Well, it's actually just after the Bennett Bridge Hall turn 4, but it's definitely a place
Is
where
that
you
in,
can
is that
get
in
racing.
China Beach? Oh, no, they're
No,
off
it's
in the
China.
exit of turn 1.
Yeah. Oh,
so,
is it?
So
Okay.
they're not actually off in China Beach. China Beach has even deeper gravel. They
Okay.
actually they added more gravel this year. So
And
if
you
you get
should
stuck,
know, huh?
yeah. Well, I know in 2020, I believe, Mike Skeen was, I think, leading the race or pretty high up there, and then he got stuck in China Beach, and he got, like, the car
I
got
remember
buried.
well, yes.
So, I mean, you can see Doug Peterson in this year, and I almost called him Adam Andretti again, Adrian Lostowski, you can see they really got buried in there. So that's going to take a safety crew to extract those cars. It might take a little bit.
And now things are going to get a lot more aggressive.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a different race, I think, with 10 laps to go or whatever. When this thing goes green, it's going to be interesting.
I'd be interested to know from either of you what your systems thing is now. What do you want to know? What do you want to hear? And knowing how close we are to the end of this race, tell me what the information is as we look at the replay of this incident here. Under caution.
Yeah, so in this stage of the race, we have 18 minutes left, 10 laps to go. So it seems like there's going to be, it's going to be a time race, I would imagine, because this safety cars look like it's going to take a little bit. So
yeah.
I think right now you're going to get all the leaders bunched up. All the lapped cars are going to get sent through the pit. So everybody's going to be like in the order that they're actually racing in. So, I mean, I think it's going to be great racing now. I think it's going to be a fight towards the end.
To answer your question, though, I don't want to know anything.
Right.
I don't want to hear anything. I know exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, when on a restart with X, I'm okay.
you're a Kimi
Whoever's in
Räikkönen.
front of me,
Yeah.
now I'm figuring out. Okay, well, you know, you always try to come up with a plan, but the plans never work when the green flag flies because everybody's going in different directions. But I don't need anybody talking in my ear at this point.
Yeah, I think I'd be with you because you can get the monkey mind. People start giving you distracting things. You've got your own world to worry about,
Right.
and you know if you don't know what's going on by now, you shouldn't be sat there.
Yeah, so for me, like when I'm on this track, you have the cars in front of you that you've been racing with the whole time. So you know where you're faster than them, you know where you have your good car, you know how your car setup is. So you can really just like take this time, the slower laps, to think about what you're going to do, how you're going to gain the time, what they're maybe doing better from a driving perspective, how you're going to really make an overtake work. It's kind of a brutal, like the cautions as a driver are kind of brutal because the car gets heat soaked. So these cars are so hot, and the headers are right underneath the interior. So when you're going slower, you have less airflow, so the cars just get super hot. So as a driver, I mean, it gives you a little time to take a drink, which I imagine a lot of these drivers would be happy about. But
you're
still,
right.
they're going to be
I see where
getting
you are
hot.
now. Turn 1. That was the dust we saw. Yeah.
Another thing too is knowing who you're racing with.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, when you're lined up and you know the personalities and you know sometimes certain guys unplug their brains in situations like this. So, I mean, you really gotta understand who you're racing with. So when that green comes back out, you might be careful.
You have an idea
a
of what
little
they
bit.
might do.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so that could be something hard for Carson because he's not experienced in the series, so he doesn't know the drivers as well, so he doesn't know their driving styles. So that could be hard for him because he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen on this restart. He's kind of in no man's land from his perspective. So, I mean, that'll definitely be a really interesting restart. You got Cruz in third. He's really trying to make some positions up. He's trying to get another win. So you got a lot of fast guys that are really trying to maximize from this. So I think it'll be a really interesting restart once we get
Well, let me ask
going.
you another question. The other person who doesn't like this sort of condition is the car itself, because it is not designed to be at this speed. So how do you keep it happy?
So the cars, I don't know, sometimes this can be helpful for them because sometimes if you're overheating your brakes, overheating your tires,
fair enough.
you can let them cool down. So if you have grass on your grill, you can get right up behind the car in front of you, try and wash off that grass.
Yep.
So that can be helpful. But also the cars, I mean, you can see they really hate it. You can see the RPM. Like sometimes they just start lurching, and then the car whole starts shaking, and it hates going these low speeds because these motors like to be 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 RPM. So when they're down low, 3,000, 4,000, sometimes even 2,000, they really hate it. So the cars don't like it. They get hot. You can see right there it's lurching a little bit. So yeah, the cars aren't a huge fan of it, but also sometimes it can be helpful to let your tires cool down.
Yeah, and for our cars, TA cars, I'm sure these cars too, you probably get at this time of the race, more than likely you're getting a little bit of brake fade. The fluids are hot, so it gives you 2 or 3 laps to cool down.
Yeah, cool those
and you'll
down.
have good brakes for at least 3 or 4 laps on the restart. You know, so you can be a little bit more aggressive under braking because everything is cooled down a little bit.
It's kind of like
Man,
it's
there's
kinda like
a lot of
restart.
guys. Am I?
Yeah, those are all lap traffic. So the lap traffic as it comes through
coming
the
into the pits.
Yeah, we're just looking out through our windows and we see all the lap traffic coming through the pits, and yeah, that's just so the restart can be more lined up in the actual order of the pace. So that's a new rule I think they put in sometime last year.
That's a very good rule,
which I really like.
Yeah, it does help because it can be confusing for both people at home, and obviously even us, the commentators, we think we know what's going on, but of course it is confusing.
I never said that. Nobody's ever said that.
I never pretend to say that. But what we do is we literally shuffle in a situation like this the guys that are lapped, so that hopefully when we go racing again, they are still in their own race, and the guys in the front aren't having to pack all the way through the guys that are lapped.
It's so awful, and it's a great rule. But in the past, there's been, when you've got lappers mixed up with the leaders and you've got 5 or 6 laps to go, it's going to happen. It's something ugly is going to happen, and it always does. So this is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, you can see the drivers sticking their hands out the window there. That's just because those cars inside, they get so hot. So you want that airflow on your hand. I mean, it gets a little air through your glove, cools you down a little bit. But it also brings fresh air. If you cup your hand in a way, it brings fresh air into the cockpit and just to try and cool them down.
No, they're just waving to the fans.
Yeah, I gotta say.
No, they're just waving to the great fans out here at Mid-Ohio.
I tell you what, look who stepped into the top 10, Adam Andretti. He's gonna be smiling.
Oh, yeah, this is gonna be
big
good.
Italian
I wish
smile.
you had a our camera because this is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to be smiling because he could make a decent weekend out of this by the end of it. And why we're concentrating on Adam, who's had a bit of fun. He's teammate, of course, with Wally Dallenbach Jr. this weekend, and they've both been in the commentary booth, so they've been having a good time sharing data in different races, I might add. Wally was in the TA race yesterday, which, of course, Adam usually races in, but this time he's got
the biggest
run.
We have so much fun in between practice and qualifying with the stories. That's all we do is tell stories. Our families have been, together forever. So we all grew up together at the racetrack. So it's been fun having Adam as a teammate.
So much experience and history between those two whole families.
How's it for you, Evan? I mean, the beauty of this series, more than any other I've seen, is that you've got that lineage. And you can come here as a young buck and you can hang out with absolute generational heroes and stars. Some still racing, some maybe occasionally racing, and others maybe on the pit box. But it's a really interesting group fraternity, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool. I mean, the Trans Am series, I don't know the exact dates. I'm not a big history guy, but I know back in probably the 1900s sometime, 1960s, 70s, I don't know. There was some point where Trans Am was really big. Then it kind of slowly died off, but now it's coming back, and it's coming back strong. So you still have some of those more experienced guys, and then there's a lot of young guns coming here to prove themselves as a fast driver. So this series has proven, because of all the good drivers and all the history here, it's proven to be a great place to show your skills.
How old are you now?
I'm 17.
17. Well, you got 4 years before you become the first and youngest champion of Trans Am like this man.
Yeah.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2006.
Yeah. I was 84.
I won a championship before he was even before he was born.
I love it.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, 2-time Trans Am champion. There's no disrespect for that. Multiple Sebring winner and Daytona winner. So don't worry. You've had your accolades.
Listen, I'm glad. I mean, listen. I've driven it all.
Yes,
and the Trans Am series has always been my favorite. And that's why I'm back here doing it. And it's great to see, the strength of it now. It's great to see guys like Evan come in. They're all good kids, and they're all really talented, and they've got great futures ahead of them. And it really is. I mean, Trans Am's got such a history, but it's got so much to give. It's cool racing.
Yeah.
I mean,
the cars are amazing to drive. I mean, I obviously haven't driven as many cars as you have, but I've driven a fair amount of cars, and these cars, they're just so much fun to drive. 2,800 pounds. 500 horsepower, no manuals, no ABS, no traction control. So it's just really it's all about the driver.
Exactly.
So it's so cool. These cars are so much fun to drive. So I think that's another reason why this series is so great.
Yep.
Well, guys, I've just heard next time we're going green. So let's get those visors down. Take me through your systems check now. What do you guys do leading up to the restart?
Okay, so one thing I'm not crazy about is the restart rule that you cannot pass until you get to the start-finish line.
Okay.
That's at Mid-Ohio, you're going to be 4 corners back, and they're going to be racing, and you can't pass. I'm not crazy about that rule.
Right.
So I'm going to be frustrated if I'm, 8, 9, 10 cars back.
Yeah, if you're trying to make up positions from a little further back,
that's where you make up your time, is on the restarts.
Sure.
And especially on this track, because you have the carousel, that really tight corner right before it. So if you're probably like 10th, 11th down, you're going to have a really hard time because you're still going to be going through that corner, not being able to get on the throttle while the other guys are accelerating.
But
so
if you're up front, it's definitely an advantage.
Yeah, it's an advantage.
Because you can peel off and take off, and nobody's going to give you a hard time about it. So
that's a good point.
I would not surprise to see we're going to see a lot of scattering going on here, though. Regardless.
Tell you what, I'm looking very closely at that red and white Perilled car because Brent Cruz loves this sort of situation.
Yeah, he's
Here
trying
we
to
go.
make up places.
Out comes the safety car, and we're about to go racing again. Rafa Matos has got it all to do. Carson Quapple will try and take him at the restart. He's tucked in right behind him, and into turn one they go. Good restart by the leaders. Nathan Hearn looking for a spot two on Austin Green.
And there's Adam taking one or two right there.
Already.
On the restart, and this is where you make hay. This is where you got to do. You can see Matos is scrubbing the tires a little bit. I don't think he liked what the car felt like going through turn one on the restart.
Yeah, it's so hard to get your tires up to temperature. There you see Adam Andretti making a great move on Jay Buford.
Yeah, but he's got past Buford down the back straight. As we're on board with Buford, he can see Andretti's car. Looks as though Adam's got a little touch to the rear of that car, but it's not affecting his speed as we go down the back straight now. Just 5 laps to go here in this cracking TA2 race from Mid-Ohio. Rafa Matos leads the way from Capel and from Brent Cruz in third. Whoa!
Wide on the 69.
Hang on.
Whoa, it's all happening there. A bit of rodeo going on. Boris said Jr. that was. Another famous name.
Yeah.
On board with Nathan Hearn as he tries to get past Austin Green, who's getting very wiggly.
Yeah, Nathan's just filling up Austin's mirrors. He's just letting him know he's really trying to get by. So it looks like Austin got a little loose there, so maybe his car's a little tail happy. So hopefully Nathan can prioritize on that for him.
Well, I was going to ask you, does the car get tail happy towards the end of the race?
Yeah, so you're burning the fuel load off in the rear, so that's a lot of weight off the rear. You're also, these cars have so much power, and you're trying to put them down just right through the rear wheels. So you can burn your tires up, you have the less fuel load in the back, so you have your setup. So your setup changes as this race goes on, so it causes the car to get a little loose towards the end for sure.
Well, Rafa's done a superb job so far, and Brent Cruz has got past on Carson Quapple because he's just gone up. You can just see the red and white car in second place. Now damage to Andretti's car. That damage he had is now flapping in the wind.
It looks like Carson might have had an issue. He just got passed by a lot of guys at freight train. So either he had a setup issue or a mechanical issue, or he just got freight train.
He's going backwards, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, it could be red mist too. He might be annoyed that he got overtaken.
Yeah. Maybe he got passed by one guy, then got annoyed and started making mistakes. So it's really hard to tell at this point. But yeah, not a great restart, not the ideal restart for him for sure.
Well, we're going to have a cracking finish to this race. We're on board with Austin Green, who's right there with him. And here we go. There's Adam Andretti with the bodywork flapping in the wind. He's got Nathan Hearn in front of him. We'll have to be careful trying to get past him. But he's on the rip at the moment. But a really interesting finish to this. Now,
Adam was really loose there.
Austin Green,
Adam was, he's driving it hard because that car was pretty sideways going through there.
Yeah, Adam's not letting the damage affect him. He's still trying to push as hard as he can. A little cosmetic damage is not going to hurt him.
So we're coming down to a real grand finale. Wally Dollenbach Jr. and Evan Slater, who's not racing this weekend, sadly, but is getting very excited for the opportunity to get back into the car at Road America, which he will do, of course. Nathan Hearn all over the back of a very loose Austin Green as they come out of the three-dimensional services group carousel again. It's a big crash at the carousel. We're looking out the window as we watch the racing as we should, but we've also noticed, I think it's Tommy
So it's like Tom Sheehan in the number 90 car.
Yeah, there we go.
I think they're going to be able to pull off if they can get that 97
Big moment
fired
for
up.
Tommy Sheehan, always in the wars. Let's hope he can get it going. I do not want to finish under caution. Back with Andretti. Bit of bodywork. It's only a flesh wound, as they say in Monty Python. Off he goes. Nathan Hearn, though, is a hard charger. He's behind Austin Green. Andretti's behind him.
It looks like Tom Sheehan still hasn't moved, so I'm wondering if there's a mechanical issue with the motor there. In that.
That I'm grinning from ear to ear, but I do have been waiting for Rafa versus Brent at the sharp end, where he who dares wins.
Yeah.
So
it'd be crazy. I think the goals are to make up as many positions as you can, but you also need to keep these cars clean, because even though we're so close to the end of the race, they're going to be super aggressive, so there's still a lot of risks for an incident.
And I think Brent, I mean, he's got to stay as close as he can to Rafa before the green.
Yeah.
Don't let Rafa, I mean, if he's got a shot, and Rafa's really good at restarts, so we're about to see.
He is. So into the carousel we come. This is the restart. Away they go, and this is do it or not. Here we go. Everybody jostling for position. Away they go. Matos does get away well, as is always the way. Nathan Hearn looking for a way past Austin Green.
Austin Green looking around the outside of Carson.
Yep.
Into turn 2, the keyhole.
Yep.
Can he make it stick? Carson gets good on the brakes, holding it around the outside, just trying to really make that work, but he loses it. There's less grip out there. Oh, and he also lets Nathan by. He got freight trained on the outside there.
Did, didn't he?
Yeah, he just couldn't get back inside because there was a car right in his place. So that's really unfortunate for Austin Green.
So then, position changes all the way here in the closing stages of this one, but Rafa Matos did the work at the restart, and as Wally quite rightly pointed out, he is a master at the restart, and he's done it again. Meanwhile, Andretti in the thick of it, bouncing off other cars. Why not? He's got Nathan Hearn, and he's so, hey, anything you can do, I'll bang you back.
Yeah. Well, the patience is out the window at this
absolutely.
point. Nobody has any. So, yeah.
Well, Austin Green gave as good as he got there. Andretti, with all his bags of experience, Austin Green, maybe a youngster, but he gave it just as hard as he got it. And he's not done yet. Great racing in Trans Am, just what we wanted. But time running out. The white flag about to be waved for the leader as he comes down to the start-finish again. It's Rafa Matos, Brent Cruz. Dylan McAvern up to third. There is that white flag. There's Rafa Matos. Brent Cruz, can he do this? I don't see it from here.
It's been, like I said, it's been Matos' race to give away. That car's been
wide for Andretti.
beautiful.
Go on, Adam.
Austin Green looking around the outside of Adam Andretti, trying to make it work like he did on the lap before.
That's a hard pass to make at this point in the race.
Yeah.
On the outside up there.
Yeah, at this point in the race, you're just holding on to everything you have.
Yeah.
Your tires are falling away. The brakes are probably getting a little used.
Now he's closing up right here.
Yeah.
He could be looking at trying to make an outbraking maneuver here, but Adam's not going to give him the inside, I don't believe.
No. Although I've seen going around the outside at 4 done before as well, because you've got the inside.
Yeah, you get the inside for 5.
But Rafa Matos is putting on a show here for the 3-Dimensional Services Group. He had a bad race at Detroit. He was really upset for the team because it was their home race. Oh, look
Austin
at
Green
this.
to the inside.
Oh, go on, Austin.
Hard racing.
Very hard indeed. Well, they've been giving it to each other for the last few laps, and Austin Green is determined to get past Adam Andretti. This is brilliant.
It's going to be tough from this point here, unless he tries an outside pass down here in the last corner, which is really hard to pull
really
off,
hard to make
too.
a pass in the end.
Yeah.
So then, mighty Matos does it in mid-Ohio and comes to the checkered flag and takes it in style. Brent Cruz follows him home, and Dylan McAvern will take 3rd place. Merrill takes 4th. You can see the delight for Doug Peterson's team as they celebrate Joe and the rest of the boys. Well happy with that. And that was picture perfect by the Brazilian. And that could just reignite his championship hopes. Started the weekend in 4th position, and with a few drivers like yourself, Evan, not in the car. That's a good result for Matos. You got to give it to him.
Yeah, that's been really impressive for Matos. I think he led every single lap, so that's really hard mentally because you just got to focus on minimizing mistakes. So, I mean, that's a really impressive drive for him, really showing his experience there.
And your teammate did pretty good there.
Yeah,
8th position.
That yellow was what a lot of those guys needed. Adam did a good job working his way up. Hey, everybody did. I'm impressed today. There was a lot of nice driving today.
Good result for Boris Said Jr. in 12th position. Just starting out, remember, in Trans Am, having come up from the Miata Cup. Quite a big difference. But he's up there and holding his own. So well done to him. And my thanks to Connor Zillage and to Evan Slater. They'll be back in the cars. 2 young guns hoping to go for the championship themselves, and great to have the Rookie of the Year a couple of years ago. Wally Dollarback
decades
ago. But I'll tell you what, I mean, this is the sport you grew to love. I know you've done many different forms of motor racing, but Trans Am's your love, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. And like everyone was saying, I mean, these cars are just fun to drive. They don't have a BOP. They don't mess with you. It's you know, in a TA car, you're talking 900 plus horsepower, and you have to drive them. And the same as the TA2 cars. There's no tricks. There's no gadgets. There's no driver assists in these cars, and that's what I love about it.
Yeah, it really shows who are the great drivers, and I think in TA2 especially, I think the people that win these races are the great drivers that can communicate well with their engineer and team on how to get that setup really dialed in. So, I mean, I think this is just a great series because these cars have no like nannies, so you can really show off the driving.
Okay, check on the results then. Rafa Matos with another brilliant win in the Ford Mustang, and Brent Cruz in another Ford Mustang, but this one the Franklin Road Mobile 1 gear wrench Nitro Motorsports car. Dylan McAvern in SLR M1 race cars takes third. Thomas Merrill for the Bennett HB Tuners Mike Cope race cars takes fourth. Carson Quapple taking fifth position there again for SLR. Well done to him in his first race out. Nathan Hearn top six. Adam Andretti actually gets seventh, not eighth. Austin Green is eighth. Jay Buford is ninth, and Darren Mott rounding out the top 10 again for Nitro Motorsports in that Ford Mustang. Great racing, and that is top draw racing. We're sorry about the technical difficulties we had mid-race, but we had everything going in terms of the racing, and Rafa can put that one down to another brilliant race here in the USA. Gets the congratulations of the team in a moment. We'll talk to Ben Sissel. And as soon as that helmet comes off, we'll hear from the affable Brazilian who loves racing, but particularly loves racing here at Mid-Ohio. It's one of his favorite circuits. Let's head down then to Ben Sissel to hear from our winner, Rafa Matos.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here I am, Rafa Matos, the three-dimensional services group Triple Track Challenge here at Mid-Ohio. Flag to flag, you were the pole, and I just heard you are now tied for the most wins. So that's got to feel pretty good.
Man, I can't describe in words. This was a very emotional win for me. I don't know why. You know, it's getting more difficult because the series is getting more and more competitive. So all the credits to my team, three-dimensional service group, crew, amazing job all weekend long. You know, recovering from Detroit where we lost 2 cars, coming here, getting the pole position, maximizing our points. So that should put us pretty close to the lead in the championship. And, you know, couldn't thank enough Doug Peterson giving us the chance to compete at the highest level in the United States. This series, you know, has become a destination. So I'm a really proud guy right now, proud of my guys. And let's go to Road America now.
Nice, and we know you're fast at Road America. Rafa Matos, great victory, man. Congratulations. Sorry, Chris. I'm going to come through here now. Let's talk to a person we don't get to talk too much on camera like this, but our Masters winner here at the three-dimensional services group Triple Track Challenge, Doug Peterson. Good job. We couldn't have written this any better. Your own group here. You're on the top step. You win the Masters. How's that feel?
You know, it feels pretty good. You know, I was worried about the rain. Where's the rain? Where's the rain? But, you know, better than sitting home watching TV.
Nice. I love it. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to send it back to you.
I've got you back now.
Landing.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour here from Mid-Ohio as we turn our attention to single-seater racing now. And this, of course, the big championship for F4 America's Formula 4 United States Championship from Mid-Ohio. Sportscar course alongside me, one of the FR drivers and a good man too. Oliver Westling is here with me. Just got 4th place in the last race. This could be interesting, couldn't it? Because we've got a lot of guys who are all keen on getting a good result here, including the man in pole position or on the front row, Costello. Away they go in the 19 for Jay Howard. He starts on the front row, but it's the 31 who leads the way, and that is Titus Sherlock, who is there because of the fastest lap in the previous race. Good clean start. Everybody so far, a bit of dust flying up, but so far so clean at the moment as they head towards the keyhole for the first time. Hodgson got away well too, and he's looking for a way through, but it's going to be nip and tuck as they come through the keyhole. We'll get them onto the back straight, and Oliver, pretty clean start.
Yeah, very clean start. I just saw Tyke take a car on the inside of the turn 2, so that looks pretty good.
This is a 30-minute race, and obviously if there are cautions or problems, that will eat out of that time. We've seen some races curtailed because of weather over the weekend. We all got half points in one of the races. And so these guys are really racing hard now for the points. Titus Sherlock doing a good job of holding up the rest of the field. Hodgson right in the thick of it with that orange and grey car in, 5th place at the moment? And we'll watch for the likes of Lewis Hodgson and Patrick Woods-Toft. Now, this is an important race for the Canadian Patrick Woods-Toft because he's 5th at the moment, but he led the championship going into the weekend, and he's lost a lot of points in terms of the others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last 2 races, they were it was a little back and forth. So I mean, we still have a couple more race weekends, so I think there's hope.
How are the conditions out there? I mean, obviously now it's dry, but of course when a lot of rain comes down, does it change how the track is?
Yeah, right. So yeah, when it rains, so they have this sealer on the top of the track that they put just for Mid-Ohio. So when it really gets wet, there's no grip out there. It's like driving on ice with rock hard tires.
Yeah, that's a big problem. That's not recommended.
Oh, wow.
He's done a bit of grass tracking. In fact, 2 cars went off, but luckily they kept it in a straight line, and that's the key when you make a mistake like that at turn 1, is just don't get too sideways, because once the car gets the momentum going sideways in one way or the other, then suddenly you're in a real mess. But he kept his foot in, and that's the way to keep it straight, and that's what he's done.
Frankie Mossman just took Costello.
That's a nice move by Frankie Mossman. He hasn't shown this weekend yet, and that's the first time we've really seen him do anything spectacular, and that's nicely done. Hodgson looking for a way past as well. So plenty of action. Lewis Hodgson, Frankie Mossman, all on the move. The 27 is our championship leader, Patrick Woods-Toft, and this is not going to go down as a big weekend for him because he's losing places by the minute. Titus Sherlock still at the front, though. Now, Augusto Soto Sharipa got a great result in the second race, and he's trying to do the same again. He's second at the moment, and he's hounding on Sherlock at the moment as we speak.
See Michael Costello, he's struggling a little bit, falling a little further back from Mossman.
Let's take a look at some action from just a moment ago. A 3rd place overtake. Here we go. While we were looking in the background.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at that.
Good thing that he saved that. That's tough.
But here is the overtake.
Right. That's another.
Frankie Mossman doing a good job there. So well done to him. Now, let's see. Hodgson still pushing on.
I'm surprised Jesse Lacey is further back than he usually is.
Yeah, he hasn't had again. Somebody else going wide. It's the 16 this time, and just going up a bit of grass tracking, but gets back on. Talking of Jesse Lacey.
Right.
Yeah, he hasn't had the spectacular weekend we've seen him at other races, has he?
Oh, no, yeah. He was at the top 2 all throughout Road America.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not his weekend, but there's lots to do in this race, so.
It's weird. Do you find it for yourself? There's just certain tracks that that suit you perfectly in your racing style, and others you just can't get your head around.
Right, yeah, exactly. So, Mid-Ohio, it's a pretty decent track for me, I would say. But my 2 favorites are still VIR and Road America. So
2 big, fast circuits. I can see why you enjoy those, yeah. Well, Alex Berg also has some work to do, down in 8th position, the Canadian at the moment. Woods-Toft, the other Canadian, fighting for the championship in 6th now. Hodgson up to 5th. Costello drops to 4th. Mossman up to 3rd now, but some great battles here all through the field.
Berg trying to squeeze himself in there.
Yeah, just about. Well, Sherlock's not out of the woods yet.
Sherlock got some pressure now.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, and we've been talking about the psychology of drivers over the weekend. That 24 after a win in race 2, he's going to be going, well, why can't I do it again? I did it last time.
Right.
But actually, to be fair, Titus had a great race too last time out, so he's going to be brimming with confidence. Long way to go, though, yet. Do you put the race in sections in your mind when you're racing? In other words, okay, I've got to get through the first 5 laps and then I'll kind of rethink where I am?
Right, yeah. So, I mean, part of my strategy, too, for tracks like this, when it gets really hot, there's high tire drag. I try to, distance myself towards the beginning of the race, not follow too close, so I don't eat my tires in the first better part of the race. So, and then you just have to kind of play it smart. I think when you eat your tires away, you just have nothing left towards the end of the race. So, but when there is a good passing opportunity, of course, you're going to take it.
High above from the drone, you start to see how the field spreads out, and it's a really good illustration of how much work you need to do when you're in, let's say, 6th place to see the distance from above, just how far it is to catch up. And that's why you often wonder when a guy comes through, or why commentators get excited when a guy goes from 10th to up to 2nd, let's say, because when you see it from above, you see the distance physically.
Right.
It's not like they're not trying, the guys in front of him.
Yeah.
Up towards the keyhole again. Hodgson now in 4th place. Sherlock, Soto, Sharipa.
Oh. A little peak from Oswald.
Yeah, he had a peak there. He's got good drive here. This is a good position to be in, exiting the keyhole for maybe a move at 4.
Right. There's a lot of dirty air, though, for Mossman, so maybe he wants to consider making the move as soon as possible.
Yeah, good point. Good, clean and tight race here then. The top 3, you can throw a blanket over them at the moment as they dive into 4. Crucial corner here at Mid-Ohio. Jesse Lacey's gone all the way down to 13th position after that off. Onto the grass. Good to see Greenmeyer in the top 15. And Jet Bowling also in his first run here in the championship down in 20th position, but that's a good start to his career in Formula 4. Still a long way to go in this, but the top 3 you can see glued together. And if anything, Hodgson's catching them. Look, in the back there. Big bump. Does that really upset the car coming into the carousel?
It doesn't. I don't think it does, because when you're talking about exiting turn 12.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I mean, it's full throttle through there, so the car feels fine. As long as you don't lift throttle, it should be clean through there.
Fair enough. Hodgson looks in the mirrors, but he's got a good gap between he and Woods top. There he is. And this crosslink contingent, 7 cars in Formula 4. Pretty big contingent, 12 in all, I think. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, they have a big team.
Yeah. So Zelenka in 12th position, just ahead of Lacey. Favis in 14th, Greenmeyer 15th. Whoop! And that was a great move. Nicely done, but didn't quite pull it off. Thought he was going to go for it, didn't you?
No, I did. I feel like also when you're about to take a move, I think it's important to commit to the move.
Right.
If you're close enough, because some guys will back out because they won't get shaken up. Really, they'll just be like, okay, no, now he's going for it. So I think that every time you have a pass, you just need to commit to that pass.
This is an intriguing group because we've now got a 4-way battle at the front, which is soon to become 5 because Woods top has just sort of kind of recovered a little bit. He kind of got beaten up a little bit there, the crosslink Kiwi man, as they come across the line again to finish another lap. 20 minutes to go. And Titus Sherlock doing the business at the moment, but he's under massive pressure from Augusta Solo Sharipa.
He's kind of in the position I was last race, keeping 3-4 cars behind me throughout the whole race, and you just have to, you can't make a mistake, but there's a lot of pressure. Oh, okay.
Oh, has he got him? If he keeps his foot in, he should make it stick, and he has. That's
clean.
Nicely done, isn't it?
Very clean.
I think they've put some new asphalt down or widened it there on the inside. Quite a few people using that to
I think so too. There's an amazing grip through there.
Is there really?
All on the inside. But I see a lot of F4 drivers, taking the outside line, but I don't know.
Let's have a look at Hodgson making that move, and you tell us what you see.
So, okay, yeah. So he knows that if he gets the inside, he's gonna have most of the grip. You see Mossman kind of outside of that patch on the inside, so he's definitely going to have less grip. So, yeah, very clean move.
Well, that's the tactics of motor racing. Use the track and look for extra grip and places where you can take an advantage, and that is just the perfect example. You can see that new surface laid down there, and he used that perfectly. And now he's going in pursuit of the next man up, Frankie Mosman. But Hodgson's on a tear. Look at him go.
Oh, wow, Sherlock is the second now.
Yeah, so we've had a change at the front because Augusto Soto Sharipa has now taken the lead while we were watching that replay.
He looked like he was quicker, though.
Yeah,
throughout the
fair
beginning, he was right on his gearbox, you know, just waiting for a smart move.
I talked to Lewis Hodgson after before the second race, and he just was really confident that he could go well here. Here he goes again, same move.
Same move. There's so much grip on the inside.
That's smart racing. Because,
smart racing.
I mean, you know, you look ahead to your third race now. I'm sure you're going to be going, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
I'm going to be trying that.
Of course, of course.
That's great racing. And Hodgson, though, still under pressure, but he's made another move and up to second place now. Here comes Toth. Woods Toth trying to make the move at 4.
I don't want to jinx anything, but Hodgson is looking good for
a win here. Potentially. Out of 5 they come. Now, let's have a look at that replay of the lead change. And when you see it, Oliver, I'll let you pick it up because we missed it first, but here it is.
Wow, king of the late breakers.
Yeah.
Yep, very clean.
Classic Mid-Ohio overtake, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's still a lot of grip on the inside. It's even off racing line because you'll show up at the apex, and that's where all the grip is. So, you know, stuck his nose in there, didn't let it go.
Excellent stuff. So here they come through the carousel again, and it is from above. You see just what kind of a corner it is. It looks tighter actually from low down, but there is room to get good grip and get good exit out of the last corner. Still a long way to go though in this race, sub 17 minutes. That's an eternity in a motor race.
It's how Sherlock's pace isn't quite there right now because Hodgson is pulling away.
Yeah, you're right. And if anything, Woods Toth looks as though he's eyeing up a move here. Likewise, Mosman's going to go with it.
And I'm pretty sure everyone is on new tires for this race.
Yeah.
Because since they didn't do that, since it rained, the first race.
Oh, of course,
right.
yeah, and lack of qualifying,
right,
yeah.
Right.
So everybody's got a bit more rubber than usual. Good to see that Alex Berg got a second place, his best result so far. Here we go. Is this Woods Toth? Yes, it is.
Clean move. Sherlock needs to pick up the pace now.
But there's nothing wrong with the car, though. He's still on pace, right?
Right.
So who of these drivers do you know and hang out with? Or not hang out with, but just know.
So, yeah, like I said, Alex Berg, Tyke Durst, Everett Stack on my team, and Landon Mitchell on a limb, and that's pretty much it. I haven't really talked to any of the other guys. Most of these guys, except the ones that I said, they're all new.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a very new field this year, and that's exactly what Formula 4 is all about. Get them learned, get them into the operation, learn the racecraft, and move on. That's the whole point.
Right.
What's your next move? Where do you want to be?
I want to like next year. You're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. So next year, probably most likely we'll do FR again.
Yeah.
I do eventually want to go to Formula 2, but you know you have to be at the top to do that. So I'm still learning. You know, it's my second racing season ever. So I'm fighting at the top. So just experience mainly.
That's interesting that you say that. I mean, hats off to you to have that ambition, but would you not consider maybe doing international racing at this level, at Formula 3 level first before going to?
Right. No, I definitely do. I want to do Formula 3 more, like I said, experience mainly. I left F4 halfway through the season last year, and this is my first main full season. So, yeah, just trying to get all the experience.
Yeah, that makes sense to go for a second season of it, yeah.
Right. But I'm happy, I mean, it's a good first F4 America season. Like the competitors I'm driving with, they've all go-karted since they were 5, and I picked up F4 last year. So,
and a bold decision to move halfway through the season. What prompted that? Just the thought that you could actually do better.
Right. No, we did a couple days of testing in the F3 car, and oh wow,
what's happened here?
Wow,
the 7
no.
has beached it. Now let's hopefully he can get it going, but it doesn't look as though Wiskinski can get it going. That's because tough. He's kind of got stuck, and here comes the safety car.
Same thing happened to me last year, exact same thing. You're halfway on the gravel, or halfway on the grass, halfway on
the bottom of the car is literally like a seesaw,
you can't
isn't it?
do anything.
So how does this change now? As a racing driver, let's put you in Hodgson's seat for a second. You're in second place. You're in the hunt for the win. But now you've got a chance at a restart. So you're starting to think about that already?
Right, yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, what I would do is wait out the first flying lap, just stay right behind him. He can make a mistake, but it's not very likely since he's running at the top right now. But anything can happen, so I would just, wait it out for a clean pass. Don't take any big chances since you're sitting P2 and, it's a lot of points.
Well, the good news is whatever caution we've got shouldn't take that long, actually. And you'll have gone past, if you were in the car, you'd have gone past the incident and gone, okay, that's going to be a lap or two, right?
Right. Yeah, no, they're going to have to take him out like any other car that goes on the grass. But at least he's not too far off the asphalt.
There's the flag position at the halfway point of the back straight between 3 and 4. The double yellow giving us the sign that tells us that we have the safety car on track and we have an incident that we are clearing up. Now everybody, it's not just Hodgson, is going through exactly what you just described, because they've all got their own race, they've all got their own plan, and they all want to get ahead, if not the next guy, but 3 or 4 guys in this next restart, right?
Right, no, 100% agree. It's always nice to be first. I mean, restarting, because you're going to accelerate way before anyone else is, because you're leading the field.
Yeah, I always think it's a tricky job as the leader to control the race, to have the pressure of knowing that everybody's gunning for you,
right.
But also having that advantage is your choice when you go.
Mm-hmm.
But you know that you could be too clever, can't you? Sometimes.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree.
Well, while we're under caution, why don't we take a short break from Mid-Ohio? We'll be back with more from the Speed Tour. Oliver Westling and Jonathan Green giving you the commentary after this.
The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli returns to Road America for the Road America Speed Tour July 7th through the 9th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, International GT, PSSA, Formula Race Promotions, and Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road America Speed Tour July 7th through the 9th. For tickets and information, simply go to roadamerica.com.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. We're still under caution. You've missed nothing, but that's the beautiful view from the drone as the Formula 4 cars of the championship that is Formula 4 America, or the United States Formula 4 Championship, make their way under caution down towards the keyhole. And we've got Oliver Westling, who races in the FR Championship, the next series up here. He did a half a season at F4, so you know the car well. But now racing in FR, and it's good to have you in here in the booth, because you can give us an insight into exactly what the procedure is, because we're about to go racing again.
Right, thank you.
We'll just keep an eye on that Honda Civic to see when the lights come off, and I don't think it'll be long, because the reason we were stopped is Wasinski got caught out and got stuck out on track. In fact, he's got going again, which is good news. He's just passed our commentary position, so they pushed him. And we keep an eye on those safety car lights. They're still flashing. When they turn out, that tells us and the other drivers that we're about to go to green again. And that restart could be oh so important. Also, you're chewing up the minutes here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's how long is it left of the race? It's about... Yeah, no, it's not very.
Some drivers like to hear from their engineer at this point, some others don't. What about you?
All right, yeah, no, I mean, if you're sitting P1, you want the race to be as short as possible, obviously, but if you're P2, P3, you're like, okay, I need more time.
I need more laps, more time.
Yeah.
Do you like to hear your engineer or not?
I do like to hear my engineer. We've been doing a lot of stuff on track, with the car, with settings and stuff like that. So I do like to hear from him, but at some points, it can be, too much when you're in the middle of, fighting.
There you go. There's an engineer doing exactly what we were talking about. So we're going green at the restart. Can Lewis Hodgson from Australia get the hammer down? because it's hammer time, folks, as Augusto Soto Sharipa leads them in the 24 red and black car to the start finish. 9 minutes to go in this one, and Patrick Woods-Toth has certainly got the idea that he could make something out of this and maintain his lead in the championship with a good result here. He sits third at the moment in that 27 car, but he's going to try to make a move here. The mighty move has been Hodgson so far. Go ahead.
No, right. No, I was just saying Jesse Lacey went from 13th to 11th now, so maybe he's climbing a little bit.
Yeah, and Alex Berg, the man you're watching there on screen with the pink helmet, is also up to 6th. He's behind Frankie Mosman at the moment, and so he's on the move. But Woods-Toth surely is going to try to make some sort of move now. Looks to the outside. There is a way round the outside there, but you've got to keep your foot in, and that's just what he's done. Beautifully done.
Oh, wait.
Or has he?
He's gonna
keep it going. Yes, got it now.
Oh, yeah. That's secured.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good racing.
Great racing.
So 2 really distinct moments there. You've got the grip on the keyhole, and then you've got that cambered help from turn 4 on the outside,
right.
if you're bold enough to do it.
No, outside has a lot of grip. I think I did a pass like that the first race or the second race, but outside is perfectly great.
Yeah, cool. Well, definitely off to the races. This is a good run so far. A little bit of oversteer there, which is corrected nicely by the 30. Here they come. In fact, that last lap, very good indeed by Augusto. A 129.4, where everybody else was in the 130s. So he's really made hay on that restart as Augusto Soto Sharipa, because he's pulled away and has a 1.4 second lead. And that's the most we've had pretty much between any of the leaders. Here comes the 6 of Mosman. Makes the move on Berg. Nicely done.
It's going to be a great tow coming through here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Berg is going to make the move.
Yeah, Berg should get this back. I mean, that's, you've got to decide where you want to overtake.
Inside.
Here he comes. Got that inside line.
That's his corner.
Yeah, and you may be wondering why he didn't fight any harder than he did, but there are rules to that. You can make a move, you can swerve once, right?
Right, once, and then after that it's to the stewards.
Yeah, basically.
Oh,
Berg pushing on now. He obviously sensed that he got the overtake and has got the head down now, but sliding there, losing a little time as they watch on in the pits.
It's one thing also with the starting with new tires, they'll get much hotter more quickly, so I think that the tires are overheating a little bit now, so it won't really help being in dirty air, but you have to do what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 is Durst, tight Durst. And currently Durst in, 8th position at the moment for Ganella Racing. All with the Honda Civic engine. Big difference between the F4 engine and the turbo. Did you have to take time to get used to using the turbo?
Yeah, I did. I think my first test was at Road America with the turbo, so it was the first good test, with those long straightaways. And the turbo does, kick in hard. There's a lot of torque with that car. So it's a lot of fun, but you have to be very precise when you go to throttle and when you should keep the turbo spooling versus when to, let it go.
Well, International Motorsport were absolutely ecstatic when Soto Sharipa won last time out and dominated. Got a podium, and now they're hoping for more as we look at the 08 of Alex Berg, the Canadian. His father, a racing driver in his own right, so he's grown up around racing. And he was very honest, actually. His father had a short time in Formula One, just a year or so, but he said, I've kind of, I don't mean to be rude, but I've learned from my father's mistakes in racing, and I thought that was fairly brutal, but fairly honest. Buonanno out of the car, as you can see. Whatever the problem is, it's terminal. Jesse Lacey now back into the top 10. Good for him.
Yeah, no, he's quick. But I was also going to say with the turbo, it takes at least 0.2 of a second to get the turbo spooling fully. So, yeah, I mean, it's a whole different car.
So Sherlock, who was right at the front end of this race a few laps ago with work to do now. Hobbs has dropped off a little bit, having looked so aggressive earlier on. He's settled down for that third place. and Woodstock pulling away, and the gap between Soto Sharipa and Woodstock now just less than a second, 0.8 to be exact.
Yeah, Jesse Lacey's in ninth now.
Yep, and just ahead, or just behind, excuse me, Benavides. And there's a real battle here between these four. It also involves Mossman, Costello 7, Durst, Benavides, Lacey, then Adams 11, Zelenka, Fabis in 13th, Martinez 14th, Greenmeyer. One of a couple of girls we've got out there, Ava Dobson making her debut into the championship, and I have to say, shout out to Ava. She's up to 23rd after a really rough start to the weekend, having got stuck in the grass in her first outing, just 15 years of age. So great to see her out there, and likewise Hannah Greenmeyer, the other female, in 15th at the moment. No change at the front. You can see the Woodstock is just bit by bit at the perfect time. 3 minutes to go. Surely you've got your money on Woodstock?
Yeah, I think so. I just saw the gap, and it was 8/10, and now it's down to 3/10.
Yeah,
so
exactly. But the question is where? Now, the obvious is coming up at 4.
Right. I would say 2.
Yeah?
Yeah, 2. Because he's, if he keeps on the inside, okay, he may have more grip, but you'll have...
What about an outside move here?
Yeah, it could stick.
He's done it.
Yeah. You called it.
I called it.
Yeah.
Well, he's been wanting to do that and lining himself up to do that, but that was textbook. Excellent stuff by our championship leader from Canada. Well done to Patrick.
Clean move.
Yeah, lovely. And at just the right time. Yeah. Although he has left himself open to the possibility of an attack back, right?
Right. No. He'll definitely try to get back at him. So yeah, we'll just wait. Turn 2 is going to be a big possibility.
Yeah, there is. And I think we'll see that white flag. Yeah, I see it in the hand of the marshal right now as they come towards the three-dimensional services group.
Like I said for 2 also, like let's say you're on the inside, you may have more grip throughout the corner, but if you're on the outside, you've got a better run off too. So then you'll get your opportunity in turn 4.
So across the line they come to take the white flag on the final lap here. It's been a really interesting race this, and now he's got the lead. Woodstock is really off to the races. Patrick Woodstock has got, 3-car length already going into the keyhole, and any hopes that Soto Sharipa of getting first place back have kind of gone out the window. But look at this.
Yeah, after turn 4, there's no more possibilities.
Yeah, not really. And Alex Berg doing a good job. He's up to, 5th place at the moment.
Yeah, very good race. Strong race.
Strong race, indeed. Hodson's going to stay there on the podium if he can, because these guys aren't going to catch them from the position they're in, although they're in their own battle.
Alex not letting it through.
Yeah, he's going to hold on, isn't he? And like you say, after this point, it's kind of game over, isn't it?
If someone spins, that's one thing, but there's no more passing throughout this.
Well, we've seen in Trans Am, there is a place just up the hill coming into 10. Yeah, interesting. But you've got, it's just coming up after this. It's a big move.
Right.
Here we go then. The leaders coming out. You can see them yourselves on the right-hand side, the first and second. Then this battle for third and fourth. But I don't see any real changes, because at the moment, Patrick Woodstock, the championship leader, is going to extend that lead now. He's had a tough start to the weekend, but he finishes off in style and takes the checkered flag. Patrick Woodstock of Canada wins ahead of Augusto Soto Sharipa. Another podium for him. And Lewis Hodson comes across the line for Australia in 3rd place. Alex Berg, another Canadian, in 4th position. Frankie Mosman will take 5th. Michael Costello, already a winner this weekend, takes 6th. Titus Sherlock, who started right at the sharp end in pole, finishes 7th. Tyke Durst in 8th. Jesse Lacey getting into 9th position, so he's recovered well, as Jesse Lacey, another Australian, and Logan Adams rounding out the top 10. So, good race to finish off their weekend. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from race 3 here of Formula 4. We got off to a good start, and like I said, it was Titus Sherlock in the 31 leading the way from Augusto Soto Sharipa, And some good overtaking, especially by Hodgson, coming up on the inside. Way wide, went for 16, and that kind of ruined the race for Jesse Lacey, but he recovered well to 9th. There's that move by Hodgson I mentioned. And here is the lead change as Augusto Soto Schreiber on the inside. There was Hodgson again, another move, this time on top. That was the moment we went to caution. Then a restart. Everybody close together again, and a lovely overtake around the outside to take the overall lead by Patrick Woods-Top, and he never looked back and took victory here in race 3.
Congrats to him.
Yeah, congrats. And just a confirmation of the result then. Patrick Woods-Top for Kiwi Motorsports. Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports takes first place. Augusto Soto Schreiber for International Motorsports takes second. Lewis Hodgson for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports takes third. Alex Berg all the way up to 4th place. Well done. Frankie Mosman for Jay Howard in 5th, and likewise Michael Costello in 6th. Sherlock 7th, Durst 8th, Lacey 9th, Logan Adams rounding out the top 10. My thank you to Oliver Westling. He's going to go and get ready for his race. My thanks to you, sir. He's off to do another race, and their third race will be covered right here on the Speed Tour. Stay with us as we've got some SVRA coverage coming up. But first, we'll take a short break, and I'll be joined once again by Ben Sissel as we take you to the action. Join us after this.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Mustang, that Mustang right there. Then we've got Joe Rabot, 64 Chevrolet Corvette. He was with us at Indy. James Heck, also with us at Indy, 64 Chevrolet Corvette. Kyle August, 60. Rick Ortman, Group 12, 88 Chevrolet Corvette. Jim Lenahan, 76 Porsche 9146. That's going to be a fast car here. Andrew Dahl, 7240. Wayne Blassman, BMW 325, 92, Group 12. Raymond Nichols, 71 Alfa Romeo. Donald Wanagut in a 73 Alfa Romeo, Group 8. Thomas Spencer, Group 8, Lotus Elan, beautiful car. Robert Mokas, look for him, Group 8, Alfa Romeo GTV. Chris Fennell, beautiful 1965 Chevrolet Corvette. We're sharing a garage with him, a beautiful car. Corey Barak, 66 Ford Mustang. David Rosenblum, Tom Raganeggi, Peter Raganetti, Michael Noble, Lee Poseidon, and Keith Dunbar rounded out as they come to take the green, Jonathan.
Just got it in, but here we go. As Group 6, 8, 12, B, head out, down. Towards the first corner here at Mid-Ohio. Clean start, too.
Good clean start from our food processors up in the front lane. The Cookie King of Chicago in that 969, and then Food Processing Equipment Corporation in that Panos. So two food processors up here in the lead. Look for Jonathan DeGainer to try to get by them in that green Devon. They're currently in fourth place behind the Viper of Jerry Robinson as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's keyhole turn. But what an eclectic group of cars, Jonathan.
Yeah, very eclectic, and it's nice. And I love some of these. I love that 199. That's a beautiful car, that white and gold Ford Mustang. Beautiful. Down the back straight. The roar of the Corvettes then in mid-swing. And also, you hear those Dodge Vipers making a lovely sound as well. And the Panos.
Look at that. That's the Viper of Jerry Robinson. Beautiful car. Group 12 car. Right behind him, John DeGainer. Jonathan DeGainer races with us, and he was in that Ron Fellows car, but his company is called Stone Ridge. I got it wrong yesterday, and he texted me last night after watching the broadcast, so thanks for doing that. It's Stone Ridge, a beautiful company of quite a bit of employees just right outside of Mid-Ohio, and they have a blast coming and watching Jonathan DeGainer, who just recently retired as the CEO.
Nice shot there. You can see up close. It's great to see these cars up really close like this. 36 of Scott Shadle in the Chevrolet Camaro. Beautiful prepared car. Look at that.
Jim Sandberg right behind him in that number 84. Jim Sandberg always having fun with his cars. And we've had a lot of fun with him in the past. He's a normal racer with SVRA out in Texas, but he's been on the podium with us at V-Rock, at Indy, and done a little bit of everything. The Power Tour, but there's Rabot in that number 11.
Field spreading out, but some good aggressive racing here. I'm so glad the weather's turned for them, because we started the weekend out with heavy rain, and I know that a lot of the US has been hit by weather throughout the weekend, so we hope everybody's safe. But yeah, we had our own bunch of rain on Friday, and so there's not been a lot of dry running time for any of us right now, so it's good to see a bit of sunshine.
Jim Lenahan there right behind our graphics in that 9146. Longtime racer here at Mid-Ohio. But if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, and a lot of our friends like Cesar Cordova, boy from New York, is here. The Wolf 16, Richard David Moxley. A lot of the guys that join us every weekend are here. So welcome, everybody.
Wasn't the boy from New York keeping us honest last time out?
Yeah. And he's the one I seem to go to for trivia questions. So if we get a call wrong, or if you know something about these cars or drivers, feel free to leave it in the chat. And if you want to roast us commentators, we're open for that too. So let it fly.
So down Thunder Hill then, here in Mid-Ohio, the beautiful green fields of Ohio.
Alan Davison still in the lead over Bob Gee, Jerry Robinson, John DeGainer, and Renee Tursilla round out the top five. But man, this is a cool group throughout. There's Rick Ortman in that number 26 Chevrolet Corvette. Rick Ortman, our Group 12 champion from a few years back.
Yeah, we've got quite an interesting group. Ford Mustangs, plenty of American muscle. We've also got some Japanese distinction in
There
the
it is.
240s. And we've got the odd BMW and Alfa Romeo representing Europe.
Andrew Dahl in that 240. Beautiful car. I love those cars. You know, I love the British cars, and that's basically a Japanese-British car. But here comes some British cars. Look at that. That Jaguar coming up through the back behind that BMW, and then that little Lotus Elan. Don't count that out, especially through the twisty bits here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, the Lotus Elan from 1967. Jaguar E-Type from 62, and a Jaguar EKE V V12 right at the back with Keith Dunbar. But that's a mighty beast, too.
Yeah, it's rare to see the V12s out here running. So that's the 007. That's fitting.
Yeah.
And you said Elan?
Yeah.
Is that the proper way to say it? I don't know.
Yes, it is. What would you say?
I say Elan. But look at this thing. This is such a beautiful car. He's real fast here. I made a video years ago, and he and Zappa went at it out in our Group 8 race here a couple years ago. But look at this. Jerry Robinson around. Bob Gee. Ricky Bob Gee is what they call him.
Ricky Bob Gee. I like it. Well, you know, your Elan is right. It's the English and the Americans. You say A with 3 A's.
Yeah.
And I say A with 1 A.
Yeah, I get that.
Elan, right?
Yeah.
See, it's like Paran or Perrin.
Now look at this. Yeah. Look at this. So we've got a Group 6 car, some Group 12 cars. Bob Gee side by side. Jerry Robinson.
Whoa!
No wing on that Corvette. Getting by. You would think that the Viper might have a little bit more handling, but Bob Gee's been, I've been sharing a garage with him, and he's been getting some driving instructions here from Tommy Byrne, and maybe Tommy taught him something as John DeGainer comes around the outside.
Well, you know what I've learned, and we saw it in the last race. I had Oliver Wessling here. The keyhole has been resurfaced, and the grip on that inside is unbelievable.
Yeah.
All the single-seater guys were saying. So that's probably what he used just there to get past.
Yeah, and it's a concrete patch this time, not asphalt.
Ah, that's probably it then, isn't it?
So they do have grip there, and it's kind of halfway through the keyhole turn, which is kind of deceiving on the inside. So you got to almost take a late apex to it to reach that, or you got to just hug the curbing. As Alan Davison, with these cars busting up behind him, takes a pretty big gap here, and I'm surprised that we're not seeing old Stone Ridge John DeGainer moving through this field, but they're coming up on lap traffic, Jonathan.
Yeah, well, in this kind of racing, the lap traffic doesn't really come into play, especially because they're very polite and gentlemanly. There's a cracking Corvette. Look at that. Beautiful car.
Yeah, the lines on that car, Stuart Black does such a great job with these. That's Fennel there in that 1965 Chevrolet Corvette.'t you got to see this car up close, because that's like a Concours winning show car out
here.
here.
It definitely looks like it, doesn't it?
I believe that's Mocha's in the 80. No, that's Michael Noble, 1972 Alfa Romeo Spider, getting over just like you said. And there's that 007, the V12.
Yeah, well, you can see by the front of the bonnet, as I would call it, because it is a Jaguar after all. There's room for a V12. You need a huge front end, don't you?
Yeah.
It's a powerful car.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of V12s running. We usually see the 3.8 in these E-types. I think just from a reliability standpoint, they don't quite have the power of the V12s, but the reliability is usually better. So I give it up. Keith Dunbar, 007. That's Dunbar. Keith Dunbar, 007. In the 71 Jaguar E-Type.
Now, what was that? David Rosenblum in the Ford Fiesta. Boy, I don't think I've ever seen a Ford Fiesta.
Where?
Ford Fiesta. He just went past the commentary booth.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Rosenblum in the Ford Fiesta, 2016 Ford Fiesta. And I was like, that's a modern car.
Here comes that Elan. Look at that.
I've got you thinking about it now.
3 wide going into 4.
Whoa.
I don't recommend this.
4 doesn't go into 3. Well, 3 doesn't go into 4. But they just did.
Okay, now the Elan has the advantage here. I've never thought an Alfa Romeo GTV looked like a big car until it's next to that Elan. I can't say Elan. Look at that, man.
Great stuff. He's finally won. Has he? I was about to say he's finally won the battle, but he hasn't quite.
No. Raymond Nichols in that 71 Alfa Romeo GTV, the red car, just ahead there. This is what I love.
what's happening there? We've got some more drama here.
Alan Davison, his left rear tire is smoking. Let's go back to that silver Panos and see if that was just John DeGaynor and Bob Gee are catching back up. John DeGaynor takes Jerry Robinson on the outside of 5. Jonathan, this is really heating up now.
Excellent stuff. Let's have a look at what happened to the Viper here. So coming in, looks all right here.
I'll give sound effects. Go feet in. There we go.
Okay, we got it. Too much fun.
Here we go.
He saved it well, to be fair.
So
now, who's somebody else is going slow?
Yeah, John. Well, that's the Alpha just getting over. It's a Group 8 Alpha.
See, right.
But
fair enough.
Jerry Robinson has slowed way down. Looks like the left rear of Alan Davison is doing okay. I see the white flag out, but he's still smoking. Look out for that.
Well, he takes the white flag, and 1 lap to go. Let's hope he makes it.
Yeah. I'm going to report this in. Been to RC, a little smoke from the left rear at number 22, the leader.
I think you can see it. Coming towards turn 2, and the famous keyhole corner.
Looks
It's okay now.
Look, yeah, it does. It looks like it might just be a little bit of a body rub, maybe rubbing against that tire. So Alan Davison, it's your race to lose. No pressure, buddy. Bring it home to Arkansas.
Bring it home to Arkansas.
He won 3rd overall yesterday. Was super excited about this, but how about a 1st overall for Alan Davison here in Group 6, 8, 12? Let's see what you got, Alan. It's a little bit of tire rub, I think, because it's happening on the hard right turns.
Yeah, it's weird, huh? Well, luckily he's going to make the lap. That's the good news, because I was starting to worry that he may not finish the lap. But you think he's going to do this final lap and take the checkered flag as he should. DeGaynor will take 2nd, and Gee in the 696 should take 3rd.
Now, nobody answered me on this SVT question.
You're
he just
upset
came
about
by
it.
our commentary window. Yeah, we've got so many experts out here. I'm going to say it's an SVT. I don't know if they made him an 89. I had an 89 Mustang GT, but it just looks like it to me. But I've been wrong before. Here he comes, Alan Davison. Take us away, Jonathan.
Yep, here we come to the checkered flag. He comes out of or into the carousel, and just 2 corners to go. He takes the first one. That smoke coming back up again from the body rub, but it won't affect him because he'll take the checkered flag, and Davison takes the win. DeGaynor will take 2nd place, and Gee in the 696 takes 3rd. Robinson, Tassila, Sandberg. Actually, DeGaynor 3rd, Robinson 4th, Tassila 5th, Sandberg 6th, Shadle, Robau in 8th position, and Dunbar 9th, Himes in 10th.
Wait, Tassila was 4th.
Yeah, he got up to 4th, didn't he? That was
Robinson
right
dropped back to 6th. He must have had a mechanical after that spin. But man, I've been watching Alan Davison for a long time. This has got to feel really good. It's really cool to see when drivers put the work and the effort in to win their race and to win here at Mid-Ohio. He was so excited to get 3rd overall yesterday, but now an overall win for Alan Davison. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Let's take a look at the highlights then. They got off to a roaring start on Muscle Car Magic, and including the Viper that would have a little spin, but the 64 Corvette on great form in the hands of James Heck. That 1964 Chevrolet Corvette. And we had all sorts of different cars out there through this Group 6, Group 12, and Group 8. Side-by-side action. Fun stuff as well. Alfa Romeos up against even a Ford Fiesta from 2016. How about that? But it was all Alan Davison, despite a little bit of bodywork rubbing. That was the big moment for the Dodge Viper, but he held it nicely in the 14. Alan Davison then taking victory here in our SVRA Group 6, 8, and 12. We'll take a short break from Mid-Ohio, back with more from the SpeedTour after this.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. The wind and breeze starting to be showing the flags at full mast, as you can see. And quite a breeze up there, but I'm glad to say I'm fine with the breeze because the sun's out and we don't have any rain. But we do have some guys who want to reign when it comes to being in a championship because they want to win. And they are two F4 boys who are going to help me talk you through Callum Hedges' next race as he goes for the record books. We're looking at Callum Hedge from New Zealand, but I have an Australian from Melbourne, Australia, and Jesse Lacey right next to me. I've also got Frankie Mossman, or Mosman. He prefers me saying Mosman, but because it sounds so English. But I've got two of the boys that were just in action just a moment ago in F4.
had a sprint car background, no karting experience, no road course, nothing. Went into this, and he was doing pretty good. I forgot his name, but yeah, no, definitely create some really good drivers.
Yeah, and we've got people like Brent Cruz in Trans Am, just 15 years of age, and he's still doing sprint cars. Yes, still doing the dirt. So you know, Oliver. Now he had a lock up there yesterday, but that was a bit weird, wasn't it? Well, I'll probably get a replay of that, but that was a big off, and luckily he's recovered it, but not what he wanted. Let's hope we get a replay of that one, but that was Oliver Westling going off heavily there, but managing to catch it, keep the engine going, and he's back out and running. So Westling dropping down to 7th, then Hill and Hewitt. But there you see from above as they come out of the carousel. Boys, see what you see when you see this. Let's have a look at the replay.
I just think he's came in a little bit too hard. Had some lockup. I think he flipped a little bit of the outside grass.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hard to do. He's just pushing the limits.
Yeah, an easy mistake to make, and we were talking earlier, the difference perhaps between F4 and FR is that these cars are what I would say is twitchier, which when things go wrong, it goes wrong quicker. There's less time for you to catch, save, make a reaction to whatever's gone wrong, and so sometimes you're a passenger before you know it.
Oh, 100%. I haven't driven these cars, but I've driven some higher downforce open wheels, and they're way less forgiving. You got to be a lot smarter when you want to put the pedal down.
No question. Ryan Sheehan still putting the hurt on Callum Hedge, and it's been this way throughout the season. The two teammates from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, and it's a good rivalry. They're both very laid-back characters, very different characters, I may add, but it's a good rivalry, and I think there's a lot of respect between the two. I certainly know, talking to Ryan Sheehan, he knew as soon as Callum Hedge signed up for the championship that he'd have a lot of competition on his hands, and it's turned out to be that way. At the start of the season at NOLA, Ryan Sheehan left that weekend with the head of the championship. Callum Hedge didn't have the perfect weekend. He had some engine issues, and that allowed Ryan to carry the championship lead into Road America, but then from Road America onwards, Callum Hedge has won everything in sight, and now looking for a 7th in a row, which would be incredible. Gap's still good though. Sheehan's in touch and has got time with 24 minutes to go. And again, I'll say to you, when's the perfect time? I don't suppose there is a perfect time. And I asked at the beginning, it looks as though he's chosen to just stick with Hedge and not do anything crazy, and maybe make that move right at the end.
I think he's waiting to get a little bit closer. If I was in that situation, I'd try to get in the lead as quick as possible. You don't know if he's saving anything, if Hedge has something left in the sleeve, so you want to be in the front always.
Good call. And here comes Cooper Becklin as well. He's still there in third, and he's done a good job of staying with them as well.
Yeah, he's a little bit out of the tow right now, but no, we haven't seen the gap increase that much or like decrease either. So I think once we start to see this battle come a little bit in the next few minutes, I think he'll be part of it too.
So into the next corner they go, which is the keyhole, and right.
Help me, Tom Cruise.
Well put, Tom. But they got the water bottles there, the fire extinguishers there. They can look at this number first machine.
The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli returns to Road America for the Road America Speed Tour July 7th through the 9th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, International GT, PSSA, Formula Race Promotions, and Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road America Speed Tour July 7th through the 9th. For tickets and information, simply go to roadamerica.com.
Accelerate away from the back now. The next car, so we'll pull forward to pit lane. Now we'll bring them around for the restart.
with him, and he's also got obviously Stephen Giles, another Kiwi with bags of experience, runs a team in New Zealand, as do Gary Orton and his team. So yeah, it's a family affair, so to speak. Boy, it's really hard to call who's going to win this. It really is. I mean, you wouldn't bet against Callum Hedge, but with 0.3 of a gap and no gap really between he and Becklin, it really is tight.
Yeah, no, that split in between them, I think Becklin's pushing it hard. We saw that coming out of 5, that he's trying to get the most out of it and trying to think about making this move soon.
So they come out of the carousel one more time. Less than 3 minutes to go now. So it's hurry up time now, Frankie. When are you going to pull the pin if you're Cooper?
If you're Cooper, it's right when you're on their tail. I mean, you want to be there, but also you want to think about the end result. I think white flag, especially.
Yeah.
Like, if you got to give Brian the chance.
But wait for the white flag.
Right. Yeah. No, you have to give Brian the chance to bring the fight to Callum, because if Cooper thought he had the pace, I think he would have gone by now.
That's interesting. Yeah, good point. So down the back straight then. With just over 2 minutes to go. We'll get the white flag out pretty soon. And Callum Hedge controlling this race, although it's very tight indeed. But this is another accomplished performance by the young 19-year-old Aucklander. Sponsored by the Giltrap Group and Highlands Motorsport Park. And many others, I may add. So we're waiting on the white flag, which should be out fair. Well, they might have to. We'll see. We'll find out as we come down to the end of this lap through Thunder Valley for another time and into the three-dimensional services group carousel. And in fact, we're going to get another lap before the white, so that's good news.
Yeah,
it's certainly good news for those chasing. Very close, huh?
Yeah.
But that makes it just a little bit more interesting for those chasing. In fact, Hedge is up the pace, really, and in fact has just got a little bit of breathing room. Not much, but enough to just settle down a little bit. Ooh, nice flames out the back of the 19 as he changes down. Stephen Giles watching on, staying patient. He's always a very relaxed customer. Stephen Giles, former McLaren Formula One engineer. He too runs his own team in New Zealand, Giles Motorsport. One of the most effective and accomplished racing teams in single-seaters. In fact, Ryan Sheehan raced for Giles Motorsport in New Zealand recently, so it's a team that knows each other's skills and weaknesses and strengths very well indeed.
Yeah, I definitely saw a lot of top people go overseas and compete over there in FR and definitely prepare for this series. I mean, Sheehan definitely got loads of experience doing that coming into it after really good F4 season for him as well. And so I definitely think that kind of impacted him, putting him on the same level as Hedge too.
Yeah, I really do. I can't say more about the CT Frock series in terms of, there's that white flag, in terms of changing you from, a good driver to a very good driver and a consistent driver. It's a 6-week series that really, it's intense, but really has helped the young American Ryan Sheehan, no question, to go down there and do that. But like you said, any form of racing, anytime you've got a chance to get seat time, it's going to help.
I don't think we're going to end up seeing a battle through here. I mean, Ryan had a really good first two turns, same with Hedge, and then Cooper seemed to go a little bit wide out of two, and so I don't think we're going to cut it that close, but, anything can happen right here.
Yeah, I think Callum Hedge sort of went, okay, I'm going to do a really special lap now, which he did just after that restart, and I think basically, well, it's pretty close.
It is.
But, yeah, Ryan just seems good at the, it was funny, it was the opposite in the previous race. Now we'll see it. But it's running out of time. There's only one real move at the carousel, but that's a risky one at the best of times. So it's going to be Callum Hedge yet again in 7th heaven. Absolutely sublime, absolutely superb. The 17 has done it. You used to have heaven 17, well now it's 7 in a row for Callum Hedge of Auckland, New Zealand, who wins for the Kiwi team. Sheehan takes second place and Cooper Beckland settles for third. There's Gary Orton, the team manager, and again, another good day at the office for the man from South Island, New Zealand.
No, it's a beautiful result for him. I mean, he's close to putting himself on the same level as Kyle Kirkwood. I mean, big IndyCar driver, won the Long Beach Grand Prix, and I mean, if you can do 8 in a row, you're dominating.
Yeah.
You don't see that a lot, especially in junior formula. And so if you're able to do that, no, you have a lot of promise in your future.
Big future ahead of you,
yeah.
So, here's another replay.
I think this is still after checkered.
Yeah, this is just after checkered. So, yeah. But, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's now getting into rarefied air because Kirkwood, everybody knew when he was in FR. Now, I'll give him this. There was only a few cars back then. It was just starting out in the Formula Regional Series.
Yeah, when he was with Abel. And,
that's right, yeah. Abel Motorsport. And Jacob Abel, another one now.
Jacob was in that FR, or the Oceana and all that.
Well.
The Indy Pro 2000 champion raced in that, and Ryan was up there battling with all these different people with a really, really good track record. So I definitely think that's great for him. He has a lot of promise as well. So I mean, even though he didn't take it today or anytime this weekend, I mean, it doesn't matter. Callum's great, Ryan's great. People still look at both of those because a driver's a driver.
Let's take a look at the highlights then of what was a interesting race for sure. So we got off underway side by side, the 66 and the 17, but it was Callum Hedge who got the lead. Cooper Beckman had to fight for it, but he got it, third place. Then he locked up dramatically a couple of times. In fact, Oliver Westling in the thick of it, but he too would have his problems. And there it was, coming into that braking position, just spinning it out, getting a little wide at one point. Plenty of action all through. We also had this incident with Hewitt as Max maxed it out and had to get out of the car. A restart after the safety car. Same again though, the top three. Boltsby going wide. No stopping Hedge. Hedge your bets on him being the champion. So don't forget, if you want to see the highlights of Trans Am presented by Pirelli, Mav TV's your place to go, and all the highlights of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course will be on Thursday. That's the Trans Am night TA2, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, and that's followed at 9 p.m. Eastern by the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. You can see all those highlights, and don't forget Road to Glory also after that, which is a inside, or if you like, behind the scenes documentary. My thanks to Frankie Mossman coming in here and sharing his knowledge of the race. Thanks for coming in, bud.
No worries, I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we'll see you in action again from New Jersey. So looking forward to that. Frankie Mossman coming in here, racing in Formula 4. We'll see him next time out. But my thanks to Greenlight Television and to the Pirelli Holdings team and everybody involved in SVRA, Trans Am, and Formula Regional and F4. Hope you've enjoyed the weekend here. I'm Jonathan Green, and we'll be back with you at the next round at Road America. Until then, from me, Jonathan Green, goodbye for now.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster, and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.